Good numbing. Hello YouTube, I hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to more Genshin. It's 4.7.
My eyes is ill-advised.
4.7. Oh boy. Every single time a new update comes along, I have to remind myself like how long this game's been out. And how long I've been playing it. And when I read like 4.7, I'm like, man, we are really only 2 updates off 5.0. Like, oh boy, this game's been out for a while. To update on how my party has changed since the last update, Arlecchino is now officially the 4th main member of my team, replacing Hu Tao. I'm sorry, Hu Tao, I've had you since 1.3, and you are an absolute champion of the unit, but I wanted a little mix-up, and Arlecchino is insanely fun, so I've been using Arlecchino, almost exclusively since getting her. She is insanely fun. I think it happened off-screen. I did manage to get her C6 before her banner ended. It really was like by the skin of my teeth, but I got it. And her talents, I've maxed out these two. I've just been getting really unlucky with her boss drops. I've only got her to drop, her boss drops to drop 3 things once. Every single other time they've only dropped 2, so it's been a slow process. But if I get a 3 next week, I can max them out, but if not, 2 weeks off, and then Ali is 100% maxed out. But I got what's important. Yeah, I got what's important. I got the normal attacks, and I got the ult. But I'm hoping Yelan will get another rerun soon, so I can max that out. Because then my whole party are all C6s. But I still have Hu Tao here. It's just, you know, she'll always be my baby girl. She's still my my icon on my pause screen. She'll always be my baby girl. It's just, I didn't want her in my main team right now. My priority for today, there are 2 main quests for us to do. There is the main new story quest, the Chapter 4 Act 6. And there is Cloran's quest. I want to do both of them. I'm going to do them from like in this order. So we're going to do Bedtime Story and then Silent Night. It's just whether we get it in this stream or if it's split into 2, because I honestly don't know how long this one's going to be. It's also back in Sumeru, which I suppose is fitting because Natlan is connected to Sumeru, so we have to go that way. But lastly, this update has upped the resin cap to 200. It's no longer 160. They haven't sped it up, though, so it takes, I think, 25.5 hours to fill up to full. And it's just like, fuck it, why? But I get it. And I need to get rid of the card icon, but let me just go do this. There we go. Oh, he's got a new weekly battle pass to worry about. I'll do that later.
Do you also see Navia?
Oh, no, that's the story thing. No, we'll leave the girlfriends alone. We'll leave the girlfriends alone. I didn't realize that was right fucking there. It is, it's right there. We'll leave the girlfriends alone. We'll hang out with them later. Oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry, they're on a date. They can stay on their date for a couple more hours. Let's go to Sumeru. Speaking of Clorand, I am planning to roll for her. I'm not going to use her. It's literally just because I want... I got Navia, so I want to get Clorand. I'm literally that, like, locked in on it. So I'm just going to quickly do my house stuff and show my things.
This realm is...
Oh, there's going to be new things to buy because it's a new update. What we got? Fading Afterglow, Music Town Breeze Bells, and, oh, one of the fancy statues. Okay.
If you ever...
Because I have Navia in here, and I want to put the 2 of them together. I'll show you quickly. I think she's in here. Yeah. So I want to have Clorand, but like maybe like I know you can't make them sit down, but like around the table sort of thing, or just nearby. And
Take it easy.
What I'll do to rearrange it because of the character limit is probably drag Ali out of this room. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this room, but fucking I don't know. Or move those two into it. It's not just two people like casually on the corridor like this, and then move Ali out. Someone's gonna have to get benched. It'll probably be Carrara. I'll figure it out from there. God, if I bench Carrara, Arlecchino is going to be in this room with Furina. Oh, that would traumatize her. But that's a future problem. No, Sumeru. Let's go back. Actually, no, let's go to Mondstadt and get rid of the card notification first. For those who are new and don't watch my Genshin stuff, I don't give a flying fuck about the card game. I just get rid of the notification. So I'll just run over, interact with a couple of things. I think I could have just walked straight into it, but oh well. I interact with the things that makes them happy. God, there are so many fucking cards in this game now. Ooh. I did see that, like, that Genshin hosted. Why did he, like, auto, like, stroll over here? Oh, well. Like an actual, like, card tournament. So I was like, oh, so it's doing alright then, for them to actually do an official tournament. But I digress. Because it's going to be a super story-focused stream, I probably won't be talking as much. I'll be more reacting as we go. But I am super curious to see where this goes. Because this is, firstly, we haven't had more Dainslif in over a year. The last time, I think, was 3.5? I think it was 3.5. And that was like the carry burn one. Like, the weird one where you, like took control of a healer shell. Also, it's been a very long time since we had a Dainslif quest. But I digress. Let's dive in. Hey, Catherine.
Perfect. It's you two. I have a commission here that has your names written all over it. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say you're the only ones for the job.
The only ones for the job? Huh. If our help is really that important, it's probably some Archon class commission, right?
I was going to mention it. I think I did mention it. I can't remember. But I feel like Paimon's not as high pitched anymore. Like, I noticed it last patch, and I'm really noticing it this one. I feel like Paimon's voice is somewhere in between the 1.0 voice and the voice that she had thereafter for a long while now. And it's I like it. I find it a very much more comfortable tone, because I know, like, the 1.0 voice, it was the best one, but it was also the most taxing on the actor, I believe. Like, I think that was the story for it. I might be completely wrong out of this, but I'm sure that was something like that. So she shifted away from it. But the voice that she gave from 1.1 onwards, although it was way more comfortable for her, and I'd always rather that, it wasn't as good as the 1.0 voice to listen to, especially sometimes where, like, Paimon gets loud. Whilst now it feels like she's found more of, like, a middle ground. Never heard of that classification before. But sure, we're happy to take this on. Which Archon do you need us to deal with today? Yeah, I'll join probably after completing the chapter of Game Maker. Oh, fair enough, dude.
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably
I hope you're doing well, though,
nearly
dude,
as
and enjoying Game
intimidating as
Maker
what
still.
you're expecting. All it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
Huh? Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
I came across this commission while reviewing our backlog not too long ago. It seems simple, but our records indicate that over a dozen successive efforts to complete it have all ended in failure, despite attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake, it's in our best interest to assign this commission.
Oh, because you want to save face. Be like, hey, we can't have this one quest that everyone keeps on failing. It's making us look bad. Fucking get rid of it, please. That's what this is. Doing well. Enjoying the game in the moment. Already seen problems. They're not deal breakers, though. Fair enough. To be fair, that's kind of how I'm feeling with SVS. Like, I'm enjoying it. I can see the problems, but they're not, like, hindering it from me too much. Like, I can see the issues, and I can see the growth. I'm just like, but it doesn't bother me enough to, like take away from the experience.
Well, Well, that's us for sure.
Probably will get you everywhere with Paimon, but I can't guarantee we'll be able to complete it either. No, I'll just...
All I'm asking is for you to give it your best shot. If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
Yeah, Catherine's like, hey, look, we need to get rid of this fucking quest one way or another, because it's starting to make us look bad. If you can't solve it either, I'm getting rid of it, because we just need to shadow ban it before the public catch on that we can't solve this one, like, missing persons.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is it about this commission that's made it so hard to complete?
Yeah, Paimon's voice is nowhere near as high-pitched as it used to be. It's still high-pitched, and still higher-pitched than it was in 1.0, but it's like, it sounds way more middle-grounded now. It's a lot easier to listen to, especially with headphones, because, you know, keep in mind, every time I'm streaming Genshin, I'm streaming with headphones on, and I think that's when I really started to notice, like, some of the problems with, like, how squeaky she could be sometimes, when it's, like, right in your ear, but this is a lot softer.
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara village.
Vimara.
They say one of their own villagers has gone missing. But the problem is...
Also, similar to how in 4.6 I did Arlecchino's quest, but I didn't do Cyno's, I'm going to do Cloran's quest later on. I said either later today or tomorrow, depending on how long this takes. I'm not going to do Siege Weens. I'm not that interested in like, live streaming Siege Weens. And also, at least for now, like, we'll see what happens like when they announce 4.8. But like with the 3 series, the next update is going to be holiday themed. So just like the last one, that will probably be when I take a break from Genshin, just like in preparation for Natlan. So I probably won't be streaming 4.8 when it's out.
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If so many adventurers have failed to complete this commission, maybe this missing villager doesn't exist at all. Could it be some sort of a prank or something?
Also, I guess for other little things that are sort of firsts, but not, because the weather is super, super warm today, it's not like boiling hot summer yet, but it's definitely getting warmer. And my hair is a lot longer now than it was, like, last summer. I've actually got my hair tied back while streaming this. And I'm like, oh, and it's like, it's an interesting new experience, because, like, I can feel all my hair, like, going down my back where it's, like, concentrated now, like, where it's, like, all tied back sort of thing. But it's like, there's, like, nothing on the side. Does that count as free real estate for me to see Sweet Wings? Yeah, fill your boots, dude. It's when her banner drops in 3 weeks' time. I'm just not that interested. When I'm like it's a weird thing with me. When I'm like done with an update, I'm just done with it, you know? And so like content that's like on the update when you're Rocket Girl, yeah, thank you. Like stuff that's like with the update at launch, like Arlecchino's quest last update, and you know, like the main quest and Cloran's quest in this one, like that I'll do because like the update's just come out, I'm into it, I'm ready for it. 3 weeks from now, I'll be done with this fucking update. You know, like 3 weeks from now, it's like, yeah, I'll be playing other things. There'll be other things on my mind. There's other stuff that I want to do. I won't be that fussed, so I'll just do it in my spare time and not on stream. That's always the trouble when they have new character quests come out mid-update instead of just at the start, because I'm done with the update by the time it comes out. I'll still do it, and if there's something interesting about it, I'll bring mention to it. I actually really enjoyed Cyno's second quest. The Temple of Silence and the tribe surrounding it and Cephos and everything surrounding him was all super fucking interesting. I just wasn't up for streaming it. It was way more interesting than I thought it was going to be.
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, they seemed...
It's also funny that, like, the next Dainsliff quest, the last Dainsliff quest was in Sumeru, and the very next one, we're back in Sumeru. Like, Dainsliff was like, I ain't going anywhere near fucking Fontaine, so I'm good, thanks.
Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs Mora to carry out.
True, that would be a little strange.
In any case, it would probably be best
the only thing I'm vaguely curious about is whether this new character, I think her name's Amelia, like, or aka the last Fontanian character we know of.
Directly from the villagers would be far more reliable.
If she has like a story quest, because I think she's 5 stars, so she probably will. If she has a story quest, I might want to cover that at least, and just not do the 4.8 summer event. But that's a huge maybe, because I said I've had it in my schedule, so to speak, and in my mind that I was going to skip 4.8's live streaming since like 3.8. Like, so like I've had it like sorted and planned around that I've got that stream space, so I don't have to worry about it. And so suddenly last second being like, oh, actually, I want to cover that quest. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be awkward for me who likes to plan around everything. I miss being able to have hair. No, sorry, dude. My hair is getting there. It goes past my shoulder now. It's not like super, super long, or it's not as long as I want it to be. But I keep on having to, because my hair, when it grows long, it gets thick as well. And because it gets so thick, it ends up ends up affecting how much it can actually grow. Like, it proper bushes out. So I keep on having to get, like, thinning and, like, trims here and there. So, like, the amount I want it to grow out hasn't, like, happened quite yet, but I have to be sensible about it and, like, just kind of, like, keep it thinner in places, keep it trimmed down, yada yada. The only hair that bothers me is my hair on my fringe. That, like, the hair that goes across my forehead, I'm just like, no, I find that more annoying. Now you're just bragging. Like, the hair that goes across my forehead, especially if it starts to cover my eyes. Like, I could never be an emo because it genuinely irritates me when my hair is in my eyes. Or, like, covering my sides. Like, it's like a complete weird thing with me. I just can't do it. My hair has to not be in my eye. Like, I could never be, like, an emo or a goth dude. In that sense. I say that, I could absolutely be a gothic dude. I've got mostly black clothing, all my jewellery's black. I don't have any piercings, because I'd like that's scary, but I have tattoos, so like I could... I say tattoos, plural, I have one. Tattoo, sorry. I could kind of maybe own it a little bit, but not that much. Because I have a black, metal wristband, I have a black ring, I have a black necklace. I have a necklace, and the crest on it... Oh, shit, nearly dropped it. The crest on it is Arlecchino's crest. It's literally like a metal, like, handmade Arlecchino crest. Like, from this game. And that's my necklace. I need to get more, really. Like, more jewellery. And more, like, themed jewellery. I love my Arlie necklace. And it's also, like... I don't know if you've ever seen the Arlecchino crest, or if you can remember it. That thing's got pointy corners. I've got, like, a tiny metal shuriken, basically, at the end of my necklace. Like, the amount of times it's, like, I've worn it, like, around the house, and, like, I've leaned over to get something, and when I've straightened my back again, it's just, like, stabbed me. I'm just like, ah!
Alright then, let's go! I'm starting to get really curious about this whole thing.
Alright. Chapter 4, Act 6, aka the last act of this chapter, because Chapter 5 is Natlan. We're going to Vimara Village, back in Sumeru, which is just south of us, and a little past Gandaraville. We'll run down. We haven't been in Sumeru in so long. Let's actually just take the nice trek down. Like a nice trip down memory lane of a year ago. I only wear black, grey and red. I'm similar. I'm black, red, and purple. Purple's, I always say purple's my second favourite colour, but if I'm being real with myself, it's probably my favourite colour. I just have everything black, so I usually say black's my favourite colour. I say that I'm wearing red. I'm wearing red and black cargo shorts right now, so... clearly, I don't always have purple. How the fuck do you get out of this town? I went too far down. I'm remembering why I don't really run around Sumeru City that much anymore. Because it's easy to kind of lose your bearings in it. But yeah, when 5.0 comes out, 5.0's map, or Natlan's map, people figured it out using the backgrounds from the teaser trailer. It's like over here. Like it's going to expand further this way. So like, yeah, to get to Natlan, bare minimum, you're going to have to cross the desert. Which I already know there's going to be people that are going to go, oh god, like for people who haven't like done much of the story or haven't explored the desert much. But yeah, you're going to have to cross the desert to get to the Warland when it comes out. I imagine it's going to like gum out this way and then expand north. And the reason why I think this is that the original like map leak from like pre-launch, so we're talking like before 1.0, said Sumeru was in the northwest corner. So it's why I think Natlan's going to expand up, because I think this chunk here is going to eventually become Sumeru. No, fuck, Snezhnaya, sorry. I meant to say Snezhnaya. Like, the northwestern corner is Snezhnaya. And then Karnria will probably be in this giant chunk because we've yet to get the Mondstadt map expansions, and I think it will, like, full circle, essentially. Like, my big theory on the for, like, the map, for a while, has been that the map's going to make us go in one giant circle. Because consider this the right side of the circle. We've curved round. Obviously, we expanded out for this one, but we've consistently curved round. Now to Sumeru, to Fontaine, having Natlan go across up here as well, Snezhnaya up here, and then Karnria might be around here. Do you see what I mean? Like, I think, like, the map's going to end up going in one giant circle. Like, it's a bit disconnected, obviously, but that's my thought. And considering, like, Celestia, they'll probably, like, put slap bang in the middle of the map. I wouldn't be surprised if part of the reason why this chunk hasn't been unlocked for forever, and it's always looked kind of weird, is because this will eventually be a small part of Celestia when that becomes available. Because we also got a leak that gave us more of an idea of where the story's going. I won't, like, there's no story details, but we know through story leaks that after Snezhnaya, we are going to Karnria. Because, you know, like, we've been theorizing about, of the 3 areas post Snezhnaya, we don't know which order we're going in between Karnria, Celestia, and the Abyss. We know at least that the next area after Snezhnaya will be Karnria. But we're talking a while away. Keep in mind, Natlan's 5.0, Snezhnaya will be 6.0, Karnria will probably be 7.0. We're still talking, like, at least 2 years away yet. But with Karnria's next, and there's a good chance that Celestia will be where the final fight is, where the end of the story is. Because I imagine if we're going to Karnria, Karnria's got deep ties to the Abyss, so I think it will be Karnria, Abyss, and then Celestia. Like, something will happen in the Abyss that will demand the heavens to come to the planet. You know, like, the ultimate evil will be awakened, and Celestia will finally reach the ground from touching the sky. I say that, but if I can spot it, it's been getting, I've mentioned it before, it gets, every major update, so 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, Celestia gets slightly bigger. Like, it's over there, and it's bigger than it ever used to be. So it is coming out this direction one way or another. My money's still on Skirk. Yeah, to be honest, I believe you. I'm like 100% in on that bet as well. The final boss is either going to be Skirk, your twin, or the Unknown God. And the only reason why I'm not sure if it will be the Unknown God is that, if I'm being honest, and this is just my own personal opinion as a storyteller myself, as someone who writes, I feel like if you want the Unknown God to be this big, prolific final fight, having her be in the intro cutscene and then absolutely nowhere else in the story for the rest of the story doesn't tell me the super ultimate big bad at the end of the whole thing. That tells me they're probably tied to a big plot twist, but it doesn't tell me they're the final boss. I feel like we would have at least seen or heard or learned a little bit more by now. I say that we've technically learned a little more through the unknown. The outworlder travelers, and the fact that we're not the first person out of Teyvat to join Teyvat.
A very detailed investigation.
But still, wait, why was something to you? I was gonna ice bridge my cross. I don't need to ice bridge. There, we're over the water. They're slow burning the Paimon reveal. You know what? Yeah. But the question is Paimon just the unknown goddess, or is Paimon just like what I've been theorizing, which is a messenger for Celestia? And that's my biggest thing that I consistently go back to try and justify why I think Paimon's just a messenger is the Chasm quest. The Chasm story quest with Paimon. Paimon acted so strangely for Paimon's usual during it, and it makes sense if you assume that she is a messenger. And because when we fell into the absolute depths of the chasm in that story quest, it was established that we lost all connection to Teyvat. We had no connection to Teyvat, no connection to Celestia, no connection to any of it. It was all cut off. And suddenly all Paimon wanted to do was sleep. It's almost like she didn't have a mission anymore, so she didn't care. Or because she wasn't connected, just didn't have the whatever energy source Celestia is providing her to carry on. So just slept. Like, she was very uncharacteristically uninvolved. Like, she always tries to super involve herself in it, but the moment she couldn't connect to Celestia, suddenly she didn't fucking care. And like, especially because that was a main story quest, I'm like, there's a reason why we did all that shenanigans in the chasm. And like, because to be fair, that quest also revealed the Crimson Moon again. The Crimson Moon was in that quest, because like, I didn't even realize it at first, but yeah, the Crimson Moon that appeared at the end of Arlecchino's quest, has been appearing in the background of a lot of quests throughout the entire game. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's ended up being tied to everything as well at the end. Because it's literally in 1.0. You can find it in 1.0 in one of the quests, and it's everywhere. Like, they've been the Blood Moon or the Crimson Moon or the Baleheart Moon or whatever you want to call it. That has been there in the background for a long ass time now. And it's why Lumine, or Aoife if you're playing as him, reacted the way they did when it got to that boss fight at the end of Arlecchino. And it's also why I'm so convinced Arlecchino we're going to fight her again. Maybe not as a final boss, but certainly way later in the game. Because she's directly inherited the power of the Bale Moon. She has the blood of one of the three witches. And if the Bale Moon being so prominent to everything, it makes sense that Arlecchino, by association, will be relevant to our future, and very relevant at that. And considering Arlecchino, not the character, but Arlecchino as in the term in Italian opera, is the one that betrays the others and gets away with the girl, or gets away with the damselette. Which we have a character that is called the Damselette or the Colombina. We have one in this, so I think they're going to be like a little tag team between them, but we'll have to see. And we know that our Damselette is a half angel, so there's even more to her fucking story than we've yet to get to. You know, like, you see what I'm going at here? I think, like, they're going to be... I don't think they just named them for the sake of naming them. I think all of the Harbingers are named specifically because their names are references to Comel de l'Art, but backwards, the Comel de l'Art naming gives you ideas of what they're going to be in this, and where their story's going. And so far, although... sometimes they've taken a few creative liberties. Every single Harbinger has fitted their title. Like, some of them, like, you can see how they've twisted it a little bit, but you can still see how it comes from the original place. But all of them fit it. Have you ever heard of a visual novel called Yumi Mutsu? I have heard of that, actually. I've never read it or looked into it, but I definitely recognize the name.
Oh, no, we're adventurers. Catherine sent us to look into a commission here in Vermara Village.
Ah, so you hear about that, then.
My biggest curiosity, like, immediately, though, in terms of, like, story stuff, is, what boss are we gonna fight at the end of Natlan's story? And the reason why I ask this is because, to be blunt, in the story, we canonically straight up fucking lost to Arlecchino. The captain is number 1, and Arlecchino isn't. As I said, she's number 4. If we canonically lost to Arlecchino, I don't think the captain can be the boss fight, because if we somehow won against the captain, it wouldn't make sense. At least, unless, like, we're supposed to believe that, like, the Traveler's gonna go on this huge, like, soul journey and, like, grind out in, like, the hyperbolic time chamber or some shit. It's unrealistic that we should stand a chance against Captain. And if people say, oh, but Columbina might be in Natlan's story as well. It's heavily implied that she's originally from Natlan. I'm like, oh, okay. She's still above Arlecchino, though, and she's an angel and is the first immortal. We can't beat her. We literally can't beat her. She's immortal. Captain would be the boss fight, and it'd be scripted for us to lose. Yeah, that makes... I wouldn't be surprised if that is what it is. The other theory is, because the Archon... is the Archon of War, they might make us fight the Archon as like, the main boss. Because, like, people forget, although we fought the Rhine Shogun at the end of the Inazuma Archon quest, she wasn't the main boss. The main boss was La Senora. But actually having the Archon be the main event of a story quest, that could happen too. Or it could be none of them. Keep in mind, like, you know, there's a race of dragons there. We could fight a dragon. I mean, we fought a lot of dragons, but what's another one, I guess? I mean, between Storm Terror, Ajdahar, and I forget the one in Sumeru, we fought a decent amount of dragons. The only reason why we didn't fight Inazuma's dragon is because you can find its skeleton across the land in Inazuma. And the only reason we don't fight the one in Fontaine is because it's Neuvillette.
To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope.
Cop car just went up the road.
Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon.
That's like the third police car that's gone up my road this morning, like with the sirens blaring. That makes me slightly concerned for what's happening. That's like the third one.
We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I don't know. I really have no
I just
clue.
can't wait to meet. I can't wait to go to Natlan. I can't wait to mess with the mounts. I can't wait to meet Captain. I can't wait to meet Columbina. I can't wait to meet the Natlan Archon to see if she really is an XP of Himiko from Impact Third. Like this, Natlan. Like when the game first came out and like they gave the roadmap of all the regions. The two regions I really wasn't that interested in were Sumeru and Natlan. And Sumeru, although I don't like exploring the desert, really pulled me in with its story, and I ended up really loving it. Natlan, it was the moment we learned it was the nation of war. I was like, oh, okay, you've gained my interest. And it's like then we learned that Captain, like it's already been confirmed, the captain is going there. And I'm like, oh fuck yeah, all right, I'm in. You know what I mean? And then we learned that there's going to be a mount system, so you're going to be able to have like fantasy rides, like, and to be able to take them around and have them take you around. Like, there's one that can swim through lava that you can ride on. There's one that can spit out its own, like, gravity-defying grappling hooks. So you can't fly, but you can basically, like, get extreme heights with it by just shooting straight up and then yanking off of it. There's one that can burrow into walls and into the ground, and you can use that to, like, really quickly, like, shoot across walls and shit. Like, Natlan looks like it's going to be hella fun with mounts. I imagine similar to the deep-sea diving in Fontaine, it'll be limited to just Natlan, though. Because if I can't imagine how mounts will work in some of the world. Like, hey, you just go to some, like, Mondstadt, and you just, like, you hop on a mount, you take a step forward, and it's like, oh, well, fuck, I'm on the other side of Mondstadt now, because these mounts are, like, built for, like, the giant terrain of Natlan. When it being the Elder Scrolls allegations, no. But it genuinely looks really exciting. Everything we've learned on Natlan so far is super, super exciting. August, I think it's literally the last week of August, Natlan is going to drop, like, 12 weeks' time.
Okay, guess you are really sick of answering questions.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions.
So these three questions are a no-go then?
I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information.
And the thing is that in the teaser, they imply that there's going to be 7 mounts total, but similar to how, like, the undersea mechanics, there were more mechanics added as the updates went on. I imagine it'll be the same there. There's going to be 3 mounts at 5.0, and then they'll probably add the extra ones in, like, 5.1, 5.2, etc., etc. And one of them looks like a giant winged beast, and I'm like, please tell me one of the mounts just allows us to fly. Please. That would be peak, if we can get a mount that just lets us fly. And if they make it, like, story-locked, I think it could make... if they made it story-locked, like, you have to beat Natlan's story, for example, to get the ability to use the flying mount, that's the mount that I'd be like, let us use it across the entire map, not just Natlan. That's the one where it's like, that would be a great reward for, because essentially you'd have to do all of Mondstadt, all of Liyue, all of Inazuma, all of Sumeru, all of Fontaine, all of Natlan, potentially a hefty number of character quests, depending on what ones are tied to the story. Like, for example, in Inazuma, you have to do Ayaka's first story and Yoimiya's first story, but to be able to continue Inazuma's quest. Like, there's a shit ton of content you have to commit to. Getting your reward at the end of Natlan is just like, hey, go fucking fly. And then you know why it would work? Like, if you stick with this for a second? Because you know how they would make it so it doesn't affect your exploration in Snezhnaya? Snezhnaya is a frigid, frozen country. Just say the snow is too thick for the bird to fly through it, and then there you go. You ground people when they're there, so then they have to go exploring again. Like, it's that simple. You make it so they can freely explore the rest of the map, and then when it gets to Sneznaya, to make sure that they actually fucking sit down and explore again, you just ground the bird by using the blizzard. Like, come on, you can't tell me I'm not cooking something here. I think that about swimming. The difference is, the reason why I shut down the thing about swimming is because it would cost an insane amount of extra resources to make it so you could dive underwater in the rest of the map. It would not cost them any extra resources for you to use something they're already making just outside of the nation. Being able to free fly through the sky, there's nothing else in the fucking sky. You know, they don't have to build things in the sky in Mondstadt and Leeway and whatnot. It's just a cool way of traveling around. Whilst the deep sea diving, if they added it in and added in all the data space in the ocean, especially around Inazuma and like the water between it, even if they don't actually put anything under the water, it's still a whole bunch of extra data space of a sandbox you can literally swim through that they have to add. That would just be a blight and just an extra bloatation on the size, and would take away from development resources, which is why like that being stuck to Fontaine made perfect sense, at least to me. Whilst being able to free fly around the map, no, you don't need to build like a giant skybox thing. You can just limit how high people fly, and then it's fine. Just don't let people fly all the way to Celestia, and you're good.
We just don't know the specifics.
I know people will bloody try. People will turn into Icarus and see how high they can go, and then their wings will burn and they'll fall to their death. I can already see it.
At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think. We've all exchanged.
But I'm kind of curious, actually.
That was the only.
Because, like, keep in mind, like, starting with arguably starting with Leeway, even though I don't really count it, every single region has had a map gimmick. And I say, like, technically starting with Leeway, but that's because every mountain had a puzzle and an individual little thing for it. But it was all, you could just put that down as, like, just puzzles in the map, so that one kind of doesn't really count. Inazuma had, like, you had to react with the Electro blossoms to, like, throw yourself around. Sumeru, if you want to fucking count the desert as a gimmick, you can. But that had the flower buds that kind of worked similar to the electric, but it was more like whips that you pulled yourself towards instead of shooting through it. Fontaine also had swimming. Natlan has mounts. Like, so what? I wonder what Sneznaya's is going to be. Maybe Sneznaya's is just you wear a big fur coat and it's like it just comes up saying, "Hey, try not to freeze to death," but like bucko. Like you walk in and like you immediately get like that dragon spine like cold bar show up at the bottom. I say that I imagine they won't do that. A lot of people are fearing that the whole of Sneznaya is going to have the cold mechanic. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like when you touch the first statue of the Seven, that it's like people with Sneznaya get blanketed by like this protective warmth or some shit. Either that, or the cold only works when you're not in towns and cities. And similar to, like, Bellabog in Star Rail, there's, like, giant heaters throughout the whole city, so you don't get affected by it when you're in there.
Alright, specifics aside then, what kind of person was he?
Young guy. In his early 20s, probably.
Young guy, early 20s.
Incredibly kind sort of person. Always
kind,
willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion.
We should probably actually carry on with this quest, though, instead of me just rambling on about my hopes and dreams and theories. I'm going to be a little more rambly, though, just because I said, if I'm not streaming next update, then it's 12 weeks after this until we next, like, get to, like, talk Genshin. And the conversation will be super dominated then anyway, because that will be Natlan's release.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise.
Which is also, like, part of the reason why I want to skip 4.8, because 5.0, I'm telling you now, that will be a long-ass fucking stream. So I feel it in my bones already. That will be a long fucking stream. So long, in fact. My next proper big week off, after the one I plan to have either at the end of this month or first week of July, is going to be literally the week before that update drops. Because I know it's going to be a beefy one.
Could he have just moved away without telling anyone?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village... But
even then, we've got other stuff. Zenless Zone Zero comes out in a month. And I'm very looking forward to streaming some of that. We're 2 weeks off the last update of Penacony's story for Star Rail, so like that's wrapping up. And as I've said before, with Star Rail, and I'll keep saying it, I'll come back for main story stuff. Like, I also with people playing it in my spare time, but I mean to stream it so I don't get completely dominated by Hoyoverse. They don't completely control my life, even though I'm pretty sure they at least have a lock on a good chunk of it. I'm going to be playing Daybreak. Yeah, that's soon, isn't it? That's this month. I saw it was on like PlayStation's channel. They had like a big trailer for it promoting it on like the official PlayStation account.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look
But
for
yeah,
the
like
guy that's gone missing.
when Penacony's all done, I will come back when there's more main story stuff. July 5th. Oh well, just over a month then. So like, there's theories and rumors that like the main story is going to go back to a previous planet for a while, but there is going to be like main story stuff, and if it is main story stuff and not just like expanded story like the fucking Topaz quest, then yeah, I'll stream it. If it ends up just being like expanded story sort of thing, then no, I won't, and we'll come back whenever the next planet drops. And that I'm curious about, whether they will actually tell us what the next planet is.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these
But at the end of the
parts.
Penacony stuff.
Coming all this way for our sake.
So I'm
That's
super
so
curious how
very kind
how this
of you.
epilogue's going to go,
With
and how
your
long it's going to
help,
be.
I trust that young man's
Because there's a
case
lot
is
that still
in
hasn't
good
been completely
hands.
answered yet.
Could you tell
And I
us
also
a bit
can't
about
wait
him?
because my wife is coming out. My wife is going to be playable. Firefly is coming, and I can't wait.
Of course. I'm happy to help any way I can. With my failing
And I already know who
eyesight,
she's replacing.
I'm afraid I
As much
can't
as like
offer
people
much
think it's
about
sacrilege
his
because Jing Liu is
appearance.
really good, I am
But
replacing
I do
Jing Liu.
remember hearing
And yeah,
the sound
Jing Liu
of
is
his
super good,
voice.
but I can't
Not
justify
recently,
having
of
two
course.
destruction members
That
on the same
loss
team.
has left
So
me
one of them
feeling
has to
quite
go. The ice destruction can be benched for the fire destruction. I will take the baby girl in the mech suit, thank you very much.
I don't think his parents are still
Okay.
living in the village. But
So I say
somehow
that
he
my
never
second
seemed
team,
lonely.
because like,
In
and
fact,
it is something that
he
I'm
was
like,
usually the one offering companionship to others.
it's something that I am quite complimentary to Star Rail with. I find Star Rail more easy to convince myself to just build a second team. Like in Genshin, I only ever like worried about a second team for the Spiral Abyss. And then once I had it, I never really thought on it much again. In like Star Rail, I have so much fun mix matching characters that I have genuinely 3 active teams now. And like depending on what mood I'm in the day, I just swap to that team. I have all of these teams have Huahua at the end because I need a healer. And I lost my 50-50 on Fushuan, and I would rather get Firefly at this point than like waste more rolls trying to get Fushuan. So I'll just have to wait for Fushuan's next reroll if assuming she gets one, you know, sometime in my life. But my first team is Zila, Sparkle, Jingliu, but then I'll become Firefly, and Huahua. My second team, my team Nihility, is Acheron, Robin, Black Swan, and Huahua. And then my third team, which is I'm tempted to just call it Team Monday because I mostly use it against the Sunday boss fight. But that one is Acheron, Kafka, Harmony Trailblazer, and Huahua. Apparent Devastation, Redestruction, 1 Spark. I got Wandering, Keishing. Yeah, I'm so happy you finally got Keeking or Keishing. I always pronounce it wrong. I'm so happy you got her because it feels like you've been trying to get her for forever. I was genuinely like popping off when I found out that you'd managed to actually roll her because I know you've been after her for ages.
He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans in the village. And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen.
And the reason why I wanted Fused is because I wanted a mono quantum team. I wanted to have Zila, Sparkle, Silver Wolf, and Fushuan. But listen, when I lost my 50-50, I was like, do I really want to spend more rolls to guarantee I get her? And then compromise how much I might be able to get Firefly? You know? Like that really sat on me. I'm like, ugh. I mean, it's going to sound terrible, and this is a do as I say, not as I do. So when I say don't do this, dear viewer, but it's just because I kind of want both. I'm aware that it'll be when it's my next payday is 2 weeks into Firefly's banner. So technically, if I wanted to, I could get Fushuan, and then I could just, if I'm being blunt, whale to get more Firefly afterwards, if I really wanted to. Bro, it means so much to me. Yeah, I'm genuinely so happy that you got her. That's been such a long time coming.
As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate
Oh, you know actually something kind of funny? This morning we got the first drip marketing for Honkai Star Rail, and a character that's going to be not in the update coming out next, in a couple of weeks, as in the update afterwards, so about 8 weeks from now. It's a character that is from the Sunsho Lawfu, so we're probably going back to the Sunsho Lawfu. Someone pointed out that the English voice actress for this character is the same English voice actress as Navia in this. And I'm like, hell yeah. I loved her performance as Navia in Genshin. I'm absolutely down for that. But what's even funnier is that the English actress for this new character, I forget her name in Star Rail, is married married to the English voice actor of Boot Hill in the same game. And I'm like, please let them interact once. That'd be so funny. Yeah, he also played Basirio pretty recently as well. That'd be so funny. Have Boot Hill and this new character interact just once. I don't care how.
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle
I'm aware that this new character is supposed to be around the child's age of the Sunsho Lawfu. You know the one I don't like at all. So she's probably around 14, 15, 16 at most, because I think that's Yangxing's age roundabout. I'm entirely guesstimating a little bit, because I don't really I don't care enough to look into how old he is.
You wouldn't happen to know any details about his name,
and I have no interest in rolling for her because I don't know anything about her. It's the same reason why I'm not that interested in Jade or in coming to Star Rail. I was like, yeah, okay, she's hot mama lady. Even I made a joke out of it when we first saw her in the adventuring part of the story. But we know nothing about her, so I'm not interested. And the fact that she's the banner immediately after Firefly, it's just like, yeah, no shot, sister. I'm ignoring you so hard. I don't care that you've got a whip and you stomp on people. I don't care that you've got all the Dommy Mummy thing going on. If your story's not interesting, you're not interesting to me, and I'm not rolling for you. Last time I heard, Twit Gamer is dating the ENVA for uni. Oh, fair enough. Speaking of uni, that's still my favorite Neptunia ship is Gear Z and Uni. That's genuinely been a long time for me. I genuinely like Nepgear and Uni's pairing more than I do Neptune and Noir's, and that's saying a lot because I really, really like Neptune and Noir's pairing. And the only reason I don't ship... I know some people ship Blanc with Vert. The only reason I don't ship Blanc with Vert is because I want Blanc. It's like, no. She's mine. Because I would absolutely get along, brilliantly with Blanc, because we would both just sit around reading books. She wrote me a new, YA novel. Hell yeah, I'll read it. She wants me to help look after, the twins. I'm good with kids. I'll help look after Rom and Ram. If a new ship came out, with Maho and Nepgear. To be fair, I'm not that far in, but the little bits I've seen of Maho, I'm like, yeah, she seems fun. But I have seen that Maho and Nepgear ship, which tells me that they probably get pretty close as friends throughout the course of the game for people to feel that. Yeah, I say that. Shippers can be wild. Characters can just vaguely look in the general direction of each other. People go, So, it could be whatever, but we'll see. Probably more this case meets the eye.
Too. The name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name. And nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something.
Best character design. Yeah, I like her design from what I've seen. He's someone who only exists in people's memories.
Wait, so you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never
I think I have an idea where this is going. I think... Because, we learned, throughout the course of the years, that the other traveler, the one you didn't pick, essentially already did all of the journey we're doing. Or, went to all the places we did. But, 500 odd years ago, before everything happened at Khaenri'ah. And I think that's what this is. I think it's like folklore turned into belief, turned into memories, because we know that Sumeru's been a little fucky with dreams in the past. I think people would start remembering things weirdly like that, especially when the academia was messing with those headset things. If you remember them.
Paimon's gonna need some time to
And making people go into like Groundhog Day and going into like the dream delirium thing where things kept on repeating. So I wouldn't be surprised if people are like remembering like knowledge of events from the past. Oh, actually, it could be tied to Rukkhadevata. You know, the one that technically Paimon should remember as well, because she's also not of Tevat. Because that was heavily enforced that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata being erased from the timeline, basically, only affected those who lived in Tevat, which is why we remember them. Which makes it hella weird, why does Paimon not remember them? And there are two theories, either A, she's faking it, or B, it's because Celestia is tied to Tevat, and so Celestia forgot, so she doesn't have the information on it anymore. Because otherwise it doesn't make sense, because she's also not supposed to be from Tevat. She's supposed to be like a being from the stars. That we're like, she literally tells us that she's not from here. She's just an intergalactic knowledge check.
You two are the adventurers who just arrived, right? You're here for the Vamara village.
So she's lying. You know, essentially, one way or another, she's lying.
Yep, sure are. We were just looking into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness
I love
you haven't
Genshin lore.
given up.
I think that's the biggest reason why, like, as much as I love Star Rail, I don't get into Star Rail as much as I do this. I think I just don't have enough room in my head for both. Like, there's a bunch of lore stuff in Star Rail I find fascinating. Like, I fucking loved the reveal of Raiden May. I like, you should have heard me, like, during that quest. I was popping off so loud. I was so happy about that.
I'm begging you.
And love the fact that her Kiana is out there somewhere. And, like, you know, all the ties to Impact Third and all that stuff. But that's just because I get the references. I'm literally like, hey, I get that reference, that person. And I pop off because I feel just, like, validated in knowing the story of Impact Third. Or knowing enough of the story of Impact Third. But Genshin, I'm just genuinely invested in all the lore and story it tells. I'm sure we'll totally try our best.
Yeah, no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this.
But you know what is exciting? Going back to Genshin.
There's a place I'd like to show you.
We might be 12 weeks off Natlan, but we're about 5 weeks off. Maybe 5 and a couple days off. The drip marketing. So we will find out what the 5.0 characters are. So we, like, whatever 5.0 launch characters, like 5 stars, 4 stars, or whatever, we'll get the artwork of them. And I'm also curious if we'll get like a big overview trailer, because we've had 2. Sumeru had a big overview trailer, but it kind of wasn't a Sumeru trailer. It introduced all of the rest of the Harbingers originally, and and the entire trailer was based around Senora's funeral, and it was all of the other Harbingers meeting at the funeral to talk amongst themselves. And then at the end, it led to a tease of Sumeru, because Dottore had plans for Irminsul, and that woke up Coley from her nightmare, which, even before it was out, was the implication that Coley had ties, if you hadn't read the book, that Coley had ties to Dottore.
Is this the place?
It was the Fontaine one that went, like, all in. Like, Fontaine was, like, it was the magic trick that Linny and Lynette... The trailer was a magic trick Linny and Lynette were performing, and in the magic trick was every single other character that you was going to meet, whilst, like, the sickest fucking jazz music played that I'm gutted didn't play anywhere in the actual game. I was like, come on! You had this, like, this sexiest fucking jazz theme I've heard in years, and it's only in the trailer? Are you kidding me?
Yep. I know it doesn't
like,
look
it
like
popped
much,
off so
but
loud
this
and
is
was
very
so good,
meaningful
and
to me.
I don't know why
It's
popped
so
off has
full
become my
of
word of the day
memories.
today, but it is. It was so good, and it's just nowhere in the game. I'm like, oh.
We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky, or
And there's also when we got like the
stop
full
to feel the
breakdown
wind
of
against our
Arlecchino, because
skin.
she like eats up like the last like
Could sit
minute
there
of the
for
trailer by
hours
herself.
at a time, never realizing how long it had been.
And the fact that they saved Furina's teaser until like literally the last 5 seconds, and it was her inadvertently foreshadowing the whole of fucking Fontaine's story, and no one knew until after it was done, and we looked back and went, oh shit! Because she's talking about how she wants a real case to commence, and she's referring to the entire story of Fontaine's story. She's talking about how she wants the real trial of that will allow her to be free. Allow her to be freed from her role as Archon, because everything else is boring and tiring her from all the years she's been doing it. And the fact that literally, like, the only line she gave in that teaser, in like the last 5 seconds, was foreshadowing the entirety of the story, and no one caught on. Everyone just heard it and thought she was a brat, which started the whole brat bullshit, before we learnt that actually she was an extremely traumatized, sorrowful soul that needed to be desperately protected, that just put up a front. Like, it's wild, and it's just like, I'm really curious if we're going to get like another overview trailer, so to speak, of Natlan, and if they do, how they're going to handle it. Because we technically with Starro, we got one of Penacony as well, and Penacony's was great because it was a music video. It wasn't like a normal trailer, it was a music video, it was a full song, and the music video just gave you bits and pieces of Penacony as it went on. Which really fits the, like, the over-glamorized style of it. Yeah, I was not expecting Furina's entire arc, like, holy fuck. I mean, yeah, right, Furina in the story is still my favourite character. I stand by the fact, and I always will, that I feel that we were not the protagonist of Fontaine at all. Navia was. I feel Navia was the protagonist of Fontaine's story arc. Like, she was in every single quest, minus the prison one. Like, everything happens to her. She loses so many people. She's motivated by her father. It's her push to find the truth that leads to so many things changing. But Furina is also, like, such a huge part of that story on such a personal level I wasn't expecting. And her story and everything around her is genuinely so beautiful. And she's still my favorite character. I'd argue she's my favorite character in Genshin easily, but she's arguably, like, top 10 favorite characters I've ever experienced in gaming. Like, I fucking love her. Like, not in the way I love, like, Firefly, but, like, Firefly, I just want her as my wife. I love Furina because, like, I love her soul. I love her because I want to help her. Not, like, as in, like, a relationship, if that makes sense. Like, just, I love her existence. And I want to help her and, like, see her achieve her dreams and, like, find her happiness. Like, it's not like a sexual or romantic or anything like that. It's like a much purer, simpler form. It's like a deep respect and longing to just help her.
Alone?
And I really can't think of many, if any, other characters that I've felt that way for that strongly in a very long time.
How should I put it?
Without them later getting compromised.
When something's
I think I
bothering
should
you,
stress.
or when you have good news to share.
Because nothing broke my heart more
Always
than
want
when
to
I first
talk
played Metal
about
Gear
it with
Solid 3 and saw the downfall
But
of
for the
Naked
longest
Snake,
time, I
when
didn't
he
know
was
who I could
genuinely
talk
one of the most
to,
charming
or
characters
if I
of the
should
entire
say anything at
franchise.
all.
But then fucking Portable Ops and Peace Walker and Phantom Pain just kind of really burnt me out of the character. And I was just like, man, they really could have just left it at MGS3 with Naked Snake and it would have been perfect.
Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I
But no,
might want to
Kojima had to, like,
confide
write in, like,
others,
4 more fucking
I
twists
don't
on this
want to become a
character.
burden.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Peace Walker, but as a whole, that's what family's for.
Really? You know exactly how I feel?
I used to have someone like that, a family member that I could talk to no matter what, but now I have a lot of friends who understand me and would be happy to hear me out.
Aww.
Oh, look at that little face.
Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well, I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend who could really understand me. No matter what came my way, I knew I could always talk to him.
You know what will be the giveaway? But I'm not going to look it up. For anyone who plays as Aoife, if they say her instead of him.
He was so thoughtful.
Because if they
and
do, then we
pure
know it's the other one. Because I think it
patient,
might be.
too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem
And that's
so
why people are so loose on the
interested,
details,
as if
because
the
it's like
things I
some
was
kind of distorted
describing were
memory
just as important to him
of
as
the
they
other
were to
sibling.
me. Ever since he disappeared, There's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow.
But in saying that,
You
of
two must have
characters
been
I
really
really
close.
enjoyed, although, like, I ultimately disagreed with his way of thinking, I thoroughly enjoyed Sunday in Star Rail. Sunday's entire character arc in Penacony so far was really interesting. And I'm super curious if that loose thread about... Because I found the letter in the end. Someone pointed out where it was, and I went and got it. That there's a letter from Elio trying to recruit Sunday. I'm really curious if that's going to go somewhere. And Sunday is going to join the Stellaron Hunters alongside Kafka, Blade, Silverwolf, and Firefly. Because I think that would be really interesting. And it would also mean we're going to see more Sunday later on.
Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village.
And it would also explain why
He'd share a lot of
they're
his
holding
own
off
wild
so
ideas
hard
as
on
well.
making Sunday playable. Because Sunday's legit the only Penaconian after this update coming up that isn't playable. Or the only Penacony character we know of that isn't playable. Everyone else is.
Oh, right. I did ask
And
him
it
about
really
his
stands
parents
out.
once.
Especially now since the
But
drip
all he said
marketing
was,
started. We're
"They're
going
not
back
here
to the
anymore."
Sensho Lawfu. Where's Sunday? Why isn't he playable? Maybe it's because they're saving him for later because, you know, they plan to do more with him later.
I didn't
And they'll
know
probably
whether that meant he
reintroduce
had
him
left
once he is part of the
village or
Stellaron Hunters.
passed
And then his
away,
playable kit will be
and
based
I
around
did
whatever he
want to
gets
cry.
there. And not based around all the angels and
Still
getting
not much to
Anoa
go
and like
off of.
Order versus Harmony and all that shit that he was in the story.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it. I'm sorry I wasn't more help.
No, don't say that. You helped us understand him better.
The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk, just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler?
It was always the same time of day, and time never seemed to pass. Based on what we've learned, this is definitely not a regular missing persons case. What Atosa just told us about us could be the key to unraveling this whole mystery. Yep, and of course there's some like loose
Look
abyss
at those
ties.
foot trails over there. Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange?
Hey, I see you, Pyromage.
The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of this?
I mean, basically saw us. He went, "Oh fuck!"
Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
All right, so Pyro won. So you're up, Yelan.
Gotcha. Take it easy. Transfixed. Everlasting as the moon. Overruled. Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Thank you so much.
I still got
wasn't
the
expecting
cube.
monsters to show up. If you hadn't been here, I'm
There he
not
goes.
sure what I would have done.
It was no trouble.
The question we should be asking now is, what's the Abyss Order doing around here?
Now that I think about it, the hilly trolls around Vimara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved. Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vimara village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something that could spell trouble for the villagers. Wait a second. The person... It's Dain's live!
Dain? Oh, he just made them disintegrate. What the fuck? Did you see that? He just put his hand out and they disintegrated. What the fuck kind of, like, evil, dark abyss magic do you have, Mr. Sliff? So, hey, Dain Sliff, it's been 14 months since we last saw you, I think. Give or take.
Oh, a friend of yours? Well, I'll leave you all to it then. I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway. See you later.
Yep, see you later.
See ya, thanks for the information. Hey, do you know what's going on with the Abyss Order, Dain Slith?
Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose?
We're also on their tail, but I'll admit we ran into them by accident.
No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilly trail activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilly trail activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy.
Well, let's see what more we can learn from the villagers, and after that, you owe us many answers.
And you shall have them. I never intended to hide anything from you. Don't worry. There should be ample time to talk.
Yeah, thanks, Yuri Lowenfall. You return to the village, and I get to read the rest of that, but we go back there based on what we were just talking about.
Ah. So that was the commission that brought you here to Vimara Village. Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilly trail activity, and that is certainly not much to go off of.
Rawdon, how about the intel you promised me?
Right! That mysterious voice she heard in her brother's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you?
Ooh, oh fuck, we just started. I want to have faith in him in a manner of speaking, yes. Ooh. No, in a manner of speaking, yes.
I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name is Vederfolnir, the Visionary.
Vederfolnir, okay.
I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin, my older brother.
Your brother?
What really happened in Khaenri'ah back then?
There were 5 of them, the 5 sinners of Khaenri'ah. The wise Roptatir, the visionary Vederfolnir, Gold Rhindaughter, the foul Sertalogi, and Rehir of Solnari, Rerir.
Yeah, we knew about Rhindaughter, but that's a lot of names to remember. Wise the Visionary, Gold the Foul, and the Russia of Solnari.
No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertalogi is Skirk's master.
Yeah, Ryan daughter Logi. I knew we knew of the Fowl, but I forgot that what the Fowl's name was. But yeah, the Fowl was originally Skirk's master many a moon ago.
And the one we just learned about, Dain's brother, Vetafolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clothar to create the Abyss Order was him.
Somehow everything is connected. If it's true, then the stone slates we found in that ruin in Fontaine, the ones that outlined Fontaine's prophecy, that was likely Vedifolnir's doing as well.
They were once people of great esteem in Khaenri'ah, those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world. Yet, deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world. So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power. And when the cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy, and for that, they shall never have my forgiveness.
And then my sibling came into contact with your brother.
Indeed. If they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world.
It must be hard about all of this. Must be hard to talk about all of this, but thank you for telling me.
Of course. As I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dain, what have you been looking into all this time?
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan
that's
from
1.4, 1.3 or 1.4. No, I think it was 1.4, because 1.3 is when we got introduced to Dain, but like the actual main story stuff wasn't until the next update afterwards.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt Osial and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment. The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then, what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
The ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
And one of the things that flows through the ley lines are memories. I think that fits into my thing. That what the people are remembering, and like the memories of someone that they seemingly can't remember or place, is because the ley lines are getting messed with, and it's messing with their memories. Then, my first read that it was something to do with Sumeru might not hold, but it's something is messing with their memories, and I think they're like, it's not their memories. It's like almost like projected memories into them of Aoife.
Wait, then our commission here in Vimara Village, the person who seems to exist only in people's memories, could it be connected?
Memories, ley lines, the Loom of Fate, the missing person that just doesn't seem to exist. What's the connection between all this?
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow. This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dain again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow. tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dain's fault saying all that complicated stuff.
My head's a mess.
Well, let's go find Dain. We've got a lot to do today.
Such a great place for a vacation. Let me just take a few more days off.
There he is. He doesn't stand out one bit. He doesn't stick out like any... It's fine.
Dain? Hello, Dain? Why are you just zoning out over here? Did something happen?
What's wrong, Dain?
The missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Oh, young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dain, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly...
So yeah, I
appeared
think
in
that's
my
what's
mind
happening. The
after I
memories
woke up.
from like the ley lines getting messed with are like projecting, like a bit like projecting images into people's minds.
And I'm certain I've never met this person before.
Well, what exactly do you remember?
I remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then.
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
How is that even possible? And how the fuck did you just give up the eye of the field tiller? We worked so hard to get that. What happened to it's under safekeeping, don't worry about it, bruh?
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory...
Oh, so he hasn't actually given it
was
up,
an
it's just to
attempt
try and make the
interfere with
illusion.
my mind in some way.
Is the eye still safe?
Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Oh, so you're going to take us to where you hid it?
But what if someone follows us? If we go straight there and someone's on our tail, aren't we just exposing the eye's location? Maybe that's the reason the Abyss Order implanted that memory in the first place. To force Dain to confirm the eye's location. Given what I know of him, though, I'm sure Dain has already thought of the possibility. It seems like he might already have a plan. Lead the way, Dain.
Of course.
Alright. After all these years, you hid it near the chasm. You know, that actually makes sense. That's almost a little cheeky, because the chasm is like the closest... is the best route into the abyss, or the closest we can get to the abyss right now. So the Abyss Order's looking for it, and you hit it like right next to the closest available base. Like, okay.
So you hid it way out here? Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
What was Dain going to tell me just now?
Hey, wait up!
Dain brings you to where he hid the eye before. As you continue onwards, the answers will soon be revealed. But when you step within, there seems to be something strange going on with Dain. Memories that should not exist enter the depths of the ruins. You have heretofore been unable to track down the missing man, but you encounter a familiar figure at the creatures of the Abyss Order emerges. Oh. After the whole thing with Aventurine, where like the quest description in Star Rail actually spelt out like a message, I've been like more like I should be checking some of the objective descriptions. Ooh. Why do all the birds almost look like shadows? Like they keep on almost like blurring out of existence.
Illusion shattered. Transfixed.
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door. Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
Oh, these are just lights. It's like, is this the thing from the chasm? I need to put the thing on? But no. The light bulb. Do I still have it? Yeah, this thing.
Take it easy.
I like this music.
Shine down. Overruled.
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism.
Oh, I know this puzzle. I've played Tomb Raider on the World. It's the
door's
same
open.
fucking puzzle.
Let's go. Our destination is just up ahead.
Looks like we can't go any further.
Be on your guard. I sense the presence of the Abyss.
Hey, dude.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
You made a colossal mistake being the ice variant when I have Ali.
Witness my rise. Transfixed.
Get out of here.
Just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see...
Dain? What's wrong?
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place.
Leave you here on your own? Will you be alright?
The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara Village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager. Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
Alright. Foreshadowing Paimon, yeah, she doesn't feel anything from the ley lines. Gee, I wonder. I mean, it makes sense for us not to. Yeah, Dain does have a point. But something still feels off. What am I missing? Dain is like the character that I really hope they make some kind of abyssal form of magic into like as like an eighth element later on for when they eventually make him playable. I don't want him to have a vision. Although, you know, I want him to be like pure like dark power, a sort of thing. What did he not want us to see? Some music build up. Oh, fuck, it's our sibling. That's why he wanted us out of here.
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
Oh, shit. That's why he wanted us out of here. Why does he have a cooler sword than us? When can we get that?
You risked your safety. And that of the Eye. That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say. But if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
You're not going to see that for a bit then, huh?
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack. We better hurry back to Vimara Village and see what's going on. Hey, look at those hilly trails over there.
They seem strangely calm.
Weren't they acting super agitated just a little while ago? Why are they so calm all of a sudden?
Wait, I hear something.
In the new world, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun. At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various
I'd be down
thoughts
for
of
non-element characters. The only trouble is like, I also just want Abyss as an element. I want something like Abyssal power as an element. I think that would just be really fun. Like, we can have both. And the reason why I'm more likely to believe that we're going to get an Abyssal element over getting a non-element, or like non-elemental character, is because of like Genshin's entire gameplay structure. I don't think they would want to give people characters that is like isolated away from like their entire core system like that, because everything is almost all the core systems of Genshin is tied around to the goddamn chemistry and the chemical reactions or the elemental reactions, you know. all of them is the chemistry diagrams. Everything's tied to everything and has reactions to everything. It might be fun for like one character to be like absent of it, but if they made like a dedicated like 8th slot and it was the non-element kind of thing that doesn't react with anything, I think that would go too against it. Like I'd be down for like one character, but maybe not in the whole style. I'd be down for Captain being non-element, but I imagine he is. But like Abyss, you could still have that tie in unique, creative ways to all the other like core elements.
Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now?
It was someone's voice.
It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the villagers in some way? Oh, this is weird. Let's check if this is happening anywhere else.
Meanwhile, whilst we're doing this, like, Aoife and Dainslip are like going to like having the fight with their life. And Skirk being non-elemental.
Looks like the same thing is happening over here too. The villagers are calm.
But the Skirk's another one. It's like Skirk, I would be okay with her being non-elemental, but if she was an element, I would want her to be abyssal. Like if she has to be one. Like I don't think it would fit her to have them to have a normal vision.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love.
Like it's Captain and Skirk, like those two are like the main ones. It's like I'd love for them to be non-elemental because it would be a testament to how powerful they are. But equally, like if Captain's gonna have an element, he won't be Abyss. He absolutely won't be because he's just, you know, who he is. But Skirk being non-elemental would be sick. But if not, I can see Skirk being abyssal as well.
Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
And the thing is, if they didn't have an elemental skill, that spares up the R2 for like anything else. You know? I mean, I still remember that one event from forever ago where you weren't allowed to use your element with it, so your character's R2 became a parry button. And it's like, well, clearly that they were trying to experiment with the idea of like expanding a moveset more physically with that. That you literally had, like, straight up, you held R2 and your character raised their guard, and if you timed it when the enemy attacked, they would respond to the attack with a parry. It's that voice again. And I assumed it was going to do more with it, but we haven't heard anything about it since.
They're sleeping.
In the end, he whispered.
But then we still, outside of the rumoured and still not confirmed level cap increase, we still don't know what the quote-unquote functional changes that are coming with 5.0 are, or functional improvements.
Sleep well, Father. Sleep well.
I'll show you the character borrowing later on.
People. When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more.
It almost sounds like a poem or some kind of story.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, now that the villagers
I know
have
that
fallen down,
the new thing, I forget what it's called. The new endgame thing, the Imaginarium Theatre, allows you to borrow like 8 characters. But I'm sure there was something with the Spiral Abyss you could do.
Let's put the situation
Oh, like when we're out of this quest
Dain
properly,
said
if you
this
remind
might
me,
be our
like
chance
either
to
at the
find
end of this
missing
quest or when we
villager.
get like a big
So we
gap
should
when
head
nothing's
back to the
happening,
Mara village
I will go
before
check.
it's too late.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't bring up the map and check now because we're in special story mode.
Grandpa Medea, is everyone alright? The Abyss Order seems to be up to something nearby.
The only thing that's kind of crazy is that now with the resin cap increase, it takes, I think as I said, it's 25.5 hours to max out or something like that. So, I get it. It means that you're less likely to have wasted resin because like you're less likely to hit the cap. But on the other side, like it really bugs me when I check it in the morning and it doesn't, and it's not like at max number. Like it just looks weird, and I'm just like, okay.
Thank you for your concern. But as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who would that be?
Huh?
Things just got even more complicated.
Well, you know, the young guy from Vimara Village. The one you've been looking for all this time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
Oh, another Toma constellation. Oh.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to. Perhaps you should try asking someone else.
But how is that?
Furina getting another Alhaitham.
Right. Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadia.
Still go for it. You never know if you'll get lucky.
Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadia about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again?
We should check what the others have to say
right.
first.
We should narrow down the possibilities first. Let's go ask someone
Yeah, I mean, the
else.
possibilities are endless. Sonic Unleashed starts playing. Hey, do you remember anyone?
Someone's gone missing? Who?
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Got Alhaitham's best friend. Do you mean as in, like, his boyfriend? Do you mean Kaveh, or do you mean someone else?
Oh, I know who you're talking
His,
about.
they were roommates. Bestie? Or do you mean someone else? Kaveh. Okay, yeah, his boyfriend.
Really?
His housewife.
You remember?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said.
His questionably domesticated best friend that he shares a house with. And I'm trying to this. My favorite thing, and I didn't even think about it until someone noticed it and pointed it out to me. Kaveh has an idle animation where he's looking for his house keys. Alhaitham has an idle animation where he finds the house keys. Like Kaveh, like Alhaitham just has them. He has Kaveh's house keys. I'm just like, you bitch. Of course. Like they have a synergized idol where one can't find the keys because the other one has it. And I'm just like, god damn it. Now, I get what you're saying, but the way they handle Alhaitham and Kaveh, the two just take strange walks out into the woods at night together. The two bounce with each other and studying. When, like, Alhaitham comes home, Kaveh's already made him dinner and is, like, sitting perched on the table like a handsome little twink. Like, they look after each other, like, a little more intensely than just buddies. It's why I always say it's like, oh yes, Alhaitham's housewife. It's been 13 months since Kaveh was one of the 4 stars on a banner. Were they that scared of that bug? It genuinely feels like they got completely scared of letting Kaveh run on a banner after that bug. Or exploit/hack. If you don't know what I'm talking about, around 14, 15 months ago, there was a hack that led to a general glitch and exploit to anyone who was like interacted with an account that had been interacted with that hacker, essentially. Where Kaveh's skill, when used, would just permanently delete objects in people's worlds. And so people would not play co-op anymore because, hey, if you've got a Kave in your world, they could just run around and permanently whoop away your shit until the exploit got dealt away with and the hacker got stopped. But ever since that happened, Kave has not shown up in, like, it's like one of the 4-star selections on any banner since. And it's like, are they that scared? Like, even after the exploit was solved? Like, it's a UMMV thing. Like, since I'm always intensely loyal and dedicated. That's fair enough. I just, over the years, you know, getting to know Honkai Impact Third, getting to know Gokuden, getting to, like, play Genshin so much, getting Star Rail, and even the bits I've seen of Zenless, it has always been extremely clear that Hoyoverse's writing company are always super, super, super supportive of the LGBTQ. They always, like, there are characters that they really want to tell you are lesbian, but they know they can't 'cause China. There are characters they really want to tell you, like Himiko. Himiko is super bi. She's super bisexual. And like literally, in her character interactions and her story stuff in Star Rail, she flirts with both men and women. She is super bisexual. They can't tell you that, but it's there. And so anytime it's like, oh, we've made 2 male characters live together and like they're super domesticated and like, you know, they make each other food and like perch like cutely on the end of a table and wait for each other and like talk about their day and like crash on each other's beds, and I'm just like, oh, their wrist is so loose, I already know. They're husbands. They just can't tell us that, but they're husbands. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting at. So it's like when it's things like this, I'm always more prepared to kind of just let it go because I genuinely believe if they could, they would tell us. But because they don't, like even if they're outside of China, like their main core of the company's outside of China, it's still something like 65 or 70% of all of their revenue comes from there. And if they do any of this shit, they will lose that, and suddenly you won't get updates to Genshin anymore because they won't have the money to, or have as much money to do it. So, like, the whole time it's just kind of like, wink, wink, we just have to have fun with it. But I'm always down to having fun with it. I mean, hey, you know what was the most blatant? Fucking Black Swan with Acheron in literally the last update of Star Rail. Where Acheron tried to be soft and play off how both her and Black Swan ended up in the Express. And was just like, oh, as I was wandering around, I got a little lost and happened to bump into Black Swan, and we both got here. And Black Swan, without missing a beat, goes, well, it's less bumped into, it's more I was stalking her. And she says it's smiling, and I'm just like, the fuck? Black Swan! Stop making it so clear you're into her. You've danced with her. You did a fucking tango with Acheron, for fuck's sake. I've seen the trailer. You did a super, like, touchy and like not kissing directly, but very like almost like lips touching, like intimate tango with her. You're into her. You always bring her up. You always bring up that fucking dance every time you talk to her in the game. Like that dance is like a core memory for her. She always thinks about the time she danced with Acheron. And then just casually like, oh no, we didn't merely bump into each other. I was stalking her. Like, why would you just admit that? And that's even ignoring Acheron's whole thing, or to be more blunter, Raiden Mei's whole thing. The only reason Raiden Mei was alive in Honkai Impact Third is because Kiana saved her from attempting suicide. And, oh wait, what happened in Impact Third? Oh yeah, right, Raiden Mei dedicated the entire rest of her life to Kiana. It was a soul lock promise that everything she did from that point onwards was solely dedicated to Kiana's happiness. I don't know how else to tell you how Yuri-coded that is. Like, I know you've got, like, you know, loyalties, and it's because, you know, she saved her life and all that stuff, but come on, they're the same age, they're both girls, and Raiden Mei openly loves Kiana, and everything she does is to serve Kiana directly. Come on. Big power move on Black Swan's part. I mean, yeah, true. And it's the fact that Acheron didn't even, like, get annoyed at her or anything. She just kind of went, oh, she just kind of carried on. Or the whole, to bring it back to this game, fucking Yae Miko. Yae Miko patiently, without the slightest complaint or whatever, waited 500 fucking years for Raiden Shogun to come out of her shell, literally, and actually be her friend again. She cared so deeply about her that she never once forgot about the Raiden Shogun and held on to the idea of seeing her again and being able to like talk with her and tease her again for 500 years. As much as Yae Miko sometimes annoys me because she's a little too heavy-handed on her teasing, that's some dedication. That's some dedication to your woman, you know? I remember seeing like a GIF and it just said, "What is she? Like, what are you, her dog?" And it was the bit at the end of the rock event that like happened last update, where at the end they casually just teased that there might be another war coming to Inazuma at some point. The scene starts with Raiden Shogun walking onto the scene and Yae Miko following behind her. Raiden Shogun turns around and walks off. Yae Miko turns around and walks off behind her, like following her. And the GIF was just like, "What are you, her dog?" Because Yae Miko is just following Raiden Shogun around everywhere. Have you seen it recently?
Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone.
It was like a sped up GIF, so you could literally, because it's sped up, you could just see that like wherever Raiden Shogun goes, Yae Miko literally just follows her. When I saw it, it's like, oh yeah.
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him. And apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
I doubt returning to the past would be that simple. Given everything Dain mentioned about disturbances with the ley lines, I'd say it's far more likely this is related to memories in some way. Yet, Paimon, why do you immediately jump to time travel? Isn't it much more likely that the ley lines fucking with people's memories are fucking with people's memories more actively? I need to think carefully. What's really going on? People have forgotten about the missing person.
Like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? No one remembers him. Because there's been a change in people's memories. If we really did travel back to a time before he disappeared, that could explain why the villagers said he hadn't gone missing. If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now.
Right! Paimon totally
I think that's correct. I think we're in someone else's memory.
We're in someone else's memory.
Because you can travel through the flow of ley line. We could literally be in ley line right now. And you know what my evidence for this is? Or what I'm going to use to support my theory? The fact that we can't bring up the map. That we can't leave, because we're not in Teyvat, we're in a memory of Teyvat.
Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time.
Oh, with Karabut.
That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all.
If we really are in someone's memory, there's a chance to find him.
Right. If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf.
Oh, I think I know this is going to go. This is going to be our quote-unquote meeting our sibling again. But because it's going to be a meeting through the memory, so it's not going to be real. So like it will be a happy reunion. They'll get to like hug and like and be like, "Oh my god, I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you so much. I'm so glad you're safe." And then like the illusion will break down and we'll have to say goodbye, and we have to do with like the moody real Abyss Order one afterwards. Like this is like the last happiness the two were gonna get before like things stop being so happy between the siblings. Let's go through what we know so far.
Good idea. That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to
implant memories into the minds of others.
Right! That! Could we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
Implanting memories into the minds of others must be an imperfect process. There's no way the new memories could perfectly blend in with the old ones. It has to be some kind of tell.
All the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara village. But I'm still not sure if they're restricted to this location.
I'm glad they brought this back. This was first introduced in Sumeru, so bringing it back while we're here makes sense.
If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance...
That also means if we get a quest that has us returning to Fontaine, I swear to God we better go to a courtroom. That was so fun at the start of like Fontaine's story, to do all the courtroom shenanigans.
There's a difference between memories that arise from lived experiences and those that are implanted into the mind. Perhaps it has something to do with time. No.
No wonder! All this time
I had to take a guess.
hasn't changed a bit. That must mean...
Oh, I didn't even realize that, Paimon. I didn't even realise the time of day hadn't changed. It's always sunset. All right, they even mentioned that when we was learning about the memories. It's always in the sunset they talked.
That's the tell of the fake memories. The implanted memories are
So we are in we are in a ley line. We are in a false memory
24 hours of the
essentially.
day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
If we consider this conjunction with what we already know, then the question of whose memory this is seems to have an obvious answer.
The color of the sky coincides with the moment in time she described. Dainsleif had memories implanted into his mind. Could it be that it's happened more than once? We thought Chief Amadea forgot about the missing villager. But it turns out, we're at a moment in time before the village issued the commission.
Ooh. So I'm pausing for a second because my internet's flashing at me and I'm paranoid it will drop. Is it Dain?
No.
No. Is it?
No.
Oh, is it a Tosa?
Oh, right. That's exactly
The Tosa was the one I thought it was least likely to be, if I'm honest. I knew like they had the whole connection with the whole sunset thing.
Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always
Hello,
seemed to
that
be
Thunder
around
dude. Hope
dusk,
you're doing well.
Just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly.
We're currently working through the new
Even
Archon
when it
quest,
felt
so
like we'd been talking
where are your
for
spoilers
hours,
if you're
the sun
not if you haven't
would
done it
still
yet
be
or
at
and or
the same
interested.
position in the sky.
Yep, that has to be it. This is definitely a Tosa's memory.
To the tree.
Yeah, that's where they'll be.
Yeah, nice. But I hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good day wherever you may be or what you're doing. So, like, Adventure Rank 25. Oh, well, I've been playing this game since launch. So, yeah, I started 3 days ago. Well, I hope you enjoy the ride. Even though there's things that I have gripes on, I genuinely love this game. And it's why I keep coming back to it every bloody update. Thanks.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary
Just enjoy the
when she
experience.
was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare
And
the
try not to let
children
yourself
on
get
purpose.
overwhelmed. Sometimes there are points where it feels like you unlock like a million things at once. Just kind of go with what you want to go with at the time. Don't like that'd be my recommendation. Because it's that is at its best when you're just kind of vibing with it and doing your thing and not like chasing after hyper specific things. Like it's not going anywhere. You know, you can always get to it eventually.
Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't. You could also just talk about what you think of me?
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young
Oh,
woman.
look at the costume. This is and the eyes. I should have gone to the eyes first. This is a Conrian. It's the gacha system. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast. This game earns a lot of money off of its gacha, which is the reason why we keep on getting all these updates of content. I assure you, though, and I can say this from my own experience, as well as, like, there's a lot of content online, you can experience and overcome absolutely everything in this game without spending a penny. The only reason I sometimes spend money on this game is because I genuinely love it, so I want to support it. But I never go like crazy with it. Like, you know, I don't go gambling maniac or anything like that. It's just I just love this game, so support it.
You'll meet many amazing people and live a very
Maybe I am
happy
free to play
life.
myself. Then that's fair enough. There's a lot of characters you can get for
Someone like
free,
me.
especially as you go through the story. Because both Sumeru and Fontaine, which are the most recent two regions, I don't know if you can just get them beforehand or whether it's when you get to them in the story, but both of them give you not only a free character, but a pretty decent free character at that.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
Oh, sorry, I'm supposed we do kind of stick out a little bit. Meanwhile, on the other side of it... Which ones? In Sumeru, you get Coley, and in Fontaine, you get Lynette. Coley's the green-haired chick with, like the green-haired girl that has the boomerang and is Dendro, and Lynette is the performer with that with like the cat ears. I don't know how much money I've spent on this one. To be honest, probably not as much as a lot of other people. Like, I rarely like proper spend money on this, but I know I've probably spent a decent amount over the years.
Oh, right. This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet.
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll head back to the village then. Talk to you some other time.
Alright, Conrian. What's up? What's going on with the memories? Why are you here? What's going on?
It's
Explain.
nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this is the first time we've met.
You're... Factoring in the memories, the Abyss Order, Luma Fate, and everything else, I need to think of the person that can connect all of this together. Chlorotha Alberic, Carabert Alberic, the visionary Verder Vornir. Oh, if you're Verder Vornir... I spent thousands, damn, yeah. He's one of these two. He's, I don't know if he's Carabert was the last quest.
Dain's brother. One of the 5 sinners of Conria. The one who stole the power of the Abyss. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the Loom of Fate. The founder of the Abyss Order. The man who broke the curse of immortality.
Oh, you're not his brother. Are you Carabert?
You're... Caribert Alberic.
Oh, that was us talking. Hey. Hey, an actual voice line from our character.
Oh.
Oh.
You know me? That's
Clear
quite
with
a
what's happening.
surprise.
Don't worry then, dude. Like, this is
met you
literally
before.
the most recent story quest that came out today. This is Act 4, Chapter 4, Act 6. This is super later on, dude. Like, don't worry about it, because it will make more sense as you go through the story. I hope I don't end up, like, spoiling anything. But we don't know we literally don't know what's gonna happen yet.
Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it?
Because Mondstadt is prologue, Leeway's chapter 1,
You saw
Inazuma's chapter 2, Sumeru chapter 3, Fontaine chapter 4. But we're back in Sumeru now because of just a new quest took us here.
This is Atosa's memory. I came here to
I love
goodbye to
spoilers.
her.
No! Experience things for yourself! No! No, I don't. You live your life. You do what you want to do.
But
I just hope it doesn't end up harming your
instead.
experience if anything does end up being spoiled for you.
Talk.
I'm at Leeway, fair enough. Oh, someone's actually translated this. Not this line, but people have actually figured out like the Tevatian language and manuscript, like Celestian language. I can't, so I have no idea what it's saying right in front of us. It's okay, I just forget easily. Fair. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to look that up. What that says. Because the people have figured out the language and all that for this game, but I haven't tried to learn it. So I have no idea what any of that just said. In before that spells out the ultimate riddle of the game or something. Talk to Caribert. It's been over a year since we last heard Caribert's name. Also, all of our map icons and everything is gone. I didn't realize I died on my piece. Oh no! What is this place?
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world after all. As you well know.
You look quite exhausted.
It's nothing.
We've replaced
I still
reminds
have enough
you
strength to play the part of a good host.
Paradise from Oblivion.
I've always hoped that I'd
That's
get
fair
the
enough.
chance to talk
I
to
can't
you
remember.
like this.
I've blocked Oblivion
Now,
out of my memory too much over the years, so I can't remember it. Like, I can't remember what that looked like. I'm going to assume it looked like this then if you're saying that, but I can't remember it at all. It's a rare opportunity for me as well. I should try to learn as much information from Caribird as I can. What exactly is the Loom of Fate? I'm more interested in that.
Sorrow and pain. Hope and regret coursing through your veins.
Oh, is the Loom of Fate just a pure vessel of power then?
Defies comprehension.
Like, it's not actually like a physical thing? Because I was thinking, like, Loom of Fate, it's a loom. No, is it literally like more of like a term, like a title? And it's just like a form of power?
Father told me that once I possessed all those elements,
oh,
I would become the Loom
of
Fate.
We're gonna become the Loom of Fate. Oh, because every region you go to, you pick up the element. Oh, fuck. We're gonna be the Loom of Fate. That's why the Abyss is so interested in us, because they want us as a power source.
But despite his intentions,
potentially, I'm entirely guessing of that.
I never truly became the Loom of Fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction. In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion. The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the Loom of Fate.
Caribird is dead. That's why he no longer exists outside of people's memories.
As for your question, the Loom of Fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines.
Weaving ley lines? So directly writing the memories of the world?
In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But
oh, so is this whole quest supposed to be like a demonstration of the Loom of Fate's power by having like this whole village be having these falsified memories from forever ago?
Real ley lines of its own. Once fully completed, the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower level ability to influence memories, but it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world.
So that was the source of your ability to implant memories?
Yes. I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life.
My left hand is broken. I'm still playing Genshin. Well, I'm sorry about your hand, first of all, but secondly... Wait, if you're playing on PC, are you playing with a keyboard? Because if that's the case, how? Like, are you kind of like... I can't even begin to imagine how you're doing that. Or are you just being very gentle with your hand, like to not, like, hurt, like, strain it? So the memories that suddenly appeared in Dain's mind were implanted by Caribird through the half-finished Loom of Fate. That makes sense, but I'm still lost as to why he went so far to introduce himself to all the residents of Vimira Village. But why did you implant memories of yourself into the village?
Ah, that.
Key binding. Oh, that makes sense.
I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well. I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life.
So that's why. I never would have guessed. But is there any kind of meaning to this? Does only existing in people's memories really count as living? UKMH controls are the arrows and keypads in the... Oh, fair enough.
I know what you must be thinking. Why would I do something so meaningless? But I just...
Do you think you'll adjust back like once your hand's better, or do you think you're just going to keep it like that?
I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Ahmadiyya, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa.
Oh, you were close with Atosa. And she doesn't even know that she was just talking to her memory and the real you's dead. Change the regular. Fair enough.
What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life. Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid.
Wait, they changed the resin cap? Yes, actually, of today's update, they upped it to 200. It's literally as of today's update. It's been 160 since 1.1, so like for like the past 3 and a bit years, they finally upped it to 200. And I imagine it's because they're slowly but surely preparing for 5.0 in about 12 weeks' time, when the next big region comes out, because they've teased that there's going to be huge functional changes impending with 5.0. And we don't know to what extent, but if it requires them to, you know, feel like they need to up the resin cap, then we'll just have to see. My big thing is that it's not the resin cap issue. My thing was that I just want the resin to refill a bit quicker than it does. Like Star Rail has the better system in my opinion, because not only does it cap up slightly quicker, but it also has overflow. So if you max out, it doubles. If you max out, so if you have 240 of 240 resin in Star Rail, their other game, if it takes say 6 minutes to get a point, because you've maxed out, every 12 minutes you get an overflow point. So it still builds up, but just at half the rate. So like even if you don't play it for a while or don't keep on top of your resin, you're not losing out as much.
After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. Even the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance.
Oh, this is even how you look.
An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
In the end, this all stems from the tragedy that occurred in Khaenri'ah back then. You know, everyone is looking for you.
I know. But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well, that's not possible for me.
As I understand it, even though you only appeared in their memories, your existence was a great comfort to them. They all believe you once lived among them.
I know.
Well, now that I found you, let's continue this conversation some other time. Dain might still need my help.
Captain Dainsleif.
Oh,
Twilight
doorbell.
Sword,
1 second, guys. My doorbell just went.
No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end.
There we are, I'm back. Settled?
Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing. The loom of fate has already been completed.
What? Again, that makes sense. If we can touch all the elements, and having access to all the elements is what results in the loom of fate like beginning to be built, what's stopping our sibling who's been on this planet for 500 years longer than us from doing it too? The Loom of Fate's already complete. That means the eye of the first field tiller must have fallen into the hands of the Abyss. Could something have happened to Dain?
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he?
Oh, he put it in, it's fused into his soul?
To a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the
Oh, no,
chance
they're telling me it's like, hey, yeah, they're talking to your brother, like, right now. He got you out of that room because he wanted to talk with Aoife.
He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan.
But Dain never handed me the eye.
That's right. Because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
Wait, does that mean he gave Dain a false memory? You made him think that? When?
Before you two entered that false location.
Traveler, wait.
Oh, that was that before we literally entered it. That was him fucking with him.
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
Yeah, yeah, we skipped that step because he skipped the memory. So when Dain froze up back then, it was because a false memory had been implanted in his mind. No wonder.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye.
So Dain had the eye this whole time, until the Abyss Order took it away. I'm not sure there's anything we could have done. But now that the Loom of Fate is complete, what are you planning on doing with it?
I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you. But I truly have no idea what the Prince is planning.
Then why did you make it so it's easier for him to get it?
Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning, I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved.
Your goal?
You remember my father, don't you? Clotar Alberic. I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory, after he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form. I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish.
Yeah, this is literally the Carrie Burke quest from like a year ago.
To comfort me, my father told me a story. That this was a fairy tale world, where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears. Even if just for a moment. My goal was simple. To use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest. To implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls. In that memory, I would tell them a story, just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us.
So the thing that caused the hilichurls to calm down back when then was Carabert's story. So that was his goal. That's the only thing he wanted. He had a device as powerful as the Loom of Fate at his disposal, and all he wanted to do with it was to offer the hilichurls a moment of comfort and peace.
I can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer.
I think it was very meaningful indeed.
All that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the Loom of Fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time.
Oh, there's going to be a memory of him. It's not actually him. But it's going to be enough for Lumine to just get to see her brother for a minute. Yeah, it's not actually... Oh, no.
Kari Bear's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along
Yeah.
with it.
Oh, yeah, it's not
Neither of
actually
us
him.
belongs
You're
here.
never...
That's why we're
Lumine,
not
I hate to
tangible.
break it to you. The next time you get to reunite actually with your brother, I think
Were
it's
that
going to
not
be a
the
very,
case,
very sorrowful story.
I'd love to hug you too. Well, how about a conversation?
But it's a memory that we get, like, that's technically real enough that we can have it.
The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to
Because
come
when we
by.
go back to reality, Aoife
You
is
agree?
still trying to kill Dainslith, is still trying to make the Abyss Order take over everything. What server are you in? Europe. I'm British, so I'm in the European server. It's why I'm streaming at the time I am, because it's only 11:32 AM in my time zone. I almost can't believe it's real.
That battle earlier was tough. The one against Dain, I mean. I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate
Oh, so
to
that
raise
fight
his
has
sword
happened.
against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years.
What exactly are you planning?
The Loom of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time. Before the heavenly principles awaken.
The heavenly principles are still asleep. Fucking the heavenly principles, they always come back.
Yes. For 500 years now. Ever since the cataclysm in Conria, there's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne, yes?
Yes, we did just do... Well, in lore, we just did the Fontaine quest. In reality, it was like 4 or 5 months ago, but yes.
Such a flagrant disregard for the rules. And still Celestia took no action.
Yeah, she did, like... She
I
literally went
suppose
against,
that's
like, the
proof
most
enough of the
primal
heavenly
rule of the
principles
heavenly
situation.
principles, and they haven't reacted yet. So I guess that makes sense, then. They're just not, like... They're, like, dormant.
However, the heavenly principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be. Or what might trigger it.
But isn't that partially what the Ceresa's trying to do by getting all the Gnosi? If she has all the Gnosis, she has the power. She literally has, like the cornerstone piece of power of every single other god or Archon. And is going to use that to directly challenge Celestia to try and force them to notice them. You really hate the heavenly principles, don't you?
You could say that. Just look at Kari Bear. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful, even as a hilly churl. Seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world, even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the heavenly principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words. Lumine?
You're the only one in this world who calls me that. There's so much I wanted to ask you. But for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never
Is the new character good?
understand.
I don't know. I haven't used Corand. I am going to roll for her once we're done with the story stuff. I'm not using her. The reason why I'm rolling for her is because I have another character called Navia, and the two of them are very intrinsically linked in like their story and their characters on like a personal level, and so like if I have one, I kind of want the other to have them together.
Why? Why
Aww.
can't we continue our journey together?
And I like how it drops our name. Like it's not like she's not being referred to as Emmy like she is, like 'cause that's what I named Lumine. She's just being referred to as Lumine here. Because it's truly her, not us.
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end.
Gee, do you think the Sea of Flowers at the end? I wonder if that's. I wonder if he's actually name dropping where our final final area of the game is actually going to be. If he literally has just now informed us of where the finale of this game is, in 3 years' time.
Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together, you told me you wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me? Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean?
I miss you too, Lumine. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes. Let alone my own sister.
Yeah, welcome to Hoyoverse. They're very chatty.
What's going on?
My guy. Especially, like, post Leeway. Like, these like, both this and Star Rail, their other main game, they've got more and more dialogue heavy as they go on. It's just, it is what it is.
This space has lost its tether.
They're always very chatty.
To exist much longer. In fact, aside from our ability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Kari Bear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that happened here.
Bruh! You can't even give her that. You can't even let Lumine have that. And yeah, in general, a lot of RPGs tend to be very dialogue heavy. You can't even let Lumine have that.
Everything in this space will be wiped from existence.
Fuck. Like, even this, like, brief moment of getting to see each other again won't matter. She won't remember it. And you can see through the cracks that it's miserable to her that she's going to get removed from her sibling and not even remember it.
You're only telling me this now?
Aww. The problem with Aoife is that he's so, or the sibling, is that he's so deadlocked on what he believes is right. But because he believes what he has to do, he has to do. He knows it will cause people to hate him.
Still so sleepy.
And know people will reject him, because it will lead to the destruction of Tevat one way or another. Because it's to do with the Abyss, it's a vengeance against the heavenly principles, which are like the forefathers of Celestia, and involved in a lot of fucking things. He, through his experience, learned something about the heavenly principles that bore this belief that doing away with them, to destroy them, is the right path for this planet. But because of that, it endangers so many, which is why we can never stand by him, and why he even said himself that he expects us to... I mean, he struggles to look at us in the eye, because he knows what he's doing is kind of bad. It's just he believes it's for the right reason. So yeah, they're gonna forget they met. Or at least she's gonna forget that she met him.
Oh, Paimon woke up a little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping.
Oh no, this is what quote-unquote really happened.
Up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here. Oh, and Dain came by just now? It looked like he was injured. He didn't say anything though. Just made sure that you were alright and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dain for ya.
I'm having trouble thinking straight right now.
Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear. He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right? And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened.
Oh, so we remembered everything up until the second Caribert vanished. And it was literally, as he vanished, she turned around and Aoife was there. So she at least remembers all the stuff with the Luma Fate and whatnot.
Really?
That the Luma Fate is technically finished. I guess our commission is complete then. The missing villager, the person who only exists in people's memories, was Caribert all along. But now that he's gone, I'm not sure how to explain things to the villagers.
What happened after that?
After that, I can't seem to remember. Maybe I'm just tired. I feel like something else happened, but why can't I remember? Oh, they can't even let her have that. I'm not sure why, but it almost feels like I lost something.
Ah, there you are. Sleep well?
Bayram? You sure seem happy. Did something good happen?
Bayram, are you a descendant? Because you've got that same, like, band thing, but around your head instead.
Something good? Huh. Wasn't anything good or bad, I'd
Or,
say.
like, it was close to Caribert before everything happened.
It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel right to leave all the searching to the adventurers. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk, he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. They looked like quite a happy family, apparently. And after that,
Oh,
well,
their memories was...
we all started to feel like that really is what happened. Kind of strange that
Yeah,
we forgot
his
all about
passing
it for
thing
so
was to
long.
give them a memory of him going, so that they won't keep looking for him. So that was how Caribert said his goodbyes. That was the last memory he gave them.
Oh, and we also remembered his name, Caribert. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner.
Well, yeah, it's Conrian. Make sure you remember it this time.
Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is. And we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
Seems like everyone thinks Caribert left the village. That's probably for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now.
Caribert is gone, the Luma Fate's now complete, and no one else will try to change the villagers' memories.
Paimon wonders how Atos is doing. Maybe we should go check on her. If she hasn't remembered like everyone else, we can tell her what happened. Paimon didn't see her in the village just now, so she's probably at the tree. Come on, let's go talk to her.
Yeah, she was the one that seemingly kind of liked Caribert, so it's going to be even more heartbreaking. It's like, oh yeah, no, he got picked up, he's gone.
Hey, Atosa, how's it going?
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Caribert now. Honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important.
Maybe he wanted you to forget.
He always seemed to appear out of nowhere, and now he left just as quickly. If Caribert wants me to forget about the time we spent together, then I'm willing to try. I relied on him for a lot of things, but I'm sure with enough time, even the deepest of attachments can fade.
Oh man, you really loved him, huh? Jesus.
Okay, I'll admit. I'm just putting on a brave face. I was dumped, wasn't I?
Ooh.
Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
Hey, I gotta go. Oh man, fucking look at the time. You don't have a watch on your wrist. Why are you looking? Oh man, this so. Oh, I've gone busy. Gotta go, Toaster. Bye. Fucking. Ooh. I'm sure he had his reasons.
You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay. It's just like Caribert said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious. And you know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day. Anyway, thanks
Oh, you
for
really
all
love
your
him,
hard
don't you?
work,
Oh,
two.
he's dead.
I promise I'd
Just
help
gonna rip
Granny
that
to
band-aid
heal
off now.
something,
Sorry,
so I should
he's
head
dead.
back.
Should have said what?
Well, that should be it, right? Everyone's lives can go back to normal now.
Well, what happened to Dain?
Oh, right! Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Curry Bear?
Right, what was it that happened? Oh, I can't remember. It feels like there's something in my pocket.
A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
You must get along with each other, the two of you. Aww. And yet neither of them are looking at each other. Also, that is not the element I have on Lumine. Look, Lumine's got the green light from Sumeru, because, you know, we're in Sumeru. No, I've got her in Geo mode. Bedtime story. That was an extremely information-heavy quest. That was a lot more focused on providing you with information about what's happening around the world and what's happening in the general narrative than it was, you know, just being its own thing, which is fine. As someone who's super invested in the lore and story of this game, getting a whole quest mostly dedicated to, like, hey, this is happening in the background with Luma Fate, this is happening with this here, Dainslith and Aoife fought, I think the Abyss Order have the Filtiller's Eye now. That I'm still not 100% sure on, because that could have been something to that. Like, there's a lot there. I'm finished. I mean, it's a 2.5-hour quest. And also, we're not done. We're going to do Koran's quest as well today. But before we do that...
Letter from an informant. Looks like the situation is
oh, can I, like, pick up this... or, like, check this photo? I can. It's just here. Cute. I said I was going to roll for Clorand. Now there's people here, let's do it. The moment, I'm not fussed with getting her weapon, because I have no intention of using her. It's just when I get Clorand, it's so I can put her with her, like, girlfriend. So we might as well just go for it. Hopefully I get her. If I don't, then oh well. Is Zhongli an Archon? If you've... I'm not going to answer that for you, because that might be spoilers. You can fucking find out for yourself. It depends how far you're along the Leeway story arc. Fucking Toma, I don't need you. Oh, hey, Cephos. I guess I don't have you yet. You are also new. I'm not using you, though. I really couldn't care less about you, my man. I just said I don't care about you, Cephos. Get out of here. Jesus, no luck, huh? Alright, last 10. Hey! Well, I have to win the 50-50 first. Because, you know, gotcha. Bullshit. Hey, Candace. I wish you was in more stuff, Candace. You're so cool. I love your design, and you're such a brilliant character. I wish you showed up in more than, like, 2 fucking quests. I lost the 50-50. Hey, fuck you, little fuck. Alright, I guess I'm not getting her. I say that. I'll keep trying in my spare time. I'm just not going to spend money, because I'm not planning on using her, so I'm not that buzzed. Unless I get her on a single pole. Unless I get her on a single pole!
Greetings. I am Clorand.
Every time!
Of the court of Fontaine. If you wish to hire my services, please state the nature of your dispute. You may leave out any extraneous details.
Every single fucking time I participate in the gacha in either this or Star Rail, every single fucking time I lose the 50-50 and then immediately get it. Every fucking time. Every time I lose 50-50 and in like the next 10 I get the character. It happened with Navia, it happened with Arlecchino. It happened with Robin in Star Rail. It's happened now. It always happens. But we got her, and so I don't care about her weapon.
Good roll.
Where is she? Oh, and we got this prick as well. Hey, let me get rid of his 1-star weapon. Sure. Yeah, that's the extent of how much I care about your character. Oh, I also need to pick up this. If you to play Xiangling team, build whatever team you want, dude. I know that's like not what you asked, but I can't stress enough. You don't need to go chasing meta or anything like that. Also, I got distracted. A moth just flew in front of my face. How'd you get in here? Hang on 1 second. I'm going to try and convince it out my window. 1 second. There, I'm back. What I would recommend though with Xiangling is that she's a good sub DPS or like support damage. Like her ult is a consistent source of not only damage but pyro. So if you have a character with another element, you can consistently get reactions off of it after she lets her ult or her burst, her ultimate loose. All right, now where is? Oh yeah, we got a constellation with you. You. Fucking the child. Hello, Clorand. What do I want to give you? Layla's not using it, you have it. And I'll just make sure Layla's not on a... Fuck it, where are you? There you are. Not on the 1-star herself. Shuffle her up as well. There you go, Sleepyhead. Have the fucking... The sword of the big story quest thing you can do in Fontaine. I got 4 Cephos. Ugh. What's after Leeway? After Leeway, you go to Inazuma, which is... Each nation in the game is inspired by a different real-world culture in different ways. Mondstadt is Germany, Leeway is China. Inazuma, where you'll be off to next, is Japan. Then it's Sumeru, which is kind of Egyptian, but kind of just like Africa in general in different ways as well. Like, I'm not the master of it. And Fontaine is France. Right, there's Navia. Hey, Navia, I got your wife. Let me actually level her up. I kind of just came away. Oh, I should actually show off how she works. Let me just do this basic stuff quick. And I'll do the trial to show off how she works, because she's fun. And then I'll sort out everything else, and then we'll do it. Events. It's in a different spot on Star Rails, it throws me off. Let me show the trial, show you what she's like. When you use her skill, she starts building up Bond of Life, which is a mechanic that Arlecchino and her have, which Arlecchino is another character, where they basically put like a red bar on top of your health that stops you from being able to heal. Like, it's like a heal lock. But the Bond of Life, the higher it builds up, also affects the damage. The The way she works is that once you start it up, you do all the shooting. When you press skill again, you charge forward. The charge forward spends it. So like, if I show you... Oh, right, I have to actually...
Drop your weapons.
Check this out.
Let me build it up.
Into the shadows.
We open fire, and you can see that there's a red bar around the health at the bottom. And then we charge through, and we spend a chunk of it. When you spend a chunk of it, it also heals you. So it's in your best... Like, so her Bond of Life right now is completely maxed out. But now our dash was doing maximum damage when we was using it. And every time you tap R2 to do the dash when you're in the skill, you heal off of the Bond of Life, but you do less... But obviously, you're banking out the damage.
Stop right there! Justice will prevail! Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Don't get too close. Here's backup.
Ready.
So she's a lightning fast DPS. But like at the cost of you have to be careful. Remember of immovable crystals. As in that's a weapon, that might be a catalyst weapon. As in for like magic users. Or essentially magic based characters. The Traveler uses short swords. There's 5 weapon types in the game. Short sword, great sword, bow, catalyst, and polearms. It's a constellation thingy. Oh, okay, then yeah, that is for that character. Each character has their own constellation, which is all this. Every character, but the Traveler, gets them by rolling them. So like with Lumine, like my Traveler, you get these through the story or by exploring the map. But with everyone else, if you want to get theirs, it's when you roll for them again in the gacha. So like D-Luke, I've rolled for him once and I got the character. Rolled for him again, I got Conviction. Rolled for him a 3rd time, got Searing Ember all the way down. So I got him 7 times over the past 3 years. Which isn't that surprising. I've got a lot of characters 7 times over the past 3 years by just playing it a lot. I've got Qixing fucking C6 just because I kept on losing her with 50-50s. Or losing to her with 50-50s. But then I also have... how many characters do I have now? Sorry, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 63 fucking characters. And I know I'm missing a chunk of them. Anyway, let's go to my home. Because I said I would put the girlfriends together, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it also requires I need to rearrange a few things. Because I'm absolutely having the lady friends together. Hey, Ali, you're going to talk with, like, the girl who's terrified of you. I hope you two learn to get along. You can build houses? Yes, you have to get further in the game, but you can build homes. And I think it's the kitchen. There's Navia. I wish you could make characters sit on chairs. And you can invite characters. Oh, there's no more room in here. Oh, shit. Hey, I'm moving what room you're in. Hey. Where's the mats? I need to put the mat back. Hey, Navi, you're coming with me. Just like warped her out the room. She's like, huh? What? Hey, awesome. That'll do. And now they're together. Yay! Hey, Karan.
Ah, you're back. I wanted to ask whether there was a space around here dedicated to training. I wouldn't want to disturb anyone during my shooting practice.
Yeah, imagine you're just trying to like rest and relax and you just say bang and it's just her. Do you like it here?
Don't worry. I'm not picky about my surroundings. How noisy or crowded a place might be. Those factors are inconsequential.
I mean, yeah, we got time. We can make this. We can do Karan's quest as well this stream.
Most importantly, I found no threats to our survival in this place. You've done well.
We are in a realm within, after all.
Its mechanical principles and aesthetic design are both quite commendable. This place is truly eye-opening. In any case, thank you for inviting me to this place. I'll be staying here for a little longer. I hope my being here doesn't inconvenience you.
No, it's fine. I mean, your girlfriend's here, Paimon's here, a photojournalist and a magician's here. Like, I hope you don't mind the guess. The Hydro Archon, or well, the placement of the Hydro Archon, Lady Furina, and a fucking literal living demigod, fucking Arlecchino's here. Just don't worry about it. Oh, downstairs, fucking Beskal Dia and Shanyun are like just kind of hanging out, sorting out my office work. And there's 2 cats. Look after them, please. I'm fucking around now. Let's get out of here. And then now I've got all this outside space because you can build all this as well. If you don't know, Thunderdude, that you can build all this as well. Like, build your general island, build the beach underneath. Build like an island that's like off the shore of it, and then like this last island here where I have all my farming. Because you can farm for crops instead of having to get them yourselves. This is what it looks like on the map. Like, so I have my crops here that are still all growing. Anyway, let's go back to Fontaine, and we can actually now start the quest with the girlfriends. Oh, a new update's available. You need to log back in, huh? Oh, okay. Okay, game, sure. A new soft patch just dropped, huh? Yeah, okay. Probably just to clean up a couple bugs. Not as in like new major update. This usually happens like during the day of a main patch. You get like a bunch of server side little updates. It will happen the next time you go online. The reason why it did it there and interrupted me is because when you're in your housing, you're technically online. Because people can come visit your house. So going from online to back to offline, that's when it pinged. Because you essentially have to re-enter the server then. So next time you sign in, you'll get it. Anyway, whilst we're here...
Add Ash... Thank you for
Grand. Recording characters. Oh yeah, I was going to say I was going to look into that for you. Let me have a look. Maybe not then. Maybe it is just the other thing. I'm not seeing anything obvious. No, not seeing anything obvious. All we've got is I don't even know if you can access it or if you have to wait for an event, like the event to start it. Is we have the new theater thing, and that you can borrow up to 8 characters. But if you go to this, I think after this cycle ends, it will start being monthly instead of 2 weeks. So like after this cycle ends, it should go up to a month, which might be when it becomes active. To be fair, that might be when it becomes active properly. Like when this cycle ends, it then will activate properly then, because then we'll be in the new system where you get more rewards and they give you more time to beat it. Because I didn't get any extra Primo gems, even though I've max started. Like they didn't drop me any extra Primo, so I imagine it is like when this cycle ends and the next one fires up. Because I've got max stars on this, I'm all done. And I got all 9 stars on floor 12 and everything. So that might be next cycle. But I'm sure it's that you can borrow a character for it, and that might also be when the theater loads starts up as well. How? Because I'm used to I know what I'm doing, and I've got a decent team structure, and know how to handle my team. And to be fair, the bonus you get this month, you get a 16% increased elemental and physical damage bonus every time your HP value changes. So characters that artificially manipulate their own health get attack boosts. Okay, because the other half. Oh, fair enough. If we have time after this quest, I might quickly load it up and just, like, fight for it quick just to show you. But let's start Karan's quest.
Still no dice?
Not at all. And I've asked pretty much everyone in the Court of Fontaine already. Lynette's ears drooped as soon as she heard that we'd have to be out and about for days on end. And Fremine, he hid himself under his helmet as soon as he realized there'd be people around that he didn't know.
Aww.
What about Chiori and Charlotte? I feel like both of them would be more than up to it.
I've asked them already, but they're both pretty busy right now. I just gave the members of the Spina a few days off, too, so I don't want to bother them either.
Hey, sorry, lady. Sorry to interrupt your date, but can we help at all?
This is getting
Look at these two. They even, like, mimic each other's, like animations. Come on, you can't tell me they aren't...
Nadia, Claran, what's up?
These two are so in sync with each other, I don't even think they realize it.
Oh, my. Well, if it isn't my dear partners. How are you all doing?
Huh. Navia?
Huh? Oh, you mean...
Yep, this is our chance.
Like, come on! I was like, wait, what are you going to do? We were just passing through.
Do you need our help with something?
Oh, precisely. My dear partners, we've got a huge problem right now that only you can solve.
Oh, stop trying to butter me up.
Whoa, for real?
Absolutely. We've already exhausted all our other options.
Let's go, Geodude. What kind of problem?
Traveler, Paimon, would you join us and play Marechaussee Hunter Judgment Day?
What?
Marechaussee what now?
It's a new game script by the tabletop troupe.
It's a tabletop game! You're looking for people to play fucking D&D with? Oh, God's sake. Girls! Girls! Our local roleplay adventure club. They're looking for extras to play D&D with.
Ever heard of the tabletop troupe? They put out games that allow you to participate in a
and
story
Lynette was like,
that
she doesn't want the commitment, and Fremine was like, I don't want to talk to strangers. God damn it.
Sounds super interesting.
Clorand and I are both veteran members of the club.
Of course they're veteran D&D
Recently,
people.
someone came up with a new script and was looking for people to help playtest it for them.
God damn it. I don't know what I was expecting from Cloran's story quest, but not, hey, we're looking for extra people to play D&D with.
And when they asked, of course I couldn't refuse. I mean, come on. A brand new script? Nobody has ever played it before.
Let me get Furina. Furina would probably be down.
Scripts at that level of development have a lot of issues, but I think this one is pretty solid. The author obviously put a lot
Furina
of
loves
work into the
storytelling,
story,
so I think a D&D
and the world
campaign would be
building
right
is
up her
also
alley.
quite credible.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I know I was the one that handed you the script, but some of us haven't read it yet. No spoilers, please.
This stream in a nutshell.
Anyway, the script calls for a team of 4. Ah, yes. We're missing one final player right now.
You're right, that is a big problem, so I was responding to a text quickly.
Saying you'll help us out? I knew I could count on you, partner.
You're gonna make me go headhunt? Oh boy. Yeah, I genuinely, let me just get Furina. Furina will be up for it.
Paimon and the Traveler are kind of a package deal. Is that okay?
That's not a problem. I'll adjust the pace based on the actual number of players, and ensure that everyone has a good time.
Well, Traveler, what do you think? Wanna play?
Is she gonna play Dungeon
Paimon will
Master?
follow your lead.
Count me in for a great script.
Well, that solves our problem. You have our thanks.
Woohoo! I'll go grab the script manager from the club right away.
Or is Paimon gonna be a number 4? I always kind of forget Paimon's a separate person.
The script manager? Didn't you just say that you gave Claram the script?
The club introduced a completely new kind of gameplay for the script. In this iteration, the Game Master's version of the script is incomplete. The script manager provides the next part of the script only after players have completed the current list of objectives.
Oh, Funded, I'm not 100% sure on your question, but I'll just quickly explain the whole thing in brief. Essentially, there are 7 standard banner characters that are 5-star. When you roll for a limited banner, the character that's on it is the character you're going for, but when you get a 5-star roll, which is guaranteed every 90 rolls, or if you're not guaranteed, I think it's like a 0.2% chance, it flips a coin, basically. And that 50-50, if you get the 50-50, you get that character. If you lose it, you'll get any one of those standard 7. However, if you lose your 50-50, the very next time you get a 5-star will guarantee you get the character you're rolling for. Which is why I knew I was getting Clorand when it went gold again. After I got Chi-Chi. Because I lost the 50-50 in getting Chi-Chi, so I knew the next time it went gold, I was getting Clorand. Regardless, because it locks it in at that point. So, yeah, but if you're just rolling on the standard banner, you can only ever get the 7 standard 5-stars. You can't get any, other 5-star characters. Which, if you're curious, the 7 standard 5-stars are D-Luke, who is, the redhead with the black coat you've seen in Mondstadt. Jean, the acting Grandmaster, who's also in Mondstadt. Chi-Chi, who's that kid you saw that I got, who is a cryo mage. She's actually a pretty good healer. Keqing, who is a Thunder Electro DPS, who's voiced by Kaylee Mills, which is always cute for me. And Mona, who is the great magician Mona Magistus, who is a fantastic Hydro unit. They were the first 5-star. When Sumeru came out, Tainari got added to the list, who is Dendro, because the grass element or Dendro element wasn't actually playable until version 3.0, and so they made Tainari a standard banner, so there was access to that. And then a few updates later, they added another pyro character, another fire character called Dia. I love Dia in the story, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think Dia's that great in the gameplay. I personally don't rate her highly, which is a shame because I really love her in the story.
On top of that, in order to increase player immersion, the club has created some of the story's sets and scenes in real life. We'll only know where we should go once the script manager reveals the starting location.
Wow, you're right. Whoever wrote this script really did put in a lot of work.
And it's got a real healthy amount of suspense, right? I mean, even the GM doesn't know how the story will end.
Yeah, I see.
I look forward to experiencing it with you all.
It's also weird to hear Clorand talk so much. She's yapping. In the main story, she's very, minimalistic in, how she speaks and how she handles herself. She barely says anything. She's very quiet. She speaks with her actions, not her words. But the moment it's a D&D campaign, now suddenly she's perked up and she's chatting a whole bunch. As we get, a clear shot view of, the buttons on her shirt fighting for their lives. That is the most dedicated, strongest button I've ever seen in my life. Jesus Christ.
Why don't you go meet up with the others first? They should all be waiting at Chioriya Boutique. I'll come over with the script manager as soon as I find them.
Sounds good. Remember to always watch where you're going, and don't rush.
You say that like I'm 6 years old or something. Let me think. What kind of character should I play this time?
I just hope you'll pick up some useful skills this time. Oh, and stop trying to persuade every animal you come across.
Silent Night. This is cute. It's not at all what I was expecting. I was expecting it like to be, you know, more grounded and serious and like on the down low because, you know, Koran's more on the down low. Yet here we are. Oh, Linny and Furina. I said we need to get Furina on it. Furina is absolutely a game player. She would absolutely hop in.
You're back. Huh? And you've got the Traveler and Paimon with you too.
Hey, Furina. Lovely to see you again.
What a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, and you, sit down.
Joining us in the game then?
Linny, Furina! Paimon didn't know you were playing too. Are you also members of the tabletop troupe?
You two.
I'm more of a casual member, if anything.
It makes sense for Linny, you know, like magician and all that stuff. He's always used to acting, so him being slightly like up for D&D, I guess that makes sense. Furina, no, she loves storytelling. She lives by performance arts and storytelling. Like that, and that made perfect sense for her to be interested in this.
Still, I'm sure it'll be fun being a player for the first time. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I'm not a member of the club at all. Claran simply woke me up first thing this morning, said there was a good script worth experiencing, and asked if
Claran, do you still serve Furina directly, even though she's not the Archon? Because that line implies that that's the case. You just went straight to her house, woke her up, and said, "Hey, get up, it's breakfast. Anyway, you're doing D&D."
If you're interested, I can give you a referral. That should give you a 40% discount on membership fees.
I think I'll wait to see how this experience plays out first, especially when it comes to the quality of the script. If it's sufficiently fun, then I'll join.
Do you participate?
That was a real roundabout way of just saying, let's see if I like it first.
You could say that. She's actually one of the few senior game masters.
Of course she is. You're a senior D&D game master, huh? You've been playing this for a while, huh? Have you been on Critical Role? Are you a regular? How do you know Matt Mercer? I'll stop that bit now.
I knew about that even when she was still my subordinate.
It's nothing. Really, just a small hobby of mine.
Wow. Paimon's so used to seeing you be all upstanding and intimidating as the champion duelist. It's kind of hard to imagine you role-playing with a bunch of friends.
So, do we have any problem with the rules? You have to submit a duel request with you?
Surely you jest. I would never intentionally make things difficult for my
players. Something else someone noticed that I didn't even think about until someone said it. Coran's eyes are looking down the barrel of a gun. Like her actual iris is supposed to represent looking down the barrel of a gun because she's a hunter.
I maintain a
and I was just like, oh, that's kind of sick. That's kind of terrifying, but sick.
The me you see at court
but you just never see like a good close-up on her eyes to really identify
I put
that.
All personal feelings to the side and grant a fair duel to all who seek to defend their honor. But in my personal life,
yeah, now this you can see. Like, there's markings around the cylinder where the gun is. There's light at the bottom of it. Like her eye is supposed to represent looking straight down the barrel of a gun. Like even when she's looking at you, you're staring at death effectively. We're gonna go see you soon. Well, thanks for popping in, dude. You take care of yourself.
Well, you say that, but for all the time I've known you, I don't think I've ever seen you cry. I've seen you get angry, sure, but now I'm wondering whether you were actually mad or if it just looked that way from the outside.
I was probably in work mode during those times.
Is that so? Well, in any case.
But if we are doing the Koran quest now, then that means I'm not streaming this tomorrow. I will be back on... I say back, we finished Tomb Raider. I will be starting Metal Gear Solid tomorrow.
So you want to see me cry? That might be a little difficult. A show of anger, though, that might be something I could accomplish.
Which will be very exciting. I can't wait to go through MGS1 again.
No, that's
and it will be fun as well, because it will be the first time I'm playing MGS1 on the NTSC version, where I'm playing it at its intended frame rate and speed. Because, being British, I've always owned the PAL version, where it runs at 25 frames per second instead of 30. And the whole game pace is 10% slower. So it'll be my first time playing it slightly like faster than I'm used to. Like to you guys, it'll be I'm playing it at the normal speed, but for me, don't be surprised if I accidentally like run into an enemy because Snake's moving slightly faster than I'm used to him running. Because I'm used to the PAL version. Like it's gonna happen at least once where I'm just gonna run into an enemy head first because Snake's faster than I remember him being. Instead of grabbing them from behind or like flipping over my shoulder or something. Because I'm going to be CQCing as much as I can get away with. Save my ammo.
Ah, I'm back! Here, allow me to introduce you to the script manager, Mr. Florian.
Hey, Mr. Florian.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Hello. Wait, are you a champion duelist too, Mr. Florian?
Oh, no. This is just the costume provided by the club. I occasionally play a few of the roles in my scripts.
Oh, fair enough.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It's nothing. It's
and for people that more watch my stuff or Hoyoverse stuff, and are like, oh, he's only going to do one stream, don't worry, we're going to be back with Star Rail in 2 weeks' time. And we are... I think it's in 2 weeks' time is Star Rail. In 2 weeks' time after that is Zenless Zone Zero's release.
Anyway.
So we've got a lot of Hoyoverse to come. Because obviously Zenless, that won't be a one-off stream. That will be, we will probably keep on streaming it until I get through the main story, sort of like what I did with Star Rail.
This script was adapted from the real history of the Marushose Hunters.
But what I will be doing is, with Star Rail, because I joined late, because it didn't come out on console until 1.4, I never labeled the streams on version update, I just labeled them on like what story arc we're on. Because Zenless is going to be 1.0 launching on PS5, like with Genshin, I will be labeling it 1.0. And then maybe time we come back to it, I'll be labeling the stream on what version update we're on. So if for anyone who like watches through them, or watches through the archive, they can see like what update it was on, how far along it was, what wasn't out yet, etc., etc.
Paimon's not super familiar with the history
Because
of
I have a playlist that's all my live streams of Genshin, but I have a playlist that's also just all of my content I've done for Genshin full stop, and every single video in that is marked and listed by updates. So it's like here's all the 1.0 videos, all the 1.1s, all the way through to obviously now this stream will get added afterwards.
Oh, no problem at all.
There's not as many like normal videos on there because I kind of like steered away from that more into live streams, but there's still a handful of them, especially on the earlier side. When you keep in mind, I did a live stream in 1.0, and the next live stream I did wasn't until I started streaming all the time like I do now, which was 2.5. I think 2.5 was the first update I streamed. Either that or 2.4. It was one or the other. No, I think it was 2.5 because I spent a good chunk of that stream showing off Enkanomiya because it's still like the newest area and I thought it was beautiful, but I'd already done the quest in my spare time. Actually, no, it was like that way round because when 2.4 came out, I was going to do videos on it, but I ended up not because I was down with COVID at the time. I remember it now.
Traced back to the ancient Remurian dynasty.
I was really unwell with COVID at the time, so I just didn't do really anything with it. I just kind of played it when in my spare time for like genuinely only like a couple hours at a time because I was super like bad. I was super unwell at that time. I got it real bad, unfortunately.
And I'll provide additional commentary as the story progresses.
In that case,
no, I don't exaggerate when I said that was like the hardest 2 weeks of my life. I really struggled.
Oh.
And then what did I do? Like, as soon as I started feeling remotely better, start fucking streaming and play Danganronpa. Yeah, that was a great game to start off when I was still, like, only just starting to get better and still felt very weak and kind of sickly.
I see.
I was super, like, out of it and under for, like, the first month and a half after I, like, quote-unquote recovered from COVID when I was first starting to stream. And if you ever go back to, like, my earlier streams, you can hear it. You can hear it in my throat. My throat was, because I actually, like, really badly damaged my throat from, like, coughing so much at the time. And yeah, I streamed. So, like, my voice is very inconsistent across all of them. And very strained for a lot of it. But I just did it anyway because I had fun. Did someone say, oh, get out of here. Not about you.
So, as we follow the story, it leads us to specific scenes? Ooh, sounds pretty innovative. What does the message in the envelope say?
This sounds just like a D&D campaign and more like an Easter egg hunt that you'd set out for kids. But, you know, you have to find the clue, and you have to follow the story, in quotation marks, by following the path, and it will lead you to a next envelope that will have the next clue for the next destination. That's more what this is like.
The
A
exact
scavenger
location
hunt.
of the scene, as well as the formal permission to use the venue. Seems like they have everything prepared. Please check all your belongings, everyone, and make sure you haven't forgotten anything.
This
Once
is a
you're
cute
ready,
little party,
please
though.
follow me to the designated
Lumine,
location.
Paimon, Koran, Navia, Linny, and Furina. I mean, Linny, you're a little outnumbered. You're the only male here. But, you know, it's fine. Head to the game venue indicated in the script, which is just outside over here. I really hope we get something Danganronpa soon. Like, it's weird that, like... She's your girl, Linny. Yeah, he's one of the girls today. I remember that happening a couple times when I was a kid. And it's kind of funny now, you know, considering nowadays how I am. But a couple times it was like I was the only boy in the group, and so I was just referred to as one of the girls because it was just easier. Like it was just easier than saying the girls and Rob. But like, it's like the publisher, like, like 2 years ago, because yeah, it was not long after I got into Danganronpa that I remember reading it. They said that they wanted something new Danganronpa related every year. Not like main games, just, you know, something, whether it be like remasters or ports or, you know, something to just kind of keep Danganronpa as a brand name in people's minds until like a next main entry is out. And that didn't manifest. So obviously COVID could have still had like long-term repercussions on that, but all we got was that year we had like the Summer Beach Party game come out, but oh wait, that was already on the Switch version that came out a couple years prior. It was just ported to the other platforms. Last year I don't think we got anything, and this year we've yet to get anything. It's like that didn't really become of anything, did it? Like, where's my like hope cart? Where's my kart racer? Where's my like I don't know, escape room game featuring Nagato, because Nagato did that for like Dangan 2. Where's like Ultra Despair Girls 2, since that game's like an over-the-shoulder shooter, so why not just do that again? You know, like, just do something with it. We're not going to get Dangan 4 for God knows how long. Oh, that's the bloody thing. God, the Dangan director's new game, that's out like imminently on like all consoles that aren't Switch. I feel like that's like, I think it's out in Japan like next month, and it's out in the rest of the world in like October. Like, that's something I need to actually try and figure out where I'm going to fit in the schedule, because obviously I'm going to want to try that.
It's a card that's used to
To
determine
see like the parallels
success
with it
or
being the
failure.
same, like all the same
We'll
team
need
as
to use it
Danganronpa,
when
like
we
what
try to
parallels it
use
has
certain
to it,
skills.
what it does in its own, whether I enjoy it like Danganronpa or if I don't.
And what about all the dessert and tea?
I know it had like a DLC story as well, so I'll probably do that as well. I think it had 3 DLC episodes.
That's what the message
And I'll
said.
see if they finally like broke free of the curse of having terrible chapter 3s in every single one of their games.
Really? That's so nice. It feels just like a tea party with friends.
Oh, Furina. Sometimes I forget that Furina's deeply lonely, and she's only just broke free from her shackles so can actually hang out with people. So of course she'd be really happy about just hanging out with people.
Those snacks have Paimon's name written all over them.
I think you might be more of a snack hunter than a Marashose hunter, Paimon.
Snack hunter Paimon reported for
Reminder, Linny's voice actor is the same voice as Blade in Star Rail.
down every last one.
Damon Mills.
The desserts are great. But I'm still looking forward to the story more than anything.
Very fair. Then, let us begin. First, please pick up the blank character
Oh yeah,
cards
she
in
sat
front
next
of
to
you,
me.
and write down your name and profession.
Blank character from the cards in front of you and write down your name and
You can
profession.
find an abbreviated version of the rules printed on the back of your character card. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. In this story, everyone is a Marashose hunter. To reflect this, the club has prepared a small badge for everyone.
That's cute.
Ooh, nice.
So yeah, we can play make-believe.
As hunters,
This
you
whole
have
story
proficiency
quest so
in
far is really
swordsmanship and
charming.
fighting by default. So
Like,
there's
it's
no
not
need to
serious
allocate
at
any
all.
additional
It's they're
skill
literally
points to
just
those
playing a
areas.
D&D scavenger hunt game. And like, that is not at all what I thought Clorand was going to get for a quest, but I'm kind of vibing.
Swordsmanship? So there's a
But
fighting part to
I
all
think,
this?
considering like this and Siege Queen are going to be like the
She
last
shouldn't
real
do
story
that on
quest
her
we...
own.
And like the
Making
last
her
real
uncle
hurrah
just
for
stick with you?
Fontaine, assuming Amelia doesn't get a quest, which she might. Ending it on such a happy and kind of like charming note, I think is a good way to go about it. Because let's be real, I think Natlan's going to hit the ground running. I think Natlan's going to be a lot grittier in its narrative, not just because war, but because we're getting into much later in like the general narrative of Genshin. I think it's going to start getting a lot darker and a lot more bloodthirsty. So having this kind of like be like the last hurrah, like the calm before the storm.
Why don't you share a character card then? The Traveler will be the Marachose Hunter, and you can be her little floating assistant.
And the fact that Clorand's like so prepared for this, she's bending the rules a little as she goes to help make sure everyone can enjoy it still.
Huh. Kind of like in real life.
So, for the name, do I fill it out with the name of my character?
Yep. It can be any name you like.
You can use your real name too if you want. I do that whenever I get too lazy to think of a new name.
Anytime I played D&D, I've always made a made-up name. I've never used my name because I'm not too I'm not subtle about the fact that I'm not a big fan of my name. I'm in real life. I always use fake names. It's why like anytime I design a character or like have to name a character in any game I play, I make a different name. That's just my D&D spirit kicking in. You know, that's why like we're Emmy in this. It's why we're Azel in Star Rail. It's why we're Phyllis in Caligula 2.
Oh, so it would be like experiencing a different life.
But it's more I don't like my full first name. I'm okay with Rob. I'm okay with Robu. That's why I named my title and my channel Robu, because I genuinely like Robu. That I'm fine with. It's Robert. I hate Robert. I don't like that name at all. I can't even explain it to you. I just really don't like that name at all. It's always been like a real like vicious point where I just like the only person I ever accept calling me that is my mother. Everyone else is like, no, call me Rob, please. I'm begging you. You know?
In that case, I think I'll continue to use the name Linny then.
Change my old man passing. That's fair enough. All right, Linny. You're a magician, but you have no creativity, huh?
Next up is the skill sheet. You have a limited amount of skill points that you can use to learn.
Yeah,
a number
I've
of
played
skills.
Fallout New Vegas. I know how to
The more
handle
points
skill
you
sheets,
invest in a
Coran.
particular skill, the easier it will be to pass associated checks.
It's literally D&D. You're gonna have to pass checks if you're higher points.
I'll take
Persuasion.
and investigation.
Oh, okay.
Those are
I
must-haves when it
refuse to
comes to
believe the
missions like
devs didn't play D&D and going, oh, we should put this in Genshin. I refuse. They had to have. They refuse they didn't, sorry. They refuse to believe they didn't. They had to have gone. They had to have played D&D and said, can we put this in Genshin somewhere?
Oh, those skills sound like they'd be useful for gathering intelligence. Good idea, Navia. Just as expected of a veteran
And my
player.
first giveaway for this is that it wasn't that many updates ago. They literally gave you a D20. Like, I think it was like 4.4 or 4.5. One of them, when you hung out with Lynette, she gave you a D20, and you can roll it anytime you want. You just go into your menu, click on it, and roll it, and it will give you a number from 1 to 20 at random. It's like, yeah, they're clearly someone in the team is a D&D fan. You've never seen anything to him. Expected. Last name is that my man. Oh, that's fair enough. I'm kind of like that. My middle name is my old man's name. The trouble is that I don't associate with my natural father at all. I make no secret of it. Like I haven't spoken to him in years. I don't plan to change that. I have no interest to. So my middle name is just kind of like a lingering reminder that I wish I didn't have sometimes. But it is what it is.
So, should we also take those
Same with my
skills,
last
then?
name. If I ever change my name, I plan to take my mother's last name and completely abandon my father's.
Not necessarily. Since we're working together,
I'd rather
as a
be a
team,
Wright
we
than
could
a
leave the
Maurice.
negotiations to Navia,
Which Wright
and
is my
use our
mother's family
skill
name.
points to pick up other useful skills. For
I have
example,
infinitely more
I
time,
think I'll
respect,
take
and love for my
stealth
mother than I
and
ever will
sleight
my old
of
man, so
hand.
it just makes sense.
That will give us more options if we run into any situations we can't negotiate our way out of.
All right, Lenny. So we got our thief class. We've got our brainy talker class.
Oh, interesting. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I suppose it's not so different from an acting troupe. Everyone has their own role to play. Let me see. I'll take...
You're gonna be the
art
performer.
and performance. I'm not quite sure what use they'll be, but I'm not as knowledgeable.
I mean, yeah,
about
Furina,
the
if it's
other
your first time
skills,
playing D&D, just
and,
go with what sounds cool and see how it plays out.
confident I'd be able to roleplay them well.
Well, that leaves us. What do you want to learn, Traveler?
Medicine.
Ooh, so you want to help people when they're injured.
Oh, we pickle free
That's
anyway.
nice of you.
Never mind. Insight.
Oh, something that'll help you get a read on other people's thoughts. Sounds useful. So what do you think? Are you sure you want to learn these 2 skills?
Oh, okay, never mind. So we go. Look, we can't cook. Maybe we got it some more.
Sure, what do you want to learn?
Now, let's take medicine and cooking.
Gotta say, ooh, so what do you think? Are you sure you...
Yep.
Let's see.
We don't need insight. We've got the persuasion.
Oh, looks like you each have enough points to choose
There's
one
4
final
books of
skill.
D&D. Oh, fair enough.
You've all picked such classic skills. It's fine to go a little bit out of the box, you know.
Hey, look, I'm just making sure we
Why
survived.
do I get the feeling she's getting ready to cause trouble?
Oh, Corand, you know your girlfriend too well.
For example, this one here. Summon. Doesn't it sound super mysterious and cool?
Oh, I saw that one just now as well. The description says, this skill can be used under certain circumstances to summon characters or creatures that fit the script's world-building rules.
The script's world-building rules, huh? But how are we supposed to know what a Marashose hunter can summon?
Oh, that's not for us to worry about, my friend. Just learn the
Yeah,
skills that
Navia,
interest you.
Navia,
and the
you know
GM
what you're
will take
doing. She's
care
like,
of
that's
the
not for us to
rest."
worry about. You can just make things happen because the game master will have to figure it out, not you. Yeah, and Coran's like, oh, fucking, here we go. Yeah, Coran's like, you've just put so much extra work on my eyes. Hey, Navia, let me tell you a story about why my eyes look like the barrel of a gun. Or like looking down the barrel of a gun. It's because I'm glaring at you with them.
Alright, you've convinced Paimon. Let's learn summon
Fucking goddammit.
Paimon can't wait to see what kind of thing shows up.
Well, now that everyone's more or less finished creating their characters, we can begin. Since 2 of our players are doing this for the first time, though, let me ask, would you like to play on easy mode or authentic mode?
What's the difference between the 2?
Well, in role-playing games, the story sometimes changes based on the decisions of the players and the results of the fatometer. For example, if you fail a check, that means
Yeah,
you cannot use the target skill in that scenario. A critical failure
Rolling
may
a
even
1.
result in further negative consequences.
As a Sniper Elite reference, is it? Oh, Jesus.
If you choose to play in authentic mode, every time you elect to use a skill, you'll need to use the fatometer to see whether
Oh,
you
okay.
succeed
She's
or
saying,
fail,
look,
and face
what
any
Coran's saying is, look, if you play in
consequences
easy
that may
mode,
follow.
if you get yourself stuck, I'll bail you out. If you're playing in authentic, you fucking gotta live with your decisions. That's what she's saying. I mean, that makes sense. She's a professional huntswoman and a gunmaster. Of course she plays Sniper Elite.
If you choose easy mode instead, every check will be
Yeah.
successful by default, and you won't have to worry about luck playing a factor.
Yeah, we are going to play it. Random checks triggered by the photometer often serve as indicators for Destiny's course of success or failure of an action. Please draw a card to get a random number between 1 and 20. If the number displayed is greater or equal than the check you'll pass, otherwise it will fail it. Yeah, if you're role-playing a Steam, sometimes reflect the results of the checks. Your current check bonus will be added randomly drawn numbers, making it easier to pass checks. In easy mode, all checks are considered success by default.
Given that I'd like to focus on the story, I
Oh,
suppose
Furina's like,
I should
Furina's like, I know my
easy
luck.
mode.
I will roll a 1 every
I'd feel
time.
bad if I brought the team down by failing my checks.
Huh? Oh, come on. Don't
Navia.
worry about that.
Navia.
RNG is the lifeblood of role-playing games.
Navia.
I'm going with authentic mode for sure. Never knowing what you might have to overcome. Ugh, doesn't that sound exciting?
Navia, when you play D&D, do you start literally every single sentence with "I roll 4"? Do you just live in the moment or trying to see how many you can roll?
I'd rather be mentally prepared for what might happen.
All right, then I'll mark down Furina for easy mode. All her checks will be successful by default. As usual, Navia and Linny will play on authentic mode.
What about you, dear partner? How would you like to play?
If I pick authentic mode, Furina's on her own. As like the only one that went for easy mode, so I'd feel bad. Yeah, I'll go with
Are you
easy
sure?
mode. Yeah, I'm sure.
No need to worry about the pesky photometer. Pretty good choice if you just want to relax and play the game.
Honestly, I don't think Clorand would make things too difficult for us, no matter what the photometer says. Isn't that right,
I'm sure there's
Clorand?
some real funny bullshit you can get if you like critically fail like things that you need to pass.
No promises.
That wasn't super reassuring.
Well, anyway,
But
enough
I'd feel
talk.
bad making
Let's
Furina
get
on her own.
started. I want to experience at least a good chunk of the story today.
Speaking of the story, why is the beginning scene on a beach?
Well, that's because
Oh, here we go.
a long time ago,
Oh my god!
when human civilization was still in its infancy, powerful demons and evil sorcerers
Oh my
ruled
god.
over the land.
Like they even
They created a host of monsters and sent them to slaughter
Get out of here. I
all
forgot to
humans
set it
in
on back
existence.
to auto reject. This is hilarious.
Soon, a group of human rebels banded
Yeah,
together.
Game Master played by
With their
Koran.
swords raised, they swore to brave the darkness, and in doing so, subdue each and
And
every
then most likely
monster that
difficulty.
sought
Yeah, I kinda
their
gathered.
destruction. They became known as the Marashosei Hunters.
They should just keep this artwork in general for like when characters talk. It would be sick to have like some really cool key art like on the side of a character when they're chatting. Oh, that was a lot. That was it was loading hard there. You see how much it started?
Sometime later, as a member of the Marashosei Hunters, you receive a commission. Following the address provided on the message, you take a boat and arrive at this strange city. As you inhale, you can taste the slightly salty air of the docks as you begin to survey your surroundings. There aren't many people in the vicinity, but you do take note of a few others who, like you, seem to be sizing up this place. Your eyes meet, and you realize these people are fellow Marashosei hunters, likely led to this location after receiving the same commission as you.
You're all Marashosei hunters
Aww.
too, right? Allow me to
Aw, that's what
introduce
Navia
myself.
looks like?
The name's Navia, monster hunter
Yeah,
by
because she's using her
trade
real
and
name.
helpful neighborhood businesswoman
Oh, she
on the
said she'd
side.
only use her real name if she's feeling lazy. She's just admitted she's she's being lazy here. That's cute artwork
What
too.
say you to traveling together? We can help each other out on the road.
Okay, count me in.
All right, Linny.
My name is Linny. I've been wandering since I was little and picked up a few less than legal tricks along the way. I was adopted by a Marashosei hunter and later chose to follow in his footsteps.
Is this where you introduce your character to everyone?
It was like Atlas stuff. It
Sounds
kind of
like
does.
We've done this dozens of times.
Oh, Furina. Oh, Furina, you're such a girl prince. Look at that design of her. She's such a girl prince. She's so.
Always
Oh.
had a strong interest in performance and the arts. Even though I'm a Marashosei hunter, what I really want is to be a performing artiste.
Hey, that's really cool. You can do it, Furina. That's exactly how it's done.
Paimon is Paimon, a good friend
Oh,
and
Paimon looks
companion
cute.
to this Marashosei hunter right here.
Oh yeah, right. Because they were the two we picked, so we have to go. We used to be doctors.
I've been studying medicine ever since
Aw.
I was a child. I want to do my
I wonder if
part to
our
eradicate
design would be
these
different
monsters
if we
and
picked
use
different
what I've
things.
learned to heal others.
Because we picked doctors, we have the syringe and everything. I wonder if we would look different if we were a chef or insightful.
Oh, welcome.
Oh, I
Let me
love
face
this.
the monsters. I'll make
My
sure to
cheeks
charge
hurt.
a
I'm
front to
grinning
give
so
everyone
much. This
some
is
cover.
so
You
sweet.
can
This
take
is
care
so
of the
cute.
healing
I
at the
love
back.
this. I'm gonna be saying that a lot.
You open your envelopes at the same time. The message reads, "To the honorable and trustworthy
Yeah, meanwhile, Game Master
Marashosei
Koran's gonna be in
hunters,
the background of all of this.
Our kingdom is currently facing a grave crisis. The lands outside the capital have been overtaken by monsters, and our people are being led astray by forces of wickedness. We beseech you, please help us resolve this crisis and return peace and stability to our home.
Huh. The layout of this city looks super familiar. It kinda reminds Paimon of Mondstadt!
The scriptwriter must have used a real-world city
Oh,
as a
see, when
reference
they're
when
not,
coming up with
yeah,
the map.
when they're not in like game mode, when they're not like role playing, it's just in normal subtitles. It's only when they're role playing. Yep.
As experienced hunters, the layout of the city reminds you of places once traveled.
Meanwhile, in reality, they all just sat around a table and like Karan's just
streets
talking all this
and the
out. They're
gentle
using their
tranquility
imagination.
of days gone by. Yet, as you regard the city in front of you, it appears to be little more than an empty shell. Its hollow
This
gates
isn't my
are
type,
open
yeah,
to
fair
you,
enough.
beckoning you to come forth and bring salvation back to the town.
I carefully read every line of the letter and turn my attention to the signatures at the bottom. Who issued this commission to us?
You see a long string of unfamiliar names. It would seem that many of the residents of the city issued this commission together.
Hey, I know it's a
They
long
sensed
shot, but
that
hey,
things were
Genshin,
not
if you
right
ever like
within
actually
the
start
kingdom,
putting more effort
and
into
sent a
costumes
distress
other than
signal
like
to the
3 every 6
outside
months when you
world.
feel like it, all of these D&D costumes, please and thank you.
In that case,
Especially Furina's.
why
Look
don't
at
we take
her.
a walk around the city and see if we can learn anything from the local residents?
I like how even in like her D&D costume, she still has a hat on the side and the hoge coming out the top.
Oh, good idea. We might be able to get some leads on the monsters and bad guys we're after.
Especially mean.
You look up and see a tavern nearby.
I wish the Traveler
It
could get
appears to be open
alternate
for the day.
costumes. It genuinely really annoys me that they went out of their way to make an in-law reason for why they never will wear another costume. Because they like their main costume too much. And I'm just like, bruh, no. I know why they don't want to, is because if they have to make an alternate costume for one Traveler, they have to make an alternate costume for the other one. You know, like if they make one for Aether, they make one for the main.
Why don't we go check out that
I'm
tavern?
really curious what all
If
the
the
other
novels
versions
I've
of
read
us
are
could look
anything
like
to
if
go
we picked
by,
Chef or if we went for
taverns are
Insight and picked
usually
whatever that
full
job
of
came from.
information.
As you approach the tavern, you find a plainly dressed woman standing nearby. She appears to be rather troubled about something.
Greetings, friend. Lovely weather we're having today, don't you think?
Oh, hello.
Melancholic
I suppose
young
you're
woman.
right.
Played by
The weather today is
Cloran.
quite lovely. If only those monsters
Oh, is
out there would
Cloran
stop causing
voicing all the
trouble.
NPCs too? That's funny.
It seems like
We're gonna get, you know what? This is gonna inadvertently be a very good,
If we keep asking questions,
or like actor demo for Cloran's actress, Crystal Lee. I think that's her name. She can just be like, hey, look, play the D&D quest. Look how many characters, like NPCs I voiced that I make a little different while still trying to keep up the whole Cloran-esque sound.
Oh, come now, don't be sad. Life is all about optimism. Oh, that reminds me. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Huh?
I don't think that's the kind of question we're supposed to ask.
Nothing turns a frown upside down like good food. How about some macarons? I could make you some.
You didn't even take cooking as one of your skill proficiencies.
That's not necessary, miss. Excuse me for saying this, but you don't really look like a chef. Besides, I'm not really a fan of sweets.
So you're someone who barely smiles and doesn't like sweets. You're really starting to remind me of this one friend of mine.
Cloran's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you in game. Cloran's like, I'm the game master here, Navia. I will get you killed. I mean, this just let me be real.
Hey, did she just me?
Cloran must have broke character for a second.
This isn't getting us anywhere. Traveler, maybe you can think of something.
Yeah. How about I cook something right here, right now?
Are you sure?
Positive.
In that case, please refer to the fathometer.
Well, we will quote-unquote win this, because we're on easy mode. Yeah, we would have lost miserably if we hadn't, so cool.
Whoa, it was a success!
You remain silent as you prepare a pot and fire to use for cooking. The woman stares at you with her mouth agape as you skillfully cut the ingredients and toss them into the pot. After some time,
Someone's like the Hobbit.
aroma begins to fill the air. Even a passing cat can't help but stop in its tracks and look up in anticipation.
Please have some food. Who knows? Maybe you'll feel better.
We're
after
in
eating
like
something
chef
delicious.
attire now. I just realised we're in chef attire now because we did cooking. We're not in the doctor's attire with the glasses.
Whoa, that's amazing.
Wait. So, as long as you pass the check, you can pretty much do anything? And it won't be seen as absurd?
Oh, thank you. You were right. This food really did make me feel better.
Yes, Furina, you're learning D&D. You can make anything work as long as you roll high enough.
What had you so worried earlier? Could you tell us a bit more about it?
Can't wait to hear the Japanese actress in this. It'll be delightful. Fair.
Okay, let me fill you in. A horde of monsters suddenly appeared near the capital recently, so all the guards were
You know what this is
dispatched to
doing?
fight them.
And it's probably partially the point. It's putting me in the mood to do D&D. It's putting me in the mood.
Do you remember when those monsters appeared?
I haven't done D&D properly in a while.
I'm not completely sure. All I know is that my husband was dispatched to fight them 3 days ago.
Do you know where he was sent?
It all happened so fast. When we said our goodbyes, he couldn't even tell me where they were sending him.
Same.
You have our thanks, friend. We'll find
But genuinely, I know it's just for this,
as soon as possible.
but I would love for them to do, like, just have, like, key art of the character next to the voice box. Like, with the subtitles. It's just, it adds a little bit more personality to it than what we usually have in the game.
Oh, thank you.
Don't worry. We'll find him. Just try
I know
to
it's, like,
remain
super, like,
optimistic and wait for
Asilius,
good
like,
news.
coded, like, in that sense. Like, it's like to have, like, it's like I'm playing the Arlen Saga again, like, having, like, the character art. But still.
We don't always get to choose what
The only thing I can see is that every time it's on long list of subtitles, the chat box gets lifted and you can see the bottom of the artwork.
To the things life throws our way. I hope that one day, you too will recognize the power of something as small and inconsequential as a delicious dessert.
Fair enough.
I'll do my best. You bid farewell.
I mean, if I really
to the
wanted
woman,
to, I could just
and
get Baldur's Gate
continue your
3,
journey
but
further into
I
the
think that's
city.
too much commitment for my liking. There's too much else with Baldur's Gate 3 that I'm just not that interested in.
As you venture further into the city, the streets appear largely empty. An elderly woman walks past. You see her shake her head as she puts away her wrinkled wallet. A nearby merchant folds his arms and gives you a disdainful look. You get the impression that he's someone who has long gotten used to the sight before him.
Hi.
Although he doesn't seem very friendly, merchants are usually a good source of information, right?
Pardon me, sir. I'd like to ask a question if I may.
That depends. How much are you willing to pay?
Koran! That's Koran's boy voice. That's hilarious. That's getting Crystal Lee to voice every single NPC in it because she's the game master is perfect. Because now we get to hear her try to do a gruff male voice.
How about this much?
What do you take me for? Some lowly beggar? You can't even buy half an onion with that amount.
Surely an onion can't be that expensive, right?
What do you know? War's nearly upon us. Everything costs several times what it did before. If you're not gonna buy anything, then scram.
I might like rename this stream title to Dain, Sif and Dragons. Because then it's still D&D, but it's the Dain Sif quest and then the Dungeons and Dragons stuff.
Whoa, what a nasty guy. Maybe we shouldn't even bother talking to him.
But he still might have information we need. Traveler, can you think of something?
Do it. Who do I want to throw into the fire here? I mean, Furina will win because she's on easy mode, so that's like if I just want to get on. Let's go with Navia.
Sir,
Let's have a bit of gamble.
We came to this city to solve the very problem you seem to be referring to. The war you mentioned. Would it happen to be against the monsters outside the city? If you happen to be well informed and know a thing or two about what's going on, we'd appreciate it if you could share that information with us. After all, the sooner this problem gets resolved, the easier it will be for you to do your business.
She barely fucking passed. Oh, by the skin of her teeth.
Well, things are basically as you said, young lady. Those monsters are camped outside the city, and they've been destroying all our trade routes. We have limited reserves within the city, so if this continues, we're all gonna be in big trouble.
This is also, like, unironically putting me more in the mood for Atelier again.
Wait, you're saying
I will
no
get back
one
to
has put a
Atelier and do the
plan in
Dust
place
Saga
to
soon, I
distribute
promise. There's just so
supplies or
much
maintain
constantly fucking
order?
coming out. It feels like I've been, like, having another thing to look forward to since we finished the Arlen Saga last year. Like, it feels like I just haven't had a chance. There's always something else I want to play that's, like, coming out. Even, like, this month is kind of wild. And it got even wilder because we've got the PS2 emulator firing up. So we've got Tomb Raider Legend next week. We've got fucking Shin Megami Tensei 5 the week after. And, you know, the Star Rail stuff. We've got Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree the week after that.
Who knows? Maybe they've been in cahoots with the monsters all along.
I don't know when we're going to get back to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, by the way, like, because there's so much coming out, but we will try. I do want to get back to that game because I really, really loved it.
Alright. That's all the information you need,
And we're
right?
a little over
Off
halfway,
with
so
you
I think
now.
we
I've
can
still
get it
got
done
business to
eventually.
do.
You know, if you smiled a little more, you'd definitely get more business. And I bet that would make your life just a little bit sweeter. I'm not saying it's guaranteed to work. It's just a tip.
I was expecting Cloran to turn around and go, "Who asked?"
Should we try to go somewhere with more people?
Oh, how about the city square? Follow me.
Oh, I just realized. Look at the right. Our party is literally the D&D squad. It's us, it's Furina, it's Lenny, and it's Navia. I only just realized it's the whole D&D squad that we've got. Oh, do they all have their signature weapons? Oh, they do. And what do we have? Oh, really? Oh, we're using ours. We're not using a guest version. Never mind. I was about to say, fucking hell yeah. No, it's our Emmy. It's not a.
Before you lies the city's central square. You see a man with a slightly
I've got
anxious
Game
look on
Maker, and
his
soon
face,
you'll have the
pacing
Tsukihime.
back and forth.
Yeah.
His head hanging
I mean,
low.
Tomb Raider Legend should be 2 streams tops, because I know
doesn't
exactly
seem
what I'm
to
doing in
notice
that
your
game. The only
approach.
reason why it might take me a little
Still
longer is because I
immersed in
plan to
his
try
own
and
thoughts,
100% it as I
he
go.
shakes his head and lets out a long
And I'm also going to be, if it firstly has a trophy list, because we don't actually know if the PS2 emulator is going to support trophies, but firstly, if it does, and secondly, if it's the same list, I'm also going to be going for as many trophies as I can in one playthrough. So I'll be doing dumb shit, like at the start of level 2, making the football go all the way to the church door, which requires you to kick it through a cutscene boundary. Because when the cutscene starts, the door closes behind you, and if you haven't got the ball through there yet, you can't get back to the ball. There's a really silly trophy like that. There's a couple silly trophies. The only one I might not bother with, just because it will drag out the game, is the Rutland 5-minute trophy. Just because that trophy is kind of boring. It's just, hey, start a boss fight and then make it last longer than 5 minutes. You know, this boss fight that you can end in like 5 seconds. No, when I get to it, I will just eviscerate Rutland.
This guy seems promising enough. Maybe I can get some information out of him.
Alright, let's hear Cloran's next impression.
Hello, sir. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Wait, you're...
I'm...
Oh, dear goodness! You're a Marashose hunter!
You recognize us? Ah, are you one of the people who wrote the commission letter?
Yes! Oh, I didn't expect you to actually come. Oh, what great news! The city is saved!
What happened here?
Alas, we once lived
Crystal Lee's got great range. She really does. Like, she's actually done like a lot of very convincing different voices for these NPCs so
The
far.
Golden Hunter, he was the one who drove them back. However, monsters have once again surrounded the city. Perhaps the seal that kept them at bay has lost its power. Or perhaps
And the thing is, at the D&D table, they all just looking at like Coran in her deadpan expression come out with this voice. You know?
Any chance at peace?
Are there not enough soldiers to drive them out?
It's not a question of numbers. The guards simply have no idea how to deal with them. Most people my age have never even seen one of the monsters, much less been trained to fight against them. What's worse, many of us don't
And I'm
even
also
know the
glad,
history of the
since, like I said, I'm probably not going to be streaming 4.8, even if Amelia does have a story quest. I'm glad that we're, like, at least for my stream, we're sending off the 4-point series, like, for my streams are concerned, we're sending off the 4-point series with a quest this happy and fun, and, like, you know, like, just charming.
When I was a child, though, my grandfather would tell me stories about how the Marashose hunters drove back the monsters. So, on the off chance that something might come of it, I decided to reach out to you. To be perfectly honest, I was starting to think all those stories were just tall tales. But now that I've seen you in person, I finally know that it was true.
Well, you can rest easy, friend. The righteous.
The
and
only thing with
formidable
Legend
Marashose
is, and
hunters
I'll
are
mark
on
it,
the
I'll
case.
make a note on it on the timetable, is I don't know if it's launching, like if the PS2 emulator is launching, like, midnight on it, or if it's going to become active throughout the course of the day, sort of thing. Like, we haven't got any kind of idea of, like, when on next Tuesday, like, the PS2 emulator is going live for the PS5. So, like, if it's much later in the day, then obviously I won't stream it on Tuesday, so I need to make a note of it. And I will just make it, we definitely will get it all done, because I won't be working that Wednesday, and we'll just make it one big stream.
The man is
Like, one, like, 6 or 7 hour stream and get it done, because that's how long I think it will take me.
His eyes begin to well with tears of relief.
Still,
Actually, I say that.
we are
It
going
probably
to
won't even
hunt
take
the
me that long, because I know
monsters.
exactly what I'm
We need to
doing.
know when
And
to
Legend
find
is,
them.
in my opinion, is
Can
kind
you
of a
give
short
us any
game.
leads?
Keep in mind, we just came out of Tomb Raider 3. That was, I think it was 19 levels. Tomb Raider Legend is 7 levels. No, let me think. Because you got Bolivia, you got Peru, you got Japan. Then you've got Ghana, Kazakhstan, England, Nepal. Yeah, 7. And then, because the last level, level 8, Bolivia Redux, that's just the final boss, so 7 levels. So it's a lot shorter.
All I know is that the area outside
And so the fact that I still think it's,
dangerous.
like, one of my favorite Tomb
I'm afraid
Raiders,
I
and,
can't
like,
point
the
you toward a
first game in
specific
one of my
location.
favorite, like, collective trilogies in gaming, full stop. As in, like, a full trilogy that I could go through all 3, start to finish, and love it. And it's genuinely, like the fact is, that tells you a lot of how much they got in how small a runtime for the game is.
Oh, although, if you leave the capital through the main gate and follow the road, you should run into a group of guards. They might
They're
know
doing
more
D&D
about
when
where
we're
to
doing
find the
Crusader Kings
monsters.
3. Fair.
I see. We'll go look for them then.
All right, be careful.
And it'll also be fun
and
because
one last thing.
I always forget the actress's
monsters
name,
outside
but
the city
I
are just
didn't
part of
realize
the
that the
problem.
actress for Lara in the
Evil
Legend
sorcerers
trilogy
inside the city as well.
like
So be on
was
your
is also an actress that played in so much fucking British television that I grew up with, and for some reason, even though like she does the same voice or everything, I just never cottoned on until someone said, "Oh yeah, that's her," and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "What do you mean it's the main character from Ashes to Ashes?" I grew up watching it, you know, like what the.
They're actively working with the monsters and have corrupted the court ministers with malicious magic.
I remember watching Life on Mars and Ashes to Ashes. What do you mean it's the main girl from Ashes to Ashes?
Mess. Even one of our kindest ministers.
But she's in
has
all sorts
turned
of
into
she's like in a lot of
boorish
British
and
television.
Unreasonable figure, interested in nothing but enacting laws that.
It's like in
exploit
Final
the
Fantasy
people.
16. Sid's voice actor,
who
Ralph
knows how
Vinson,
much longer we'll be able
he's
to go
in a
on like
lot
this.
of British television. So when I kept on seeing people online being really surprised at how ridiculously deep and gravelly his voice was, I was just like, yeah, there he is. Like, it wasn't surprising to me because I'm used to hearing
Talk
it.
about being stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I feel bad for him. Maybe we should try to cheer him up?
Furina could sing him a song.
Like, now? Is this really
Furina.
the right time?
I appreciate your kindness, but for now, it's more important to focus on the crisis at hand. Brave hunters, I leave the future of this kingdom to you.
So it's okay, Furina. You're playing on easy mode. You'll win. Alright, where are we going next?
If I understood correctly,
Oh, we're still around
there are
back to the
currently two
table.
problems in the kingdom that need solving, right?
Exactly. We need to defeat the monsters outside the city and take down the evil sorcerer stirring up trouble from within.
But which problem should we tackle first?
Well, this seems like a good moment for a break. Take some time and discuss what you want to do. Let me know when you've made your decision.
Okay, yeah, they have to go, hang on a minute, we can't just, like, lock the players in for a full, like, D&D campaign. We need to actually let them, like, take a second to stretch their legs if they need to.
Heroes.
Well, Clarence said the script took cues from the real history of Fontaine, right? Maybe the real-life Marashosei hunters were also treated like that.
I wouldn't say it's a perfect representation of history, but there are definitely some similarities. Would you like to hear more about it?
Sure. As long as it doesn't spoil anything in the script.
Navi is so
You brought
conscious
up
of
bits and
spoilers.
pieces of the hunter's history before, but it was all in passing.
Haima wants to know too. The hunters were super powerful, right? Were they all from a special line of supernatural beings or something? Kind of like the yokai in Inazuma?
No. All Marashosei hunters were ordinary mortal fighters. The only thing that set them apart were the special sword techniques passed down over the centuries.
Huh? So you mean anyone could become a Marashosei hunter?
In theory, yes. All you would need to do is survive the rigorous training and master the swordsmanship techniques required to fight the monsters. Still, most people dropped out at the early stages, and others called it quits the minute they saw a monster in person. To become a hunter, you must be strong in both body and mind.
What kind of monsters did the hunters fight exactly? Oh, and the evil sorcerer the script mentions. Did they exist in real life too?
The land of Fontaine once played host to an ancient dynasty known as Remuria. After that dynasty fell, monsters began to appear, intent on obstructing humans from establishing a new social order. One of the ancient sorcerers of Remuria used his power to assemble a formidable army of golems. He sought to use that force to establish himself as king.
Yeah, and now here's the real purpose of the quest. This D&D campaign is going to be a playoff for letting the player learn more about the Marashosei hunters.
Now wait a second. Don't tell me that guy was the inspiration for the evil sorcerer in the script. We still haven't found any in-game information on him yet. So, why don't you talk about someone else for now?
Well, I wasn't planning on going into anything you might be able to find out in the game. But if you want me to talk about something else, then... How about Casiodor, the Golden Hunter? Or Egeria, the ex-Hydro Archon?
Wait, but those people are all from a super long time ago. Where did you learn all this, Claran?
From my master.
Huh. By master, you mean Miss Petronia?
Someone you know?
Absolutely. Miss Petronia and my father were good friends. Back in the day, she would often bring Clorand over to play, but then...
Let's not get off topic. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Responding to Egeria's call, a number of warriors followed Casiodor into battle against the monsters. This group of warriors, under Casiodor's leadership, became known as the Marashosei Hunters. Yet, as Fontaine entered an era of peace, their work gradually became obsolete. The Marashosei Phantom, originally an association made up of hunters, eventually came to be predominantly comprised of Melusines.
Ah, I see. That explains why most of the people in the script have forgotten the hunters or think of them as nothing more than a legend.
Is that really a bad thing, though? It can get tough always being the one shouldering everyone's expectations.
Yeah, something that you had to suffer for 500 years straight, Furina. It's okay, it's a safe space you want to talk about it, baby girl.
Depends on who you ask, I suppose. If the name of the organization no longer commands respect, investigative work is bound to suffer.
Speaking of investigations, which problem should we tackle first? Monsters or evil sorcerer?
I vote monsters. That's the main duty of the hunters, right? We can come back to the sorcerer later.
Well said, Miss Furina. Plus, if the sorcerers really are the masterminds behind this whole thing, defeating the monsters could give us some clues on their intentions as well.
What about you, partner? What do you think?
I also vote
It's
monsters.
decided then.
All right. After some discussion, you decide to turn around and head out of the city.
I also love how interactive it is. Like, we got to pick our class, and it gave us different options when it came into it. Like, we had the option to, like, play on easy or, like, have to suffer the consequences of dice rolls that could have led to different things in the story. Like, I love how interactive it is. I almost kind of hope and wish that this would be replayable once you're done with it, but I know that's not really how Genshin works. Just to kind of, like, mess around with different combinations and see how it goes.
Let's take a look around, like that guy said.
You there! Outsiders, halt!
Who's there?
An armored man approaches you. He has a tall, muscular build and a determined expression in his eyes. Just one look, and you can tell he's fought in his fair share of battles. Although he's trying his best to conceal his current state, his uneven gait and the sweat dripping down his forehead make it obvious that he's been wounded and is in serious pain. I'm the captain of the guard. I saw you sneaking around the city earlier, so I'll only ask this once. State your purpose, or it's off to the dungeons for the lot of you.
Wow, it's been a while since someone's been this suspicious of us.
I said talk, not whisper between yourselves.
Have you ever heard of the Marchese Hunters?
Furina, that's not how you pronounce Marashuse, but whatever.
Marachose hunters? Ha! That fairy tale, you mean? What, you expect me to believe you're one of them?
Let's do a medicine check to see if I can help him. We win anyway, but let me just fuck around. Hey, welcome, we won a super fucking one. Hey, that's a critical victory. Or a critical success. With the +8, it would have been 20.
Using your knowledge of medicine, you're able to deduce that the injury on his calf was a monster's doing, and the wound has already begun to fester. As you check him over, he looks at you with suspicion and retracts his injured leg further back.
I'm a doctor by trade.
Hey, there's
Please
Doctor.
let me redress
There's
your
Dr.
wound.
Emmy again.
You don't have to suffer like this.
The man appears somewhat disgruntled at having been exposed, but soon relents and raises his leg for you to take a better look. He allows you to apply a poultice of specialized medicine to the wound, and it appears to bring him much relief. The tension in his brow eases. All right. Guess you lot might actually be real Marachose hunters after all.
Why don't we fail the
In
checks?
any
We just say,
case,
oh, whoops, your leg's got to be amputated.
successfully treated my wound. So, what do you want to know?
Do you know where we can find the monsters, or the other guards who are fighting them?
He informs you of the various locations where monsters have appeared. He looks in that general direction with a pained gaze, as if a thin, invisible thread is pulling on his wound. Some of our new recruits have never even dealt with a petty thief. and now
Speaking of
they're out there
difficulties,
fighting
though, that's the other
monsters.
thing that's kind of interesting with Zenless Zone Zero, Hoyo versus New Game.
This cursed leg.
That game's going to straight up have difficulty options. Like, off the rip. Not like difficulty options for, like, events. Like, you know, Genshin and Star Rail, where, like, you can pick difficulty levels and whatnot. No, straight up, the game's going to have a story-focused mode and an action-focused mode. Where, like, in the story mode, the whole game is significantly easier and allows you to kind of mash away the victory to experience the story and whatnot. Whilst in action mode is when, like, the game starts putting in all its skill checks and expecting you to learn and, you know, get more of a feel for the game as you go, sort of thing. And I'm like, that's actually kind of sick. Yes. Absolutely more options to make these games more accessible.
Oh, please, sir. Don't get too worked up. You need to focus on your recovery.
Because the closest we've got is
Just leave the monsters to us.
Genshin allowing you to
We're
revert the
Marachose
world level
hunters
down a
after
level.
all.
And Star Rail is just allowing you to borrow characters, so you can just have a super powerful character carry you.
Hearing you say that, a glimmer of hope flashes in his eyes. But it disappears almost as quickly as it came. Those monsters aren't easy to deal with.
I love the accent
But
she's
if
putting
you
on for this
insist on
guard.
going, I
Those
won't stop you
monsters
either.
aren't so easy to deal with, but if you insist on going, I won't stop you either.
I just hope all the guards will be able to come back to their families alive. I wish you the best of luck.
Based on what the captain said, the monster should be right up ahead. Let's go. Hopefully we're not too late.
As you approach the battlefield, you see numerous people lying by the side of the road. They appear to be dressed like guards. Their faces are filled with desperation and terror. Some are screaming and cursing in vain, as if still trying to banish the monstrosities they saw from their minds. A few of the wounded look up at you in shock and disbelief. "Quick, leave this place. Turn around and don't look back," they yell.
So what do we think the monster is of this story that we're about to go fight?
This is the place he mentioned, right?
You see broken iron swords scattered all around you, and downed trees riddled with terrifying claw marks. All the signs point to one thing. A truly devastating battle just took place here.
Be on your guard, everyone. The monsters might still be around.
Before you can finish your sentence, you hear rustling sounds from the surrounding bushes. The monsters have emerged. They close in on you without fear. You get the impression that, in their bloodthirsty eyes, you're just another meal for them to devour.
A little help here! This thing wants to eat Paimon!
Your battle round begins now.
Does it matter what combat check we make? Fucking 10, we win. Oh, we get more power because we won it. Got it.
This one's got your name on it. Fire!
Fire! There it is.
What's coming at you? Let the world collide!
Let's get this show on the road.
The next battle round begins now.
Strike a pose!
And what?
Even though I haven't built my Traveler, she has good
monsters
guard
let
break
out a
naturally with
terrifying
Geo, so
roar
that was
of
helpful for the
anger
Night
and
Guard to just kind of
resentment
break the guard
before
quickly.
dissipating into thin air.
Ugh. Thank goodness it's over.
What happened if we lost the check? Would it just be like, oh, you start at 1 HP, get fucked? That'd be like a critical failure. If you hit, like, if you just roll a 1, it's just you die.
We're lucky the Mara Shosei Hunter class came with all those preset skill points. Otherwise, we would have been in some real trouble.
I never knew the Fatometer even determines the amount of damage you inflict. If you get unlucky, isn't it just game over right then and there?
That's part of the fun. The uncertainty of fate is what gives these games their appeal.
Just as you begin to celebrate your victory, a suspicious lump on the ground catches your attention.
A suspicious lump. Wait, could it be the thing that appears after every battle?
I walk up to it, crouch down, and begin to carefully examine it. I've still got my right glove on, so it should be fine for me to touch it, right?
As you investigate the mound, you discover that the exposed portion appears to be made of wood. It was previously obscured by the large form of the monsters. With the monsters gone, the small protrusion now awaits your discovery, poking out of the ground like a shy flower bud.
Whoa, it's a treasure chest!
Let's dig it up.
With everyone's help, you successfully excavate the wooden chest from the ground, even without opening it. You can tell from the mora and jewels scattered around the chest that it must contain quite the fortune.
Makes sense. We worked hard for this. Let's open it and we can share what's inside.
I can understand your excitement, Paimon, but think about it. Doesn't it seem like there are people out there who need this treasure more than us?
Yeah. Think about all the people suffering in the capital. Or all those guards who got hurt fighting the monsters. Wouldn't it be better if we gave the treasure to them?
Wait, is that how it works? thought since we were the ones
Fucking
to dig it
Paimon.
up, we could just
Paimon
take
was
it
like,
for
I was just
ourselves."
working off, like, the RPG ideology. You get something, it's yours.
Well, let's put it this way. Any decision you make during a role-playing game can impact the future course of the story.
But would the people really believe us? It's hard enough for us to prove we're Marchese hunters. What if they think we procured the treasure illegally? They might get even more suspicious of us.
That's definitely something we should consider. Maybe we can come up with an explanation in advance.
Well, if donating it could cause that much trouble, why don't we use it to buy some gear and fill up on good food? Then we'll be ready to fight even more bad guys.
Looks like you're facing a difficult choice once again. Well, it's getting late. Why don't we call it a day for now?
Wow, where did the time go?
I'm not sure if it's because I'm having so much fun with you all, or because the story is particularly enticing, but I feel like I could almost keep going.
Here, here. Ooh, how about we play through the night?
Navia. Yeah, Furina's like, hang on a fucking minute, I'm not doing an all-nighter.
Yeah, that won't work for me either. Lynette will give me an earful if I get home too late.
I understand how you feel, Navia, but we have to change venues for the next part of the story anyway.
Huh? Another location?
Mm-hmm. There's a special note for the GM at the end of this section that says to proceed to an indoor set for the next part of the script.
Whoa, they really pulled out all the stops for this new script.
Well, even if we end the game for the day, we can still stay a little longer and hear Cloran finish her story, right? Paimon wants to hear more about the history of the hunters.
No, go ahead and let Navi sleep tonight. Yeah.
Something tells me you just want to finish the free desserts before we break for the day.
That's just a coincidence, okay? Besides,
Hey, no, I get it, Paimon.
even worse than having
At my my uncle's funeral I went to last week, at the wake afterwards, it was a point where like we was getting like some of the dessert stuff, and like I was getting some for the table anyway because I just thought I would. And my mum had a macaron, and then she turned at me and dead set went, "Oh no, don't get them. I don't like them at all. They don't taste nice at all. They're terrible." And like she like made like a big point. I was saying that she thought they tasted horrible. And then as soon as she turned around, I just took one and ate it, and I was like, "This is the most delicious thing I've had in what the fuck?" Like I was so bewildered that my mum didn't like it because I thought it was delicious. Like I have a huge appreciation for macarons now. Like, I literally turned to my cousin, and he had one as well, and he also loved it. And we were both like, "What the fuck? Like, what is she on about?" Like, we were both like, "They're delicious." We like between us, we were both so confused that why my mum didn't like them. Like, she just found the one bad one. What the fuck happened? They were delicious.
And anyway, Paimon really does want to hear more
But
about
I understand why
Cloran's
Navia likes macarons so much. They're so good.
Well,
If the story doesn't have a happy ending, it's okay not to finish it.
It's nothing. I appreciate the concern, but it's all in the past. It won't do any harm to share
Yeah,
these
listen,
things
the whole
now.
I get the whole point of this quest. It's we get to see both sides of Cloran. We get to see that yeah, she does actually have a fun side, which she like kind of kicks back and has a blast, and her way of doing it is D&D campaigns. But it also is giving us a chance by extension to learn more about the Marashusei hunters, because we really don't get to learn much about them, other than basically they were like the old guard of Fontaine from the shadows, and some people don't even think they ever existed, and they're just a myth. But Cloran literally is a Marashusei hunter. Or at least a descendant of one.
My earliest memories are of living with Master. According to her, she saved me from certain people of ill repute. My birth parents had left me behind some time before that.
Oh.
What a heavy beginning for a life story.
Master was a fascinating individual. If inexperienced in the ways of raising children, my first ever toy was a short sword. Although I suppose it wasn't so much a toy as something Master removed from her waist and handed to a noisy child in need of distraction.
Bloody hell.
Oh, wait, so she handed an actual sword to a child? Isn't that dangerous?
Tiffany's like, are you sure like the previous parents were ill intent? That sounds pretty bad.
Of course I did. I cut my palm and bled quite a lot. But Master was not concerned. She just stood there and casually lectured me about it. See, that's what you get for not holding the sword properly, she told me. She then crouched down next to me and said, "Give me your hand. I'll teach you to bandage this wound." After
Grant,
that,
you said this is some of
it's
your
time to
earliest
learn how to
memories.
truly
Your
hold a
earliest
blade.
memories, you could have been like 4 or 5. Come on.
Excuse me for asking this, Clorand, but...
Yeah.
How old were you exactly when all this happened?
Probably around 3, give or take.
What? Oh, I was being generous.
3? Isn't that when most kids are still struggling to hold a fork?
As I said, Master was rather inexperienced in the ways of raising children. She believed trial and error
Clorand,
was
you're
the
so
best way
fun.
to teach a child what they're capable of.
I'm not so sure
It sucks. It took until 4.7 to get Clorand her thing. Like, it's wild that she was left to so late, you know? Like, she should have been with Navia. Like, she should have been in, like, 4.3. It's wild it was this far on.
I didn't see anything wrong with her ways at the time. And
But I
anyway,
get it. Her whole
children
mechanic
don't
has to
get
do with Bond of
choose how
Life,
they're
and
raised.
considering Arlecchino took
she
so
did
long as
bring
well,
me
it's
back a
clear
pet
that
from
they
the
were
UA once.
experimenting with
It
Bond
was
of
a
Life for a good
geobishop,
while
actually.
before they got comfortable with it.
A geobishop hatchling? For a pet? That seems even more dangerous.
And now that they've seemingly found their stride with it, I wouldn't be surprised if a fair number of characters have something to do with Bond of Life as we go on.
What she said was this: make sure to get along, you two. If you really can't agree on something, just settle it with a fight. Whoever loses is the real pet.
And how old were you when this happened?
5.
Oh, this gets better.
Well, did you win?
No, I lost.
So you're saying you actually became the geobishop's pet?
Yes, but only for a week. By the end of that week, I defeated it in combat, and we've shared a cordial relationship ever since.
Oh, this is so funny.
That really doesn't sound like the kind of childhood someone should have.
Later on,
And no, I love because
gradually
everyone else is
understood
just
that
like
Master most likely didn't know any
bewildered
other way
by
to raise
it.
a
Yet
child.
Furina's actually like
She was a Mara
gone back
Shosei
into like actual
But I never
Archon
heard her
caring
bring up her
mode,
own
even though she's not the Archon anymore. She's just like, no, that's terrible. Why did no one like stop this?
Thanks to her, I learned how to navigate the forest by the age of 6, and could hunt monsters in the wild by myself the year after that. Even though the training she subjected me to was strict, she always made sure to take me traveling when she had the time. We met many of her
I mean,
friends during
Coran,
those
yeah,
days.
some of your training might be
That was
been
also
strict,
how I
but
met
when you
Mr.
was as
Callis and
little
his
as you
family.
were, I think some of that gets counted as just abuse, if I'm honest. I'm sorry to break it to you, Coran, but your master wasn't a good parent at all.
I still remember the first time we met. You were too scared to join our picnic and hid behind Ms. Petronia the whole time.
I still hadn't really met many children my age at that time, so I didn't know how to interact
Oh
with
yeah, there's a
others.
3-year-old. Let's give him a sword. Yeah, no, that's bad. Don't do that. Hey, we're fine. Let's get him a pet that's bigger than them that we're going to make fight to see who wins. No, that's abuse. Come
After
on.
that, though, you started coming over a lot. You loved challenging people to shooting competitions, remember? I don't think many members of the Spina ever beat you in one of those.
I had a lot of fun during those days.
I enjoyed them too. Oh, do you remember that one time we went exploring around the Spina together? We overheard Papa call your master Fontaine's Protector of Justice. We tried to pretend like we never heard anything, but you nearly let it slip that one time.
Protector of Justice. Oh, wait, you mean that vigilante hero from 20 years ago? The one
She
who
was
always
Batman?
active at
Your
night?
master was a Batman character?
Yep, that would be her. She often would put on a black cloak and go out at night. I never knew where she went or what she was doing. Until, like Navia said, we overheard the truth from Mr. Callis that night.
20 years ago, huh? I still remember the guards leaving all kinds of witness reports about her on Nervalette's desk.
My apologies.
Oh, there's no need to apologize. You had nothing to do with it. And anyway, everything she did was for a good cause. Although, calling herself the Protector of Order was a bit much. Especially when she deliberately operated outside the law.
Huh? When did the Protector of Justice become the Protector of Order?
Oh, she had a bunch of code names. I heard she would just come up with a name on the spot whenever she was asked. Later on, she probably got sick of answering those questions and decided to stick to just two. The Protector of Justice and the Protector of Order.
That sounds like her, all right. I bet she forgot which of the two she'd use by the time she got back each night.
Well, she certainly sounds like a fascinating individual. With her strong sense of justice, it's no surprise her student followed in her footsteps.
It's true. I always wanted to become like her. Someone powerful, independent, and with a strong sense of conviction. But... She suddenly disappeared the night I turned 10 years old.
Disappeared? What happened?
I have no idea. She didn't even leave a note. I was never able to find out where she went. That night, I was celebrating my birthday at Navia's house. But Master never came to pick me up. When I returned home on my own, it was to an empty house. When she still didn't appear after a few days, I went to Mr. Callus's house to ask about her whereabouts. But he only shook his head.
Papa probably didn't know either. I know he sent a few people to investigate the matter in secret, but they never found any credible leads.
Don't worry, I understand. To be perfectly honest, given Master's personality and way of doing things, it all made a lot of sense. If I had to guess, I'd say she probably used it as an opportunity to force me to become independent. Just like how, when a litter of kittens reaches a certain age, the mother willingly leaves them behind.
Were you upset, Clorinde?
I was at first, but not anymore. I don't believe Master would suddenly disappear for no reason. There must have been something she just had to do.
Well, despite everything, you still managed to follow in her footsteps and become the greatest champion duelist in all of Fontaine. You're practically a living symbol of law and justice.
I suspect my position would be far too by the books for her. Master always did whatever she pleased. But you're right. I suppose I do take after her in some ways.
Who knew Clorinde had such an interesting past? I never had the chance to ask her about it before. And I wonder... if Clorinde's master were the champion duelist back then, would that duel against Mr. Callus have gone differently? Oh no. Judging by the atmosphere, Clorinde and Navia are probably thinking something similar. The mood just got super awkward all of a sudden.
Well, anyway... would you look at the time? It's getting dark, so we should probably call it a day for real this time. If we keep talking
the biggest
like this,
crux
we
that
really will be here all
even
night.
though they're clearly interested in trying to repair the damage, Clorinde's profession and by the numberism ultimately put her against Navia's father, in which, although he volunteered himself to be in that position, still resulted in Clorinde killing him, because that was the only way it could have ended. And that's always put like some kind of like hilt, because Navia's father is dead because of Clorinde one way or another. I mean, ultimately it wasn't directly, it was her blade that killed him, but it wasn't like, it was because of all that conspiracy and bullshit and covering up the primordial water and all that shit that he got wrapped up in, that it was the fate that had to happen to serve them.
Anytime.
That they put in, well, but it's still like an awkward thing between the two of them.
Childhood stories were even better. Hey, you should tell us more about that fight against the Geo-Bishop sometime. Maybe your master was onto something.
You could be right.
What does she mean, onto something? I certainly don't know any.
Furina's like, no, she's not onto something. That's abuse.
Guess I'll head back as well. I need to save my energy if I want to continue enjoying the story tomorrow.
You're that excited to hear about my fight with the bishop?
I was talking about the script.
Alright, yeah, wait until the next day. Oh, hang on, before we do that.
Just between the two of us, could you tell me what it was like to be the Geo-Bishop's pet?
Navia?
It was nothing special, really. Geo-Bishops don't understand the concept of a pet. So, basically, it just headbutted me whenever I entered its territory.
And that hurt?
Yeah, it hurt. What, something you want to experience for yourself?
Oh, I'm good. Thanks.
Navia, what was that about? Navia, why are you so curious, huh? Oh, wait, whilst I've got a second, because that was a lot of talking. We haven't actually been playing the game for a minute. Reject world request. I always set it to reject, but it always just, I guess, like resets between skins. Between updates, sorry. So I read skin on the top name there. Alright, 6 AM the next day. Imagine getting up at 6 AM for D&D. Oh, 8 AM, sorry, which I completely misread. I guess it's a bit more reasonable. They need their sleep.
Let's go meet up with the group. Paimon's really looking forward to today's story.
Oh, I didn't get the rewards of doing bedtime story, their story quest. Right, now I have. Where the heck? Alright, the next destination is on the other side of the country. What? Okay. Into the game venue. Jesus Christ. This looks like it's at a Sumeru. I mean, it seems to be the theme of this update.
Looks like everyone's here. Now, before we begin, why don't we finish where we left off yesterday? There was an important decision.
Oh yeah, what to do with the treasure.
I'll pour everyone a cup of tea.
Is that really the most important part, though, Clorant? Paimon's more concerned about our current surroundings. Heavy walls, cold railings, dim lights. This is obviously supposed to be a prison.
I admire the work put into the set. Still, it's obvious the scriptwriter has never paid a visit to the fortress of Meripede.
So the set is going to be a part of the script?
Unfortunately, that is something I can neither confirm nor deny.
Anyone think Clorant's smile is starting to look kinda scary?
Well, whatever happens, we'll just have to push on. But first, we should really figure out what to do with this treasure. If we're worried about arousing suspicion because of our identity, why don't we give ourselves a different name, just like Clorant's master did?
Yeah, it might be better to keep a low profile. As long as we're helping people, it doesn't matter who we are or what we're called.
Staring at me won't get you anywhere. Or did you want some more tea?
Oh, Paimon's good. Thanks. Why aren't you saying anything, Navia? Wait, what's that next to you?
Oh, this is the short sword Cloran mentioned last night. I found it.
Huh. I'm surprised you managed to track it down after all
That doesn't
this
look like a
time.
short sword, it just looks like a dagger.
Well, I made sure to take good care
And
of
of
it.
course, Navia is just like, oh, there's something new to learn about my girlfriend? Let me just go find the thing. Of course she did.
Of course I had to keep it safe. Anyway, where were we? Oh, right. I was just thinking about all the potential ways for us to
Navia's
break
expecting
out of
us to
prison.
get
We
arrested.
could
That's
take a tunnel,
hilarious.
Or try to bribe the guards.
Wait, we haven't been thrown into prison yet, have we?
Well, it's only a matter of time. It pays to be prepared. Just like how you should always have an umbrella on hand, even when it's sunny.
Navia, your umbrella is secretly a shotgun. Like, let's not pretend that you have it for like a sunny or rainy day. You have it because it's a weapon.
Alright, Paimon's made up her mind. Let's just give the treasure away. Paimon may have wanted
She
to
wrong
keep
with that, I
it,
mean,
but if it's going to land us in prison somehow, Paimon will be too upset to enjoy her snacks.
Paimon's developing as a character.
So, you reached an agreement? All right then. We can continue
Also,
with
why
the
am I
story.
the only one sitting on a bench? Lumine's back's going to be killing her if they're going to be at this in-game all day again.
Oh, and we'll collect all the scattered pieces of treasure on the ground as well.
All right. You collect the treasure and make your way back to the capital with your bag of loot in hand.
Right, back into D&D.
The city is still shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere, but your spirits are surprisingly high. In places where sunlight struggles to reach, you generously share your wealth with the children, the elderly, and the poor in urgent need of help.
Thank you, kind soul.
Is that Cloran's old lady voice?
The elderly woman's look of gratitude follows you, as you walk away.
I would struggle to keep a
Her
straight
eyes
face if
never
I was sat
leaving
around that
your
table
back
and someone
until
as
you
like
move
serious
entirely out of sight.
and like as sharp and as
However,
like
there's
straight
still
man
quite a
as
bit of Mara
Coran
remaining.
was suddenly just whipping out
It
all these
appears you
voices
haven't
out of
made
nowhere
much
as she spoke.
progress.
She's probably trying to tell us to speed this up. We need to hurry up so we can address the sorcerer problem.
Should we go find that man again at the square? He seemed like a pretty responsible guy. I'm sure he knows the people here far better than us.
Oh, good idea!
Just as you start to make way to the square, intent on finding the man again, there's a voice.
What was that? What was that?
Please wait, distinguished guests. Several strange guards suddenly call out to you. They run forward to meet you and proceed to politely pay their respects.
Greetings, gentlemen. Are we being invited for afternoon tea?
Surely you jest, my lady. That would not be our place. It is His Excellency the King who requests to meet with you. Please come with us.
Do you think this could be a trap?
Well, we have to investigate the court at some point, right? Meeting the king himself would be a fantastic opportunity to do that.
I say we go for it. If something happens, we'll just turn the whole place upside down.
Navia. She's such a free spirit.
That sounds a little intense.
After a quick discussion, you nod to the guards and agree to follow. They lead you all the way to the audience hall of the palace. Gilded tables line both sides of the hall. The space itself is adorned with all manner of expensive antiques, glass shelves, and silver candlesticks. The items appear quite ordinary in size and dimension, yet their presence somehow makes the emptiness of the hall feel even more surreal and ominous.
Wow, it's so luxurious!
The elderly king, clad in a magnificent robe, sits upon the deep crimson throne before you. He wears above his head a majestic crown, with a gemstone the size of a bird's egg set right at the very front. As you observe it, you see a complex pattern of light reflect off its surface. They're here, your majesty. A man dressed in dark clothes, likely a minister, shields his
That's
mouth
not dark
with his
clothes,
hand
but sure, whatever.
and bends down to whisper a few words to the king. After a moment, he lowers his hands and stands back up. His gaze shifts to fixate on your group, but he does not move from his place at the king's side.
The king does not appear entirely aware of his surroundings. The man by his side, though, we should keep a close eye on him.
The king remains still and says nothing. The minister is the one who speaks. Esteemed guests, allow me to thank you for coming to our faraway kingdom. Unfortunately, His Majesty the King finds himself quite exhausted from work. So please allow me, his Prime Minister, to welcome you in his stead. I've heard tell that your group, the Marechaussee Hunters, used your exceptional ability with the sword to repel the monsters near the capital. Such a great deed deserves to be rewarded. However, seeing that I was not fortunate enough to observe such a feat with my own eyes, you'll forgive me for seeking to verify the truth by speaking to you myself.
Well, we've got nothing to hide. You brought us here to talk, right? So we'll just explain what happened.
Blah blah blah, monsters, blah blah blah, treasure.
The golem's blades were so powerful, they could cut down trees in a single swipe. It took a lot of effort to defeat them, even for trained swordsmen like us. Well, that was enough details, right? Believe us now?
Your account does indeed match those of the survivors. Since you were the ones who defeated the monsters, that must mean you are also in possession of the treasure they stole?
Well, we did take the treasure, but...
How did he know about the treasure?
Then I must ask that you return it at once. It belongs to the kingdom.
Wait, but didn't you just say that our great deed deserved a reward? Shouldn't the treasure be considered a part of that?
Yes, that was indeed what I said. But you seem to have forgotten a very important distinction. Only that which is freely given by the king can be considered a reward. Taking the rightful wealth of a kingdom...
Well, Navi was right. We're gonna get
without
locked up for
permission,
this.
on the other hand, is a crime.
But that's completely unreasonable.
Yeah, that makes no sense! If it weren't for us, the treasure would still be buried underground somewhere!
Maybe so, yet the fact remains. You tried to dispose of the treasure without reporting it to the court and without receiving permission, yes? What, no answer? Surely you're not insinuating that you, a group of legendary marechaussee hunters, sought to take the treasure for yourselves?
Well, what about the king? Is he just gonna let this guy talk for him the whole time?
Clad in his magnificent robe, the king remains seated, with his hands resting on either side of the throne. His posture is rigid and unmoving. He stares forward with an empty look in his eyes, completely unmoved by the events before him.
From the look of things, could the Prime Minister be the evil sorcerer? Or could both the king and the Prime Minister have fallen under the evil sorcerer's control?
I would like to observe the number of guards stationed in the hall.
The guards in the palace appear fully armed, their expressions solemn. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, they stand at the ready, each with a hand placed upon the hilt of their sword, as if prepared to draw their weapons and surround you at a moment's notice.
Well, there goes my plan to turn the whole place upside down, I guess.
It appears we've been visited by nothing more than a group of ill-intentioned imposters. What a pity. Guards, take them away and throw them in the dungeons. Before I decide your fate, however, I must first determine whether you have any accomplices outside the court.
Can't we try to slip away? Or maybe start some kind of riot?
But if we try to fight the guards right now...
Don't worry. At least we figured out who's behind all this. Let's just play it by ear. If you're scared, Paimon, just hold my hand.
You can have mine too.
Thanks, you guys.
You allow yourself to be led away by guards surrounding you on both sides. It's only when you begin to feel drops of water falling from the dungeon ceiling and smell the stench of death and decay all around you that you finally realize you've stepped into a completely different world.
Stay here, and don't try anything funny.
The guards lock the cell door and leave without looking back.
Wait, sir!
Your voice echoes through the dark hall, but the only response you receive is the sound of water dripping from the ceiling.
No! What should we do now?
Carve out a new path of fate with our own two hands, of course.
Navia, you'd be a great trailblazer. I'm just saying, Navia, you're always like, hey, we just make a fucking new path, who cares?
You reach toward your waist, but find nothing there. You now recall that your weapons were confiscated before the guards locked you in the cell. The bag of treasure along with them.
What about that knife I hid in my boot?
When did you hide it in there?
When I was thinking about digging a tunnel.
Rejected. You failed to inform the GM of this course of action. Moreover, the guards would have conducted a thorough search before throwing you in prison.
And the keys to the cell aren't anywhere to be seen.
The Clan must get so annoyed at Navia sometimes. It's just like, you fucking make the rules up as you go along. Respect the game.
Correct. You don't even feel a lock hole on the cell door.
Oh, well, there goes all our plans.
Indeed.
Huh? Why are you the one saying indeed?
Because that statement holds true for me as well. This is where the script ends.
What? But that's a terrible ending!
Generally speaking, this should be the point where the scriptwriter gives the players some kind of hint, or gives the GM some kind of code for how to move forward.
I mean, maybe they just really wanted us to be immersed in the feeling of being in prison? Like, they'll only show us the way out once we've grown truly and utterly desperate?
That is a possibility.
If only there were desserts and tea in real prison. Oh, wait, guess that's kind of how the Fortress of Meripede works if you're lucky.
Oh, before I forget. Navia, the short sword you had with you earlier. I took a closer look, and the craftsmanship doesn't appear to resemble anything from this era. If I remember correctly, that style was last in vogue several hundred years ago.
Wait, Cloran said that sword used to belong to her master, right? Does that mean her master has been alive that long?
No, Linny. Why does your brain go to that first, you idiot? No, it means it's probably a hand-me-down. It's probably got a long line of descendancy. You fucking...
I doubt it. The way she went about things often made her seem childish more than anything. I'd say the sword was most likely an heirloom passed down over time.
Hang on. A precious heirloom passed down to you by your master. And you gave it to me just like that? You weren't worried I might lose it?
Master left many things to me when she disappeared. There was the sword, an old key, and a good amount of junk she probably just didn't want to take with her. I gave you the sword back then, because I didn't want our friendship to end.
They love each other. I go down it, but genuinely, these two are like so tightly knit. And so it's just literally the whole thing with Navia's father that put such a wrench in it.
Wait, when did this happen exactly?
After the duel. Between Mr. Callis and myself.
Aww.
Before that, Clorand would have meals with us and even stay over at the Spina some days. She was on great terms with Papa as well. After the duel, though, there was a period of time where we simply didn't know how to face each other. She entrusted this sword to me, and never came back. We were both sad, and conflicted, and totally overthinking everything as a result. Whenever I looked at this sword, I couldn't help but wonder. If Miss Petronia had never introduced us to each other at that picnic, maybe part of the sadness I was feeling could have been avoided. Back then, it felt like I hadn't just lost a father, but a close friend as well.
No one can change the past. The most important thing is that you two found your way back to each other and can enjoy things like this together.
Yep, you're right.
I'm sorry, you two. I didn't mean to bring up any sad memories.
Think nothing of it. No one here is at fault.
Looks like the next part of our script is here.
Perfect timing. The situation was really starting to get desperate. And not just because of the prison thing.
From Cloran's face, I really can't tell if it's good news or bad news.
It speaks to her professionalism as a senior grandmaster.
Water continues
and
to
here we
drip
go.
from the sea. In this lightless
Straight back in.
dungeon,
We had our
you
moment
lack
and now we carry
reliable
on.
way to tell how much time has passed. Eventually, you get used to the unpleasant odor of straw, mold, and rust, and find yourselves alternating between fits of drowsiness and despair. Suddenly, you hear footsteps outside the door.
Heads up, everyone. Someone's coming.
Gather close, everyone, and keep your voice down.
Talk to the person outside the cell.
Who are you?
I work as a guard in these dungeons, but my true identity is the same as your own. I'm also a Marashose hunter.
Huh?
Shh. I've already sent away the other guards, but if we make too much noise...
I understand, but how can we be sure we can trust you?
The king has issued a formal decree. In light of the irrefutable proof of your crime, you're to be executed before tomorrow's sunrise. If you want to escape, it has to be now.
Executed? We barely did anything!
Monsters appearing at the same location as the treasure. Could this entire thing have been a trap?
There will be time for speculation once we're out of here. As for my identity, I have no way to prove that to you just yet. Infiltrating the capital was difficult, and finding a chance to speak with you has taken a lot out of me. I could go on, but I think we can all agree that now is not the time for details.
I want to figure out whose voice that is, because that's actually a different voice. Well, it doesn't look like we have any other choice.
Have you seen our weapons anywhere, sir?
Don't worry, I brought them with me. They're just behind the door. Still, these weapons alone won't be enough to defeat the true enemy behind the scenes. His faction is too powerful. The guards are all under his control, and he's even stationed a number of golems in various rooms throughout the palace. To defeat him, you must find a secret vault. It is said that within that vault, the Marashose hunters of the past left behind a treasure with the power to defeat the sorcerer.
You're not coming with us?
No, I'll remain in the dungeons to deal with the guards. I'll try my best to distract them so they don't go after you. As long as my identity is not revealed, I'll be able to aid you when the final battle comes.
In that case, please stay safe.
Thank you for your concern. I will do my utmost. As for the location of the vault, here, this map should lead you there.
Got it.
All right, once I open the door, remember to stick close and refrain from making any noise. I'll lead you out of here as quickly as possible. You now have the chance to restore the honor and legacy of the Marashose hunters. So please, get out there and reclaim what's ours. And be sure to exercise caution.
With the help of the guard, you successfully escape the dungeons. Your sense of despair and anxiety both seem to fade as you continue your quest.
Wait, we didn't get to use our skills at all while we were in prison. Who knows when we're gonna get the chance to use that cool summon spell?
That is
in time.
But we can only
Karan's gonna avoid letting us use the summon at all costs. Because, like, even Navia said, it's just gonna be an annoyance for Karan because she has to think about that. And that's, like, just an extra thing that she has to try and think about later.
Shine down! Overrule! Witness my rise! Transfixed!
Oh, I just built this road with nothing.
Should be the place marked on the map.
This bit of rock certainly looks suspicious.
Well, I'd say an investigation's in order then. Plus, if all else fails, we can just blow it up.
Kaboom.
Wow, you really meant that!
Before you lies a serene stretch of open water, its surface shimmering a brilliant shade of sapphire blue.
Well, guess this means it's time for a swim!
Oh, we are in Fontaine, I guess. When in Rome.
What's the matter?
It's nothing. As
Yeah, the game,
cave,
the D&D campaign is still ongoing, but we are exploring here in real life, and so like Karan's like noticing things as she goes.
Off endlessly into the distance.
It's why we don't have the D&D party on the side anymore, because this is like we are actually exploring here.
Wow, this must be where the treasure is hidden!
So now we're in D&D mode.
This door is blocking our way in. It almost looks like it's been here for quite some time. I've got to hand it to the tabletop troupe. They really went all out with the props.
Huh. What have we got down here? A kind of mechanism connected to the door?
Oh, I've done this before. You have to make all of them win at the same time.
It looks like we might have to arrange it into a certain pattern.
Navia, you're Geo, so you're not solving it.
Pattern on a stone door. That's something Master mentioned before.
Is something wrong, Clarant?
After a long, difficult journey, you finally arrive at the location indicated by your map. It appears to be an ancient site of some sort, where treasure likely awaits. Your surroundings are exceedingly quiet and serene, as if the secret that slumbers here has never once been disturbed. If you listen closely, you can almost convince yourself you can hear the sound of its calm, gentle breathing.
That description makes Paimon feel kinda bad for disturbing this place.
We're doing this for the sake of the people, to free them from the evil sorcerer. I say it's time for this treasure to once again see the light of day.
Linny's right. We need to keep going. The future of the kingdom depends on it. The next part of the story requires us to solve the puzzle, right? Let's start exploring the area.
Yes, that should be fine. Something feels off about all this. Guess I'll just have to improvise.
Yeah, no kidding. Split up and look for clues. What are we, the fucking... Mystery Inc.
I found something.
Oh?
Found something here, too.
Oh, fuck off. Like, I mean, well, like, look, Furina's running over there. Okay, so you're not supposed to find them. You're supposed to wait for them to find them.
Same here.
Yep. Yeah, because they come up from underground, so you can't interact with any of them. Oh, and now it solves. I almost had chamber 1 done. Oh, fair enough. Let's keep at it.
It worked!
Something just
Or, like I
appeared.
said, to just wait for the next
Some
reset.
kind of new mechanism, maybe?
By solving the puzzles, you prove yourselves worthy of inheriting the secrets of the past. At the end of each puzzle, you're rewarded with...
With?
A key.
Oh, it must be the key to the big door.
Huh? This is one of the Marashose Hunter keys that are passed down from generation to generation.
The next reset be much easier. We don't know what's in the next reset. It just won't be in the... it's just... It'll be under the new time limit. As in, like, you'll have a month instead of 2 weeks. You have 28 days to be precise. And the enemies will be different.
It is said that 4 keys in total are required to form the final, complete key. And it seems like we just collected 3 of them. That must mean...
What for Electro? Maybe, but they will rearrange the enemies. So enemies that give you shit might not be in the next one. Like the 3 Mongoose might not be in it, for example.
Huh? What's wrong?
You hear a few strange noises. Suddenly, all the torches in the ruin go out at once.
Huh? What's going on? Did we fall into another trap?
For the sake of immersion, please close your eyes, everyone.
Clan.
Without the torches, the space is now completely dark.
For the sake of immersion, everyone close your eyes. Alright, I can't see anything. You're closing your eyes, Chad.
But Paimon can still see a little bit over here.
I need to look. Okay, don't pick up people's immersion.
Right, sorry.
Suddenly, you hear the sound of footsteps pierce through the darkness.
There's someone else here? Oh, this is so unsettling. I can't see anything.
Even though she keeps speaking.
I've been discovered then.
Wait, that voice, it's...
You recognize the voice as belonging to the guard who led you to this place. It appears he now covets the treasure for himself, and has come to stake his claim.
Oh, so
Yeah, so that's why the guy was a different voice, because we're not completely following the script. That actually was someone else.
Probably relax. Well, if we can't see anything, that means we can't fight to the fullest of our abilities. Should we retreat for now?
Judging by the way he's holding his sword, he must be a real Marashose hunter.
Yeah, they're actually all in danger, but because all their eyes are closed, they don't actually realize they're all in danger, per se.
Retreat? That's not the hunter way. If it's dark for us, then it's dark for him. We choose to fight.
Your choice is noted. Please keep your eyes closed until I tell you the torches have been relit. This battle will be in the dark.
You got it.
Well then, let us begin.
As I say, is it just Korand? Because all the rest are technically not fighting fucking shit.
Ready.
Alright, let's just shoot this motherfucker to death.
I'd like to try to hit him with my sword.
Your strike is successful.
Ha! You're facing a veteran Marashose hunter. You don't stand a chance.
Is he still standing? Couldn't it...
Goodness, he sure has a lot of HP.
Is it over? Can we open our eyes now?
Yeah, Clorand's fun. She's, like I said, lightning fast DPS. It's just because she's Bond of Life, you have to be wary of her health. But she has a much easier Bond of Life recovery system than Arlecchino. In my opinion. Because it's tied to her skill and not her burst. Like with Arlecchino, to get the health back, it's your Bond of Life and then your burst, and the Bond of Life spends it. With Clorand, when you use her skill, it's when you press the skill button again once you're active with it, you spend the Bond of Life, and that will heal you, because spending Bond of Life heals. So any expenditure of it that isn't just healing it off anyway through, like, food, results in health recovery. And the fact that she builds up Bond of Life hella quick, because every single time a bullet hits an enemy, you gain Bond. So it's like every single shot you fire has a chance to gain Bond, and then you just press R2 again, and you basically lose the Bond but heal yourself. She's probably very frail. Like, you'll probably find, if I look into it, her defense is extremely low, or her max health by default, outside of artifacts obviously, is kind of low. But the fact that she can so whippedly give herself health back through Bond of Life is admirable. I mean, they make a horrifying team. Clorand, Arlecchino, Furina, Neuvillette, yeah.
The enemy is strong and relentless, but the battle is nearing its end. The torches have not been relit.
What about now?
Final strike. Ha!
She just did her burst in, like, actual, like, game cinematics. That's funny.
Well, did we get him?
Why isn't she answering?
Clorand?
Warm fire flickers across the walls once more.
And they're going to see there's
The
actually
vision
someone
is
there.
now clear. In an impressive display of courage, the four of you successfully defeat the uninvited guest. That look in his eyes. It's like he became an entirely different person as soon as I defeated him.
Huh? Mr. Florian? Oh, wait. We're supposed to be role-playing. I should stay in character. Speak your name, guard. Why did you lead us here just to betray us? Is this treasure really more important to you than bringing peace to the kingdom?
What kingdom? What peace? Those were nothing but lies! I, Florian, am a true Marashose hunter, descended from hunters of ages past.
So he's also using his real name.
We're going to roll for Alhaven, but now I kind of want to get Clorand just to make it Julie Broken team. Yeah, but if you do, best of luck. I'm obviously try and get her signature weapon as well, which should be more obvious. She uses swords. I'll point it out afterwards anyway, just in case. But yeah, it's the sword.
If you truly are a Marashose hunter, shouldn't you want to help us, just like you said
I don't know
before?
what her best set would be, because I haven't
Shouldn't
looked
we
into her
fight together
whatsoever.
For the sake of the people?
What do you know? In this day and age,
Because obviously we have the
there's no
set that I've
glory
been
to be
using for
had as a
Arlecchino,
Marashose
which is
hunter.
based on boosting Bond of Life. But I don't know if the Bond of Life mechanic is at the core of her kit in the same way it is with Arlecchino. Like with Clorand, of course it's a part of it, but I don't know if it's like the thing you're supposed to focus on the most, if that makes sense. Am I about wandering Kishin? Yeah, fair.
What's that supposed to mean?
My skills were passed down to me by my father. We lived a life of obscurity in the remote wilderness.
I still can't believe I got grand like
had to being a
4 or
Marashose
5
hunter.
rolls after losing to Chi-Chi. Like, of course I fucking did.
And what did he get in return? A life of poverty and pain.
Also, when we're
that
done,
forgot all about him.
we've been
He
streaming
died,
for almost
not a
5 hours.
single
When we're
person came
done,
to mourn his
I
passing.
might not, well, depending how we go, I might not show off the Spiral Abyss stuff just because I know I
Marashose
kind of want
hunters
to wrap
were
up
the
soon.
ones who saved this city. We're heroes. We deserved more recognition and respect than this.
Is he talking about how no one in the capital seems to remember the hunters and their legacy? I didn't expect the script.
Furina's like, oh, I didn't expect there to be politics in this. That's what she's doing. She's like, oh, fuck.
So that's why you want to take the treasure for yourself? You feel like you're owed fame and wealth?
If you already knew where the treasure was located, why didn't you just come down here and take it?
Because I still needed the final key.
Only a true Marashose hunter is
Yeah, it's very
capable of
fitting that we're
passing
going to
through
be
this
playing
final
an
door.
extremely political game, in, like tomorrow with Metal Gear Solid. And that's actually something I wanted to talk about. For those who've been in the channel for a while, you know that on my rule sets, the bottom rule that's on that list says no in real life politics. For Metal Gear Solid, because of the nature of the game, although I won't let people just start taking the piss, I will be loosening it a little bit because it's just the nature of the game. You can't not, you know?
As someone who sought to hurt others for his own gain.
It's the same. It'll be the same with any Metal Gear Solid game. You can't not. It's too much in the DNA of Metal Gear Solid to have political commentary. So, like for those projects, I will be loosening them, and I'll make more of a point of them when we start Metal Gear Solid tomorrow.
Anyway?
Yeah, like it's
We've got all the
okay.
keys,
Don't
right?
take the
So
piss. Like if we're
can we
talking
just
about,
go in
like if
and
they
take
start
a look?
talking about, I don't know, the fucking Reagan administration, and you start comparing it to Trump, I'm gonna shut down the conversation because it's not relevant. But that just to give an example though. But you know what I mean.
You're sure you want to go in?
We've been talking about it for so long. Of course we want to see what's inside.
It'll be the spend divine light. Yeah, exactly.
And
But it's
we've
just
already
like it
defeated
would be,
Florian, right?
to be blunt, it
So
would
he
be
won't try and
stupid
take
to
it from
try
us
and say
anymore.
no, let's not talk about anything political in a game that's so bluntly political in its narrative, you know? And not just because, like, as in politics, as in politicians, but like social politics and political commentary of like states and nations and war economy and things like that. You know, this Metal Gear Solid as a franchise and Metal Gear as a franchise, Metal Solid as a game has so many conversation points that you can't just kind of say, we're not talking about it. You know. I feel like it would destroy too much of the actual conversation that Metal Gear Solid as a franchise promotes.
Then let's open the door together.
All right.
And besides, even
Your
if it
choice
gets a
of
little
action is
heavy in the
confirmed.
conversation, it's fine because then we'll bump into fucking characters like Oregon. And you know, like the series knows how to balance its seriousness and its campness for the most part. Koran takes out the key from earlier and walks up to the heavy door. I say for the most part because Rising leans into the camp far more than the seriousness, and Metal Gear Solid 5 leads far more into the seriousness than it does the camp. So it's like there's two extremes that are like the latest two entries that we got. Without anyone notices, she takes out her own key and joins it with the others to form the final required shape. It's been animated otaku. No, the fact that it's like, call me Otacon. It stands for Otaku Convention. And I was like, you fucking serious?
Before you.
And like
The door
Snake
to the
unironically
treasury,
refers to him as
sealed and
Otacon for the rest of the
undisturbed for more
franchise.
than
Like he
100
actually respects
years.
that. I'm just like, are you serious?
Finally swings open. You hear the shrill wail of the
But I say that
door hinge
Otacon's
as
a
it
great
rotates
character.
for the
I
first
retrospectively
time after years of disuse.
grew to love Otacon
Almost
as a
like a
character way
sleeping
more as
giant
time went on,
letting out an
by
extended
comparing
yawn.
him to how much of an absolute monstrous
the impression
scumbag his
that the
father
secrets
was. The
buried
more you learn
behind
about
the
Huey,
store
the more you're just like, wow,
might
it's
be
amazing
just
how
as
ended up
heavy as
this
the sound you
kind-hearted.
just heard.
It's open! Come on, let's go!
Fuck that cut! Like Lumine was about to get excited and Paimon just anime interrupted. That's actually kind of... Aww! Yeah! I got the screenshot. I got the screenshot. I got the screenshot. That was adorable. Speaking of anime-esque, I got the screenshot. That was the most adorable fucking thing I've seen in a minute.
A stone tablet? And
My
some
finger
shabby
raced
weapons?
to the screenshot button the second.
You call this a treasure vault?
Kurumi. After the stream ends, remind me and I'll send it. That was adorable. I love that.
Ran out of budget at the end?
They provided a super immersive experience at the beginning only to drop the ball at the most important part? They could have at least filled this place with cardboard Mora or something.
Wait, I get it now. Paimon, this is the real Marashose Hunter treasure.
Yeah, Navia's like the pennies dropped for Navia, and why Corand got less confident about this. This whole story was like the pen writer of this was likely Corand's master, and this was all a way of trying to, without bluntly tell her, let Corand slowly but surely, with her group of friends, like inherit the legacy.
This is it? The Marashose Hunter
Like they're starting to realize that like this D&D game is not only based in real events, it is the real events.
Whoa, are you okay?
The Marashose
I appreciate that despite the penny dropping, they're all still in character. Like Corand's still being the game master here.
Leave the room for a moment to collect himself.
Honestly, I don't know if this is the best character quest we've ever gotten, because, you know, there are some that have been very heavy-hitting and very emotional and very powerful in different ways. But I do think this is one of the most charming ones I've ever played. This one is really endearing. Like, this is one, when someone asks, like, what are the character quests like, you'd get them to play this one to give them an impression of how, like, really endearing they can be at their best. Because this feels so heartfelt. Like this quest feels like it was designed from a place of love, like not just from like the developers towards their game and their characters, but like a really strong love and respect to D&D. It's really weird playing as Corand and our characters just standing here. Like,
what is the treasure supposed to be?
The names on the tablet.
The old and broken weapons.
but this is actually, if anything, this fits the theme, because like the entirety of Fontaine, as I said even earlier, it's rarely, if ever, felt like Lumine's the protagonist of Fontaine. So having, like, even at this moment, like, literally Lumine's the one on the side and we're playing as Corand, this is Corand's story now. We're playing it from her perspective. It's not like some other quests, like, you know, where you just hang out with a character and get an idea what they're like. No, this isn't us learning of Corand. This is another chapter of Corand's life. That, you know, I mean, this is her story, not our witnessing of it. But yeah, just to like quickly cover it in brief again, the way Corand works, like she's a sword user. Who's super professional. I want to see all her idle animations. God, look how snappy quick she is, Jesus. Well, again, it's because she's got electric DPS. Her charge attack, she whips up the guns. And her skill is that she goes into gun mode. Every time you press attack, she shoots. Every time a bullet hits an enemy, or even if it doesn't, I've just noticed, look at the bottom, it builds up Bond of Life. During the skill, if you press R2, and you can spam it for the record, I'll show you in a second when it resets, if you spend some of that Bond of Life, but it boosts your damage, and any damage you do is converted into health drain, so you get health back. So like this. You see how it burnt the stuff? So you do that, build it up, press the button, you spend it. Activate, spend, activate, spend, activate, spend. The more you activate it, the boost it before you spend it, the bigger the push. She also, as you can see on the minimap by the hand icon, she has the passive that she will reveal to you where things that can be picked up around Fontaine is. How did I run out of crystal flies? When you're not thinking about it, they're easy to miss. I actually, before we wrap up at the end, I'll show you my routine. Because I actually have a routine to make sure I don't run out of crystal flies. Additionally, there's the crystal fly box trap that I think you can get from the reputation in Fontaine. That if you place it down, you can like put in ingredients, and then when you come back in a real life week, it will have crystal flies in it.
What just happened?
He was possessed.
Do you remember how you got here? Or what happened to your body just now?
I remember now. I brought you here because I wanted to... The explosives in the cave!
You mean these?
Corand so casually like, you mean these? Like pulls out TNT.
I could tell something was off the moment I stepped into this cave, so I kept an eye out. I've already dismantled the whole thing.
Oh, so what, Clarand? So that's why she insisted they all keep their eyes closed, not just to fight the man, but so she could subtly disarm all the bombs without them realizing what's going on. Keep
So
them
the
safe
strongest
without
champion
actually
duelist
interrupting
in
the
all
fun
of
of the game.
Fontaine saved the day once again. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. It would seem your skills as a Marashose hunter are as sharp as ever.
I deserve some
I wonder if
answers,
this will
don't you
always
think?
be here afterwards. I don't know if any of you will recall this.
me
This
why
is
you
kind of
wanted
like
to
reaching a
lure me
little bit. But many a moon ago, when the game first launched, there was this tiny, like, rock in Leeway that very blatantly had a cave under it and everyone could see it. And it didn't become available
Everything
until,
you said
like,
earlier sounded like the truth.
I think Shao's quest. I think it was like
Luckily,
1.3,
your monologue
and so it was
dramatic
just
enough to
always
convince my
there,
friends
and
you were
people
just
kept like
role-playing.
people like glitched into it. People found like little exploits to see if they could try and get in. People even got banned trying to hack into it. It was like people were obsessed that there had to be some way to get it open, and then it just opened up when you did Shao's character quest, I think it was, and then it's just there now.
I don't know. I just always felt like there was something in my heart.
And then
that
you
didn't
go in there, it's like
belong
one
to me.
chest, you do the story beats, and then you never go back because there's nothing else in there.
Who knows?
So I'm curious if
Maybe
this
it
is a
was my
similar
own
thing,
anger
where it's
all
like this
along.
will now be permanently a part of the
I could
map
never
now
really
when the
tell.
quest is done.
The feelings about my father and the
Because I can't
other
really
Marashose
remember,
hunters
like...
are real.
I mean, I say can't really remember. They literally, the last quest, character quest we did, Sino's second quest, gains you access into the Temple of Silence. Which I will actually show off as well, since, you know, I did that off stream.
My anger came to completely
There's a couple
consume
little
me.
things I need to quickly show off before we wrap
At
then.
that point, I remembered the legend my father used to tell me. The one about the treasure.
But if the treasure was all you cared about, why plant all those explosives? Wouldn't they just destroy the treasure and bury you along with it?
I can't remember. My head is a mess. It felt like there was this voice telling me to eliminate the hunters, but now it's gone.
From your description, I suspect you were dealing with a devorator.
A what?
Devorator?
Wow, that is a radically different pronunciation between the two. A Derevorator. A Devorator? No, I said Derevorator. What the fuck? How did you pronounce it that wrong?
Your master... your father, I mean, never talked about it? It was a kind of monster that was active several centuries ago.
No, I've heard of it. I'm just not sure why you suddenly... Wait, it can't be. The seal!
The seal?
My family has served as
I like how they
Marashose
both make each other
hunters
as
for
questions.
many generations.
Devorator. Devorator?
Title and
The seal?
swordsmanship
The
weren't
seal?
only things passed down over our line.
What conversation are we having
There
here?
was a seal as well. My father instructed me to always watch over that
Oh,
seal
speaking
and
of,
maintain it
for anyone who's
regularly.
never experienced any
He said
Metal
it
Gear
had been
Solid
passed
games,
down over a truly
I hope
ancient
you
age,
really
and
enjoy
protecting it was our clan's most
Solid
important
Snake's
duty.
writing, doing everything in his power to make sure the player doesn't fall behind. He's like the original poster child of his dialogue is written in a way to ensure the the players don't fall behind in what's going on in the narrative. And what I mean is about 70% of Snake's dialogue is him asking questions.
But I neglected that duty after he died. I finally decided to come down and check on it one day, and that's where my memories become fuzzy.
The devorator would be
And
a
not necessarily
formidable
questions as in,
adversary
what
for
do you
any
mean
mortal
by
being.
this? It will literally be
Even
someone
ones
says,
as capable
oh,
as
and
the
it's tied
hunters.
to Foxhound. And you'll go, Foxhound? Will only be a question mark sort of thing. Like, every little thing he questions.
If you lacked the power to completely destroy it, you could easily fall prey to its influence and corruption. In light of this, some Marashose hunters chose to seal the Devorator away, in the hopes that a permanent solution would come with the passage of time.
I heard it has the power to amplify the obsessions and desires in people's hearts, to the point where they overtake you entirely. It would seem I'm not just lacking in skill with a blade.
And yet, you were able
Oh,
to
the other thing is,
retrieve
if I ever
3
get
of the
around to
4
Metal Gear
keys.
Solid 2,
If I
I need to
remember
remember
correctly,
that I'm gonna
each was
try
entrusted
and
to a respected and capable
record for
hunter.
future purpose.
How did you manage
For like
it?
maybe videos or whatever. The little snippet where Snake says, if you don't like it, you can get over it. I just because I might use that little clip for future videos because it's kind of funny.
One of them belonged to my father. The second I stole from a different hunter. And the third was one that I snatched while the person was on the way home from the tavern. I nearly died in that
And it will
alley.
also be funny because it'll be interesting to see how much of when it's codec conversations in Metal Gear Solid 1, I probably will talk over them a little bit because it's literally just looking at two faces and words. But during cutscenes, I won't talk that much, like usual. So it'll be very interesting to see like how much of the game I actually get to talk in. Because if you know what you're doing, MGS1 is going to be done in like under 3 hours. But obviously cutscenes make it go longer than that.
I never even saw you drink a single glass of liquor. The only way I could think to obtain that last key was to lure you here using your hobby.
So Florian was just like, hey, look, I didn't know how to get you here, so I thought if I make it a D&D campaign, that would get you right in.
You here alongside the treasure.
I won't comment on anything else, but the script was good.
Well, I did pour my heart and soul into it. The stories my father used to tell me about the glory of the heroic Marashose hunters and how they came to be forgotten.
It's more than just a story.
Huh?
You're proud to be a hunter. You're still holding onto that part of yourself, no matter how small.
I have done so many despicable things. I have nothing to be proud of.
Then explain the purpose of the evil sorcerer in your story. Isn't he the true antagonist? The one who sought nothing but his own gain, and used the people as pawns to attain it? In your heart of hearts, he was the one you truly wanted to defeat.
But I've already tainted my sword. I no longer have any right to...
Wake up, Florian. Remember how you introduced yourself earlier. Do you really think the hunters acted out of a desire for honor and glory? Or to be loved and acknowledged by the people? What did your father teach you about our order? You do not wield your sword for yourself, but to protect those you serve. There's nothing special about a blade. It's the intentions of the wielder that matter above all else.
Well said.
Do you still not understand?
Also, the biggest thing is that my throat is already going to be like, what are you doing? But if we're playing Metal Gear Solid, I'm going to have to whip out the Snake impression at least once during the playthrough. I can feel it in my bones. It's going to happen.
You're right.
The growl is going to consume me. I'm going to have to at some point.
It's time for me to redeem. No, to finally serve the people I vowed to protect all along.
I wouldn't be so quick to push aside the need for redemption.
I know. That's a charge I won't bother to defend myself against.
Good. Then, come with me. And help me see the script through to the end.
Huh? See the script through to the end? But there's no more script left.
Never finished it, huh?
No, I mean, I wrote the script with the sole purpose of luring you all here. There was no reason to write beyond this point.
Then we'll just have to keep writing it. The evil sorcerer still needs to be defeated.
You mean the Devorator? Are you saying I have to make up the rest of the script as we go along?
Is that really so hard? You've already written most of it. Surely you can write an ending where the hunters win and justice prevails. I'll be there to help you too.
You aren't afraid your party will fall into danger?
I know what my friends are capable of, and they're all quite skilled. Besides, I need their help.
Then, are you going to tell them the truth about all this?
I don't intend to spoil the fun. Sometimes, protecting dreams and fantasies is more important than exposing the truth. Don't you think?
Meet back up with the others. They're all still just looking at everything. Have you just been standing here for like the past 10 minutes? Come on.
They're back!
That took a while.
Ahem! My fellow Marashose hunters, please forgive me, for I have sinned.
Tone it down.
Sorry. After crossing swords with you and witnessing your courage in battle, I've rediscovered my true self and regained my pride as a Marashose hunter.
Oh, do I smell a redemption arc?
Look at that grin. I think she likes redemption arcs. I think Furina has a soft spot for redemption arcs in stories.
I confess, I was brainwashed by the evil sorcerer. He asked me to lure you here so he could bury you in this cave.
That little... Wait, you're saying all of that wasn't you, but the evil sorcerer?
That's right. He's adept at manipulating the hearts and minds of the people. I fell under his influence because I did not possess a strong enough sense of will.
Huh. And how are you going to prove that you're a changed man? We're not going to fall for the same trap twice.
To be perfectly honest, I only came to my senses after seeing the treasure. It reminded me of my father's past teachings. The treasure was actually...
The names of all the Marashose hunters from ages past and their weapons?
Wait, you already know?
Of course. Don't underestimate a veteran role-player's exploration skills. Oh, wait, I mean Marashose hunter Navia's exploration skills.
We just finished reading through the content of the stone tablet.
That tablet recorded the lives of some fascinating people. For example, this Marashose hunter called Est. She inherited the responsibilities of the Golden Hunter and passed judgment on many people. But in private, she had a very easygoing personality. Her favorite pastime was singing and dancing with her friends, and she was said to have a beautiful voice.
So, she was just like you.
Oh, you really think so?
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I also have a few things in common with this Walter. Working as an executioner, he supposedly used a countless number of tricks to confound his enemies in battle.
Linny, I feel like you're the one that was the most just here. Like, Furina got to, like, reflect on her time, like, with the Archon and having, like, Clorand, realizing that she really didn't spend that much time getting to know Clorand. Navia got to, like, reconcile a couple home truths with her old, like, dearest friend about situations that neither could help and try and move forward towards it. You know, like, we were just here to be the cameraman. Linny, what the fuck have you done?
Their lives were all so exciting. You could write so many cool books about their accomplishments. How could they have all been forgotten?
Because they chose to be. To hunt monsters that only appear in the shadows, you must also operate in the dark. To be a Marashose hunter is to willingly give up on wealth and fame.
Then this stone tablet must have been left behind by their companions.
That's right. Few Marashose hunters ever revealed their identity to the public. They always protected the city from the shadows. The only time they spoke of their accomplishments would be at night, when they gathered with their fellow hunters in front of the bonfire to share stories of the monsters slain by their hand.
So, this tablet was created not so that the hunters would be remembered by the people, but so that they would be remembered by each other.
No wonder this place was so well hidden.
You regard the stone tablet in solemn silence. The names of your comrades etched onto its surface serve as a reminder that you are never truly alone. The tablet proves that, although a hunter walks a shrouded path, it is not a solitary one. There will always be those who walk beside you, a fact that remains as true today as in ages long past. Their legacies shall continue to be passed down from generation to generation, as everlasting as the stone onto which their names are carved.
Father, you once told me that I should seek out the treasure if I ever became lost. So this is what you wanted me to find.
I've decided to trust you, Florian.
Thank you, my friend. You are very kind.
Straight back into D&D mode. I think it's actually pretty clever how they've used the subtitles to always tell you when the characters are being real and when the characters are in D&D mode. Like when they're acting.
The peace and prosperity of everyone in this kingdom.
In this basement.
Well, I say we let you join.
Sounds good to me too. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is what you do to make up for them.
I have no objections, but Mr. Florian, do you even know how to defeat the evil sorcerer?
When he took over my mind, I gained some insight into his thoughts. Every time I thought of the treasure, he reacted with a strong sense of fear.
Huh? He's afraid of the treasure? But there's nothing here except some broken weapons and the stone tablet.
What if the secret's hidden inside these weapons? GM, permission to investigate.
Oh boy. Oh, I didn't get the pick. This is Navia. Okay, she won the check. Yeah, Navia is making a check.
The weapons appear absolutely ordinary. But as you observe them, you notice a faint energy emanating from within. These blades have slain countless monsters. Though it's been a long time since they were used in battle, their edges remain sharp, as if they're simply waiting for the next worthy hunter to carry on their legacy.
So basically, take these with us, right?
I'll take this weapon, since it used to belong to Est. Maybe it'll find comfort in being held by someone who appreciates the arts.
Ah, good idea. I'll take Mr. Walter's bow then. From one archer magician to another.
Paimon's gonna pick a cool weapon too!
Are we finally going to upgrade our weapon properly?
As you grip your weapons, you can
instead of just using the fucking dull blade for everything? I mean, we kind of already have, so I think we used the
being.
silver sword at one point.
It's a feeling of courage, determination. A silent vow passed down from generation to generation that says, eradicate the monsters, no matter the cost.
Mr. Florian, do you know where to find the evil sorcerer?
I was able to see his surroundings when our minds were connected. I believe he's currently hiding out at the church in the kingdom. We must be extremely careful.
The church in my... the basement in my house.
That's
what I said.
Taken the form of one. He will not be easily defeated.
Then why don't we explore some more and try to find some higher level gear? We don't want to just fight him and lose, right?
Oh, no, we have to strike now. He was greatly weakened when I managed to break out of his control. If we let him rest, he might have time to escape.
I agree with Mr. Florian. We've got to act while we have the advantage. Don't forget, the people of the capital are counting on us.
Yeah, now that we've got a plan, there's no point in waiting. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for everybody.
Yes, that's what's called...
taking the initiative.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Alright, you've persuaded Paimon.
Mr. Florian, please, lead the way.
Of course. Follow me.
He had to set up so many scenes today, and now he has to join in for this last part. I really don't envy his job.
Finally, you decide to slay the evil sorcerer and bring peace back to the kingdom once and for all. As you walk away, you feel the gaze of the stone tablet at your back, as if all the hunters of the past are wishing you success in the battle ahead and awaiting your triumphant return.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely going to remain a part of the map then afterwards. There's this random hole here. Anyway, where are we going? Oh, back to the other side of the fucking country, of course. Oh, and just because I am going to wrap up when we're done, just to show more than anything. Where is it? It's like... yeah, there it is. The Temple of Silence. You get that for doing Sino's second quest. It's like, you can literally, you click on it and it pulls you into, like, a indoor palace. It's got, like, 5 rooms. Just because I do want... when we're done, I am going to be wrapping up. Just because this quest... this, like, D&D campaign went on longer than the main story quest. like, when the main story quest was done in, like, just under 2 hours, I was like, oh, yeah, then we can get the main story done. Like, I mean, it won't be, like, 3 and a bit hours long, and yet here we are. But I say that, I've had a really good time. This story quest is really fun.
Florian described. As you approach, an ominous aura surrounds you. You get the sense that your enemy is close at hand.
How strange. This uneasy feeling seems so real. How did they manage that?
Now, it is time for the final battle.
Let's go.
Florian, wait.
What's wrong?
I think you should wait outside. You've already been corrupted by the Devorator once. It could easily re-enter your mind and take control of your body. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be this close. If it corrupts you again, it's possible you might take on a new form entirely.
That's exactly why I have to go. Why I should be at the very front.
You mean...
Yes. I intend to lure it into my body.
That's too risky. If things get out of hand, I might have to kill you. Do you understand how dangerous this is?
I understand, but if I do this, you'll have a clear and visible target. The Devorator will have a hard time passing up a chance to enter a body it knows how to control. You won't have to worry about any of your friends being taken over. You're not like me, Miss Clorand. You're a just and powerful Marashose hunter. The monster broke free due to my error. It's only right that I shoulder the responsibility for its destruction. This is something that I have to do. Consider it a duel to restore my honor. My only request is that you give it your all.
I understand. Then, as a champion duelist, I hereby accept your request for a duel, and extend to you my most sincere regards.
Thank you.
The battle is now upon us. Let the Devorator once again tremble under the blade of the Marashose hunters.
Enter the church. Oh, cool smoke effect. Oh, that makes sense. I was like, oh, what am I going to turn into for us to fight?
So lifelike.
Oh, she immediately summons her squad. Oh, that's adorable. At the moment she panicked, she immediately got the squad in. The troop. We're still using the fucking dull blade. One day, Lumine. One day. I love the fact that, like, Furina immediately called in her little squad of homies, and they're just protecting her.
You mean... the names. It's the Marashose hunters' names.
How are we supposed to...
You forget,
Oh, okay, no, we're using a silver blade, we're not using a dull blade, I think. That kind of still looks like a dull blade, I'm not really sure.
Not for fame, but to aid the people whenever they are summoned.
Walter the Marashose hunter, master of 1,000 tricks, executioner of the Phantom Hunters, I call for aid!
Est, the Marashose hunter, inheritor of Cassiodor's will, judge of the Shadow Hunters. Answer my call!
Petronia, protector of justice and order. The hunter I respect the most. Thank you for saving my friend, the best one I'll ever know. Please, lend us your strength.
Aww.
We have come.
And Cloran's gonna assume the role of her master in this position.
And so, the monsters were eradicated, and the sorcerer was defeated. Peace soon returned to the capital. Those in the court, manipulated by the sorcerer, also recognized the errors of their ways. Some remembered the names of the heroes who saved their kingdom, but others simply continued their lives none the wiser. Such is the story of the Marashose hunters. They pursue the phantoms in the darkness and exterminate all who pose a threat. They will always protect the city and those within it, even should all memory of their accomplishments be forgotten by the very people they serve.
I'm assuming we've finally reached the end of the script.
Yes, you've reached one of the better endings.
It's a pretty solid story overall.
I thought it was just an ordinary adventure at first, but the further we got into it, the more.
Oh, Furina still thinks all of this is just the game. She doesn't realize it was kind of mixed in with the truth a little bit.
That final battle especially.
Yeah, all the effects were super realistic. Oh, Furina. I just want to pat her on her head and just be like, okay, Furina.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, and even Navia's caught on. She's like, yeah, no. Navia, I think, genuinely caught on back when we was in that underground bit with the Marsupial hunters. I think she caught on then that it was real.
Ah, that's a really good point. I never expected the weapon.
And I think Linny at some point caught on as well. I think it was just Furina because it's her first time doing this kind of role playing. She didn't really realize. The problem is that we've raised her expectations too high. She's going to think every single one of these is going to be like this.
Yeah, mine nearly scared the daylights out of me when it started glowing. I took a good look at it after we got out, but I don't think it ever lit up again. Oh, we should probably give these props back, right? I'll just leave mine here.
Did you have a good time?
Of course. Let me know if another script like this comes around.
Sure, no problem.
Then I'll head back for now.
Do you hear that, Corand? You've gained a new permanent D&D buddy in the form of Furina. They said they need at least 4. Well, now you've got your permanent 4th member. You've got Furina, because Linny, I think's up for it or whenever.
Once Mr. Florian is awake, please pass on my regards to him. He must be extremely exhausted to have passed out cold like that.
You're right. He's had a lot to deal with.
Well, see you all some other time. Toodaloo!
Toodaloo. I love Furina. If it wasn't obvious already.
Okay, so...
Yeah, now she's gone. This is what Navia's doing. Yeah, now the naive one is gone.
I think it should be fine, yeah.
What in the world was going on back there?
So you saw through all of that?
That time in the cave when you told us to close our eyes, it'd be weirder if we didn't notice anything.
I was dying of curiosity the entire time. I mean, you did a pretty bang-up job of pretending nothing had gone wrong. Furina actually looked like she thought all of it was planned.
Guess none of us wanted to be the one to break the illusion.
What are you all talking about?
I was just playing along too.
Oh, wait. Don't tell me Paimon never...
I caught on.
Oh, this is all my fault.
Oh no, she's like, oh no, I've spoiled it.
Cover your ears. Here, Paimon. I'll do it for you.
Bit late for that, don't you think?
You're saying everything that happened back there wasn't actually part of the script?
It's probably more accurate to say this was never a real scripted story to begin with.
What?
So loud. My head.
Hey, you! Get up right now and explain yourself!
Fucking Paimon, the man's just opened his eyes.
No shaking, please! Oh, my head.
Florian explains the whole truth.
Did Paimon just hear that right? You guys made up that whole last part on the spot? It's not nice to lie to people, but Paimon's gotta admit, that was a really good story, Florian. Oh, and nice improvisation, Corian!
Yeah, it was like watching a magician improvise a spectacular magic trick after forgetting an important prop.
If Paimon knew something was wrong with that vault, she would have floated straight in the opposite direction.
Everything was under control.
As if you've ever described a situation as being out of control. I'm pretty sure any situation you consider to be easy to handle would scare a reasonable person half to death.
I mean, fair. I mean, fair.
Guess I'm just used to it.
Alright. I mean, I'm just so used to it. It's almost like when I was 3 years old, my master put a sword in my fucking hand.
You must run into a lot of unexpected situations then. That explains why you're so good at coming up with things on the spot.
As for you, Florian...
I know there's no excuse for what I did. I'll turn myself into the guards at once, confess my crimes, and accept any punishment that comes my way.
I would say you've already suffered more than enough.
What?
You may have been blinded by fame and fortune in the beginning, but your actions during the final battle had proven you to be a true Marachose hunter. You'll be far more used to the city above ground than below. Your job as a hunter is more important.
But...
Of course, you'll still need to take the keys and pay a personal visit to the 2 hunters you wronged. Prepare to accept any terms they give you as well.
Yes, of course.
As far as I'm concerned, though, your showing in the duel was enough to prove your honor.
Then I'll do exactly as you said. I'll go return those 2 keys right now. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll do my best to prove myself worthy of the second chance you've given me.
And that there was Cloran showing a little bit of her master kicking in. Because at the start of this quest, they made a whole point that Cloran is always rigidly locked onto what's law and order and nothing else. Which is why, they mentioned that all of both Navi and Cloran at one point had thought about what would have been different if Cloran's master had been the one in the duel against Navia's father. Because her master always did what she felt was right, regardless of law and justice. And now here we are at the end of the quest. The justice and lawful thing to do would be to arrest and imprison him. Yet instead of doing that, she's letting him go because she believes it's the correct thing to do for her, in her own mind, regardless of what the law says. Fitness being a more effective teacher. That as well. We're seeing Cloran's growth in a subtle way of her not being so rigid to what she the concept of right and wrong. To be a little bit more like her master before her, just minus the whole giving 3-year-old swords thing.
Speaking of Marashose hunters, what should we do about the treasure in that cave?
Leave it be.
Are you sure? We could show it to people, make it so that the hunters are remembered. Don't you want that?
No.
It's still a form of development if she's coming out of her shell.
Same choice. All hunters know what the path entails. I am no exception. My identity as a Marashose hunter is not.
You're doing okay there, Cloran? The lighting engine seems to not really know what to do with you for a second there. Did you see that? It's like she was flickering in shadow and not.
Nothing more.
That's certainly very different from the path of a magician. Still, I admire your decision.
Wait, I just remembered something. If there were no special effects involved, why did our weapons begin to glow during the battle?
That's because the Marashose hunters of ages past would often imbue their weapons with special enchantments to suppress the monsters. Whenever a monster was nearby, their weapons would start to glow.
Oh, so that's why they had an effect on that guy near the end. I really thought the summons were doing all the work.
Well, I'm sure the summons were a part of it too.
Oh? How so?
This particular devorator probably hailed from
Look, can you see the lighting doesn't know what to do with Cloran for some reason. It keeps on flickering on her when she moves.
The names you recited all belonged to the bravest hunters. Countless monsters fell to their blades. That's likely why the devorator visibly reacted when you said them out loud.
So the names held the power all along.
Navia, everything you said during your summon.
The problem is that mentality. There are people that claim there would be people they would claim that they're willing to reform, knowing that it would get them scot-free.
Huh? Oh, I meant what I said. I mean, it was true to my character, so yeah. I'm glad you heard it.
That's the trouble.
Just don't make me repeat myself.
Navia's I basically just said Navia's whole speech during then was at the end was saying her thanks and respect to Cloran's mother for bringing the two of them together. Of course she's going to be embarrassed if you ask her to say that again.
I really appreciated those words.
All right. Don't get all sentimental on me. Anyway, let's not talk about that anymore.
Yeah, he's don't put me on the spot like that. I'm going home.
Don't fall too far behind now.
I thoroughly love this story quest.
I should probably head back.
This is a fantastic character quest.
This story was truly incredible. I might have to spend the whole night telling my siblings all about it.
I see.
Goodbye.
Might as well.
Traveler, should your name and deeds be forgotten, what do you think the significance of your journey will be?
That's a fucking heavy question to ask.
I suppose the significance would be the journey itself and the world we helped create. There's still value in the time I shared with everyone here, in the things we were able to accomplish. even if no one remembers them.
The Travelers actually, like, had a pretty decent chunk of dialogue through this. You know, like, we had, in today's stream, like, you know, they talked a bit in the story quest, in the Archon quest, and they've talked a little bit in this as well.
Answer. I'll remember it.
And now suddenly we're back to this. What would your answer be, Clarand?
Me? The Marashosei hunter says nothing in response to that question. Perhaps her answer lies in her silence.
Alright, fucking... I was expecting it to come up with, like, the Game Master sprite again.
The path she walks needs no explanation.
It's like, I really, really like that. That's, like, genuinely, like, my top 5 character quest, because it's genuinely just super fun. Oh, you have all the character cards! You can't, that's peak. You get to keep all the character cards. But yeah, I love that. It's the most charming character quest in the game by far. I fucking loved it. But yeah, the sword, if you can believe it, it's not the green one. It's Absolution Light, or it's just Absolution Light, or Four Seals Incision's the other one. And I believe if you have a look, the description of the weapon is in reference to a story, and the story it's in reference to is actually the same story that Navia's special weapon is in reference to. It's difficult to be honest. Yeah, no, I kind of didn't think it would be. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if I get it in like the next like 4 rolls it'll be, because you've got the gems as well. Ah, that's purple, damn. Oh, whoops. If I get her signature weapon on this roll, I'll build her. Or the next one, because we've got an extra one we can spend as well. If not, like I said, I'm really not that fussed. Ah, oh well. But that will do from me. This stream has gone on for 5 hours and 40 minutes. I am hungry. I am a little tired. I wasn't expecting this stream to go on as long as it did. I want to get a few other things done. The last thing I was going to show, because we were talking about crystal flies earlier, I go here. Get these two. Get this one. Get this one. And then get that one last. Then I go to Leeway. Go here. This guy. This guy. Oh, sometimes you can't get him because he goes too high sometimes. But then that one, and then there's another one down here. And I do that every day because they reset every day. So if we're keeping on top of crystal flies, that's what I do for any, like, if you're running low on them. But yeah, I Stardust Exchange. I've done that. I've done this one as well, the monthly one. I always do that as soon as it turns to first. Change avatar. Oh right, because we got Cephals and Corand. Right, but I'm gonna wrap this up. Sounds insufferable. It takes you saw it takes like 10 seconds. I just do that when I do my dailies when I start up. I just make time to go do it. It takes like 10 seconds. Alternatively, where is it? You've got this, the crystal fly trap. You deploy it, put resources in. It doesn't ask so much, and then after I think it's 6 days, you come back and it will be full of crystal cores for you to take. But I digress. All in all, I really like this update. I really enjoyed the new story quest, like the new Archon quest, but I can't stress enough, the stealer of the show was that character quest. That was really fucking fun. And I know I keep saying it, but really fucking charming. Like, it's wild how genuinely, like, endearingly charming the whole thing was. But I'm also super curious how much the script could have changed, because we only ourselves only did 2 checks. If we failed those checks, what would have been different? Or like if we'd picked different classes, what different solutions would have been available to us? That's why I said that I kind of wish you could do the game again, but I get it's too heavily tied into everything. But I'm going to call it here. Reminder, I am streaming every weekday this week because I'm going to be busy all weekend. So tomorrow I will be back with the beginning of Dun 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 bum 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 Metal Gear Solid. But until then, as always, remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely really helps this channel grow. Additionally, you can find my Twitter, Patreon, and PayPal in the description of every single video. But until then, you guys take care now. Peace.